Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and you are here for live build-up coverage of the WWE Royal Rumble 2025. It's been a long time coming. We've been getting ourselves hyped up and in the mood throughout the week on this channel, but of course now it is time to really knuckle down and get excited about a huge show on the horizon, just a few hours away, and we're going to hope to take you there essentially right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, once again, we are on the road to Royal Rumble, which means we are kind of on the road to WrestleMania, right? And we're going to find out a lot of things about what WrestleMania might look like in just a few hours' time. It is 5 o'clock here in the UK. It starts at 11 p.m. tonight. Slightly earlier start for this PLE, but I'm grateful as someone who lives over in this country because it means maybe a slightly earlier bedtime for me. Maybe not that early though, because of course after the show I'll be hitting you with an instant reaction review as well. So if you haven't already subscribed, please do so because you're going to see some more content for us throughout the night. Of course, we're here for the build up, but at the end of the night we'll also wrap up with an instant reaction, so you know our kind of thoughts on what goes down at the Royal Rumble. But like I say, you are here for the build-up show, and you may have tuned in earlier this week and seen some of our original content kind of also hyping up the Royal Rumble. If you missed any of that, don't you worry. We're going to play clips for the next few hours, essentially, throughout me hopping in and back out to kind of hype up this show as well. Greetings from Sludge in the house. Thank you for joining us, buddy. And I got your message, by the way, on X. If you don't follow us there, by the way, guys, at RN Pro Wrestling, of course, and we'll get to some of your predictions later on, mate. But again, if you're here for the first time or you're a returning friend like Sludge, we appreciate you either way. And I want to know what you think is going to happen at the Royal Rumble. What are you most looking forward to on this event? Really exciting times to be a wrestling fan lately, of course. And we've got a huge card to run throughout the next few hours. So let's get to some of those matches now. Of course, we've got the 2 out of 3 falls match between DIY and the Motor City Machine Guns, which I'm really looking forward to. A great opportunity to see these two. It feels like a bit like an NXT match, right? It's going to be quite cool to see what they can do on a PLE together. They've been having a great feud so far. Talking about great feuds, you've got Cody Rhodes going up against Kevin Owens. 2 titles sort of on the line here, of course, the Winged Eagle and the WWE title. Maybe a new unified undisputed version after this as well. But someone's walking away with a WWE title, and that will mean someone might be coming after them at the end of this match here. Of course, the men's Royal Rumble match. Oh, of course, they could be going after the World Heavyweight Championship, which is around the waist of Gunther at the moment. But either way, there are so many possibilities to break down around the men's Rumble, as there is, of course, with the women's Rumble as well. Now, I've got a pretty dead set prediction for myself. I've been saying all week I think it's going to be Charlotte, but look, things can change rapidly in the WWE and rapidly on the night of a big PLE like the Royal Rumble. But as I say, it's a fun time to be a wrestling fan, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in and joining us. It's not just the Royal Rumble we're going to be talking about tonight, though, because of course WWE just recently announced that Triple H is going into the Hall of Fame, so that's going to come up in our conversations later on as well. But also, they also recently announced a huge show over in France as well, and it's a really interesting one because tonight at the Royal Rumble, they're going big with 60,000 fans. Now, they're also going big in Paris with the largest indoor arena in Europe and some incredible features that they can take advantage of as well. So what we're going to do now is we're going to throw it over to a clip from myself from a few days ago where I went in depth essentially talking about the exciting things that WWE can use at the venue that they've since booked for Clash in Paris. So here we go, and I'll be back in just a few minutes after this clip. Really need the WWE right now. These days, a lot of WWE events seem to get, they're bidded for essentially, and it's why it feels like WrestleMania
and SummerSlam in London hasn't really happened. One of the reasons, at least. And of course, Clash, as we say, the first one went to Cardiff. It was a big shock for people. People didn't understand, why it wasn't linking up with Wembley and, the 30th anniversary at the time of Wembley SummerSlam 1992. But they didn't. They went to Cardiff. I had a great time, and it did exactly that. It brought people to Cardiff that might not have gone there before. And really showed them what the city's all about. And again, I'm excited to go back someday. I enjoyed it so much. Then with Glasgow, of course. And don't get me wrong, these are big cities in the UK. But it's drawing eyes away from where the obvious one, which would be London. Now, when they did come to London, they did Money in the Bank. Again, we were privileged enough to be in attendance and cover it on this channel. But of course, it was a much smaller affair. It was the O2 Arena. Now, they've decided to go here with this Clash event in a arena again, but one that is more on par with, I guess, the size of the first Clash event. We talked a moment ago of how it was in Cardiff, of course, at the Principality Stadium. This time round, though, it's indoor. Now, will that affect kind of the grandeur, I guess, if you will, of Clash? I don't think so, because as the quote said just a moment ago, it is it is the biggest indoor venue in the world. Now let's talk a little bit about just how big it is and what WWE can do when it comes to taking advantage of that fact as well. So this is the website for Paris La Défense Arena, and some really interesting notes on here. Now they say they can hold up to 40,000 spectators. Now a little disclaimer for that is specifically for concerts. Now, of course, with the concerts, you're going to have the floor of the arena used up by fans. Essentially, you don't get that with WWE event. You do for the most part, of course, but like you've seen boxing as well, of course, it's going to take up a little bit of room in the middle, and of course WWE got a big old stage. But we're going to come to that in a moment, because there's an interesting note as far as the setup goes to this arena as well, and how WWE can use it to their advantage. You can see a little bit of a hint here, but there's a big old screen on the right hand side there. But 40,000 is what it can reach. I would imagine they're going to be aiming for 30 to 35,000, which is still going to be incredible. I think Clash itself, the first one in Cardiff, was about 44,000, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, gonna be somewhat similar, or has the potential to be. And of course, without the open elements of a stadium, you're not only trying your best to combat weather, you're also doing well to keep that sound within as well. And I'm sure that decibel meter they used at Backlash will get a use here as well, and I'm sure the fans are going to be rocking and ready for this one. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on, but as you can see, it can be adapted, this venue. Predominantly, it's a rugby venue. It's been set up by for the rugby club there to essentially host home games. But of course, as we've just mentioned, it's been used for concerts and things like that. You can go down to 15 or 20,000 spectator venues as well if you want to bring kind of different kind of elements within the stadium, but the arena, I should say. But I'm sure, like I say, WWE are likely to take advantage of what's there. Now, what is there? Let's talk a little bit about that. Cutting edge technology, as you can see, and it's immersive experience. Now, you can see there it's set up for a rugby match, but at the back, you've got this huge screen. And as you can see, it's the largest interactive screen in the world with innovative technology. 14,000 square meters, the equivalent, apparently, of 7 tennis courts. So that's quite big, isn't it? Powered by 48 video projectors, our in-house screen brings you closer to the show. Now, you can imagine WWE going to take advantage of this. Now, they always have big old screens, and that's kind of how their setup has looked for some time, since the HD era, really. But what they can really do here is take advantage of what's already in-house, kind of like they did with SoFi, of course. You have that big screen that wraps around the top of the stadium itself, which is incredible technology. This is another great example of WWE being able to do something like that as well. Now, also, you've got here, you can see the lighting that we've got at this arena in Paris as well. 266 extraordinary, as they say, LED projectors, which offer a lighting power of 1,800 lux, or 3 times the light of a surgeon's table. These are some strange comparisons they're making there, but hey, it tells us it's big, right? And it's shiny and it's bright and it's exciting, and that's what WWE are going to be doing here. Surely look to take advantage of these facilities that this incredible venue seem to have. Now, I've seen some videos online of what it does look like at events. Look them up yourself. The arena, of course, are kind of bigging themselves up there, but there are some great videos of concerts out there as well. We can get a bit of an idea of what it would be like, because of course everybody thinks of Backlash in France last year. And the first thing that springs to mind for most, I'm sure, is AJ Styles getting the phenomenal song, and also Jey Uso's entrance. Now, Jey Uso's entrance is something I want to touch on here, because you saw there, the lighting arrangement alone is going to be a spectacle. Now, you had the screens in, and you had those rowdy French fans, and then international fans who I'm sure will be traveling to the show as well. It is going to be, in my opinion, surely one of the most kind of fan interactive events that we've seen in the recent kind of era. Now, again, while WWE do continue to go internationally, we're seeing more and more these fan bases kind of come out and really just show their love essentially for the product and for WWE and the talents there as well, including unique songs and chants and stuff like that. Of course, it's always been the same when they come over here to the UK as well. And again, privileged enough to be in many of those crowds, but really looking forward to seeing how it goes down in Paris. And who knows, maybe we'll get a bit of content over there as well. Now, I'd say the features are surely one of the biggest drawing points for this arena and for Paris as a whole. Again, interesting that they've gone with a capital city. Now, Paris, of course, recently hosted the Olympic Games. Now, a big part of that was a bit of a problem was the rain. If you remember the Summer Olympics, rain here in Europe, who guessed, it does happen. And you might remember those scenes of the River Seine and stuff like that really kind of taking a battering essentially. But that's the good thing about this being in a venue that's indoors, right? It means they do have the ability to work around issues when it comes to weather and stuff like that. Now, as we mentioned a moment ago, it's not just Clash in the Castle coming to Paris. It will also host Monday Night Raw in the same venue. Be interesting to see how they do that. I assume it's going to be double tickets, packages and stuff like that to pad out Raw as much as they can. Now, of course, when WWE came to the O2 Arena for Money in the Bank, they did it in reverse. It was SmackDown and the PLE itself, Money in the Bank. But SmackDown, of course, can sell well anyway in a venue that size, but to sell out a Raw this size is going to be interesting. So will they keep the same setup? Will they try and force double tickets more than solo tickets in order to kind of get attendance basically the same on both nights? It'll be interesting to see what they do there. Going back to the name itself, though, of course, Clash in Paris. And again, you can see with the logo there, nice little Eiffel Tower in the middle. They've, of course, kept the Clash at the Castle name, but tweaked it. Now, Clash has a bit of history in wrestling anyway, with Clash at Clash of Champions. There we go. That was a bit confusing. I was Night of Champions. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. And their hashtag in recent years for these events have just simply often been WWE Clash. So they can do the same here anyway. They don't really need the castle, but it's strange because I remember on this very channel, myself and Lucas were talking before about how they can use that name in quite a lot of places in Europe with kind of a monarchy history and castles still knocking around, right? France being one. So interesting that they've, I guess, gone to the heart of France here with Paris itself, and they've just decided to drop the castle gimmick. Now, the awkward thing is, at the moment at least, if you Google Clash in Paris or YouTube it or anything like that, most of the results are clashes between rival football fans or at international football events there, or demonstrations and things like that going a little bit and clashes with police and stuff like that. So I do wonder if this is a little bit of CEO magic coming along, where words like Clash in Paris being put together will be much nicer results for the city of Paris, internationally speaking. So I'm not sure if that's part of it. I don't want to get all conspiracy with this here, but we've seen examples of companies and kind of governments doing this sort of thing in the past. But like, I'm not saying they've kind of jumped through a million hoops here to call it Clash in Paris. Like, it's fine. It does make sense. I told you where it is. And often the name of where the PLE is heavily featured in these international events anyway. You know, Bash in Berlin, maybe could have been Clash in Berlin, but I guess the was what they were going for there. Now, as I say, huge news. Be really interested to hear what you guys think of this PLE. Are you looking to go? Are you like me, an international fan who is not too far away from Paris? I mean, there is a train that takes us there under the water, of course, from London, and thinking about scratching that international PLE itch once more, or maybe going to your first ever WWE show. Maybe you live somewhere in France, but you couldn't get to Backlash, and Paris is a little bit more accessible for you. I'll be interested to know how many international fans, but also how many locals, I guess, around France at least, are looking to go to this one here. Again, if it's anything like Backlash in Lyon, it's going to be incredible as far as fan interaction. I think it's something that WWE needs to be really careful of, though, with these international PLEs, and we've talked about quite a lot on the channel, is not kind of making it a glorified house show in some ways, and kind of overly relying on the rabid fan base who are going, this is the first time here, we're going to just appreciate anything that we get. I think there needs to be real storyline progression on these shows. There were a few last year, including Backlash in France, as much as I enjoyed the show, where, if we're honest, like, not a lot happened, you know. So it would be nice to kind of get a bit of storyline progression there instead. But hey, once again, let me know your thoughts on Clash in Paris in the comments.
All right, so again, some clips from our stream a few days ago where we were talking about Clash in Paris. Again, a big announcement. I was talking there about the worry about these international shows is you don't always get storyline progression in them. That's not going to be the same tonight, is it? We're going to have a lot going on with the Royal Rumble. Some of you in the chat as well. See, Sludge Sports is saying, super excited for this Rumble, as am I, mate. I know you've been popping in and out of some of our streams throughout this week, and you'll know just how excited I am as well. But again, that's what these streams are about, right? This build-up show in particular is about getting us and you guys hyped up for the event. So I'm glad you're excited, mate. And yeah, we're a few hours away. Happy says, which time? So it's 5:20 here at the moment, nearly anyway. And it's at 11 o'clock at night. So we are just under, was that 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? Oh, I can count. 5.5 hours away, I guess you could say, wherever you are in the world. So we'll take you all the way up to it. It won't just be me. We'll have special guests later on from the channel and also members of the wrestling media community as well. So Christopher says, thinking of going to Paris for the event in August. I'm from the United States, so I'm hyped. Yeah, that'd be great, Christopher. It would be a nice trip over to Europe for you, I'm sure. Yeah, I do the same. Of course, I'm from the other side of the pond. I've hopped over to the US for Mania a few times, and it's a great way to get kind of two things out of it, right? You go for a big wrestling event and you get to see a new city or town or something like that you might maybe not familiar with, or maybe you're a fan of anyway and you just fancy going back on holiday. It's a great way to do both. Tyler is hyped up, as am I, Tyler, buddy. Thank you so much for joining us in the comments as well. Appreciate that very, very much. Now, of course, tonight's show is obviously on a Saturday night. It's not always been the case. Traditionally, PLEs have been held on Sundays, or pay-per-views as they were back when they were called that, back when they were doing that at least. And that's another interesting thing about Clash in Paris. I'm going to throw it over to a clip again. That's about a minute long, just to kind of touch on that and my thoughts behind that, essentially. And I'll be back in about a minute or two, essentially catching up with more of your comments. So keep them coming down below, guys. Let me know what you're looking forward to at this year's Royal Rumble and what you're thinking about Clash in Paris and the announcement there as well. I've got a few interesting tweets I want to show you, or posts actually very soon that might kind of give us a few hints into some possible surprises tonight as well. So before I do that, again, a few more comments on Clash in Paris.
Of a reasonable time for us, even if we don't attend, watching is going to be a little bit more comfortable for us Europeans, right? So now I'd imagine Americans are getting a little bit more used to the different time zones as far as watching WWE PLEs from overseas. So surely enough kind of data has been out there for WWE to really double down on this and see that it's fine and they're getting enough viewership in the States, whether live or on demand. Of course, the Netflix deal is going to make a big difference internationally. WWE, of course, still part of Peacock in the States. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes as far as viewership. It's a Weekend PLE, of course, as you would expect. But again, the show is now going to take place on a Sunday. Now, I'm not sure if that would have been WWE's kind of ideal. I think surely they would have liked to have done a Saturday night, because if then, Americans are staying up late or anything like that, or getting up early, I'm not quite sure what time it'll be there. They'd have Sunday to relax, right? But no, they're going to have to go to work on Monday if you're doing a regular 9 to 5. So I wonder if it was just a scheduling clash or something like that. Hey, clash. But either way, it's going to be a Sunday PLE, so that's going to be strange. Feels a bit old school, that, doesn't it? Might as well call it a pay-per-view while we're at it. But I'm sure, as I say, it's going to be a good one, and we are going to cover it in depth on this channel as much as we can as we head into August. Of course, we've got SummerSlam around there as well. It's going to be a big, big year. Not just for PLEs, but international shows in general. Of course, several Raws and SmackDowns are going to be hosted live from European cities in lead up to WrestleMania as well. And again, we are well and truly on that road to WrestleMania with our Royal Rumble content this weekend.
All right, so yeah, once again, interesting that they've decided to go with a Sunday night PLE in August there for Clash in Paris. So yeah, let me know what you think, guys. Are you excited about the prospects of this big show taking place in the French capital? Are you like Christopher in the comments, who is looking to head over there, a trip from the US over to France for it as well? I'm sure the French government will be very happy hearing that it's going to hopefully bring a tourism boom to them, as all these international PLEs do as well. And of course, the current show we're talking about tonight in Indianapolis, of course, while inside the States, is part of part of the country that doesn't usually get big PLEs. Well, you won't be saying that in a few years' time, because they're apparently getting Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, and SummerSlam. We're not sure when the other two are going to be, but already they've really kind of put a huge welcome on, essentially, for wrestling fans. You may have seen some of the comments going around online from people that have been there. They've got street names renamed essentially for wrestlers. I saw there was a thing at the airport, I believe, where you could make signs for wrestlers and stuff like that, just posters, banners, and everything like that, all over Indianapolis. Now, WWE do that whenever they go to a city for a big show, don't get me wrong, but like, they've really gone all out in Indianapolis, so it's really cool to see. Tyler says Raw after Clash is also in France, so Raw could start at a different time too. I don't know. Yeah, great point, actually. Now, usually when they do these sort of shows internationally, they'll tape it though. Like when I've had the privilege of going to a few here in London, and one attached to a PLE. It was a SmackDown, if you remember, at Money in the Bank a few years ago. We were doing some press work and stuff like that for Rebellious Noise, but we got to go to SmackDown as well, and it was a few hours before you saw it on TV, essentially. So it was pre-taped. So they might do a similar thing, essentially, Tyler, when it comes to the Paris Raw there. But either way, excited to see that as well, right? Christopher says, who do you have winning the Women's Royal Rumble tonight? No one really gives much thought to that. I'm not giving too much thought because I have a straightforward answer, mate. And it's because I think it is the only one I can predict, and that's Charlotte. I think Charlotte's winning it tonight. Look, we'll break down that in more detail as we go throughout the night. Again, we are here for many hours, guys, and I'd love to keep going through your comments and stuff like that as well. So make sure you keep getting them in, and we're going to break down not just what I think, not just what you think of the Women's Royal Rumble, but other members of the Rebellious Noise team is what I was trying to say, and also our friends from the wrestling media that are going to be joining us throughout tonight's stream as well. Now, I mentioned a moment ago, I want to show you some tweets as well that are quite interesting. We're going to get into surprises very kind of deep in just a moment, but a few little updates I've seen about surprises are going to be flashing up on screen now. So the first one I'm going to show you is a tweet from Matt Cardona, the former Zack Ryder, that simply says, "I hear ya." Now, it doesn't say a lot, does it? But he's been putting a few tweets out there and basically saying exactly that, or hinting exactly that. Look, I'm in Indianapolis. Is he just taking advantage of the hype that he knows is around his name at the moment? Or is it because he's having a little subtle nod and he's going to be there? I'm not sure if the "I hear you" makes me feel more confident or less confident, but you'll see my thoughts on that in more detail very soon, because I'm going to show you some clips of me breaking down basically each and every one of the rumors going around Royal Rumble surprises tonight as well. Sam Smith Yes, buddy. See you around 9 o'clock. He's going to be hopping on the stream later on as well. So looking forward to getting Sam's comments here. A friend from the wrestling media world. Go check those guys out at Give Me a Whole Yeah and WrestleSphere, representing those two brands on tonight's stream as well. Looking forward to that, mate. And again, a few more of our friends from the wrestling media world as well. Another tweet I want to show you. Let me just get this ready. Is from one I didn't expect to be mentioning, and that is none other than Maria Kanellis, or Maria Kanellis Bennett, as she goes by these days. She simply shared a photograph of herself making her way down the ramp into a Royal Rumble match. Now, this could be simply reminiscent. It's Rumble Day, right? If I'd been in the Rumble, I'd be looking back at fond memories like that as well. But she did recently announce that she's just left AEW. Now, while her husband is still there, and she made clear a clear note of that, she is no longer linked. Now, I don't personally think she's going to be showing up tonight, I have to be honest, but I did think it was an interesting tweet. And you know what we're like here on the Build Up Show. We want to keep you up to date with all the kind of rumors flying about there. So, yeah, I thought I'd let you know. Anyway, Tyler has read my mind. You know it, buddy. Chris Masters has also posted something. Let me get that ready for you as well, mate. This one I'm really excited about because it's not someone I mentioned on the kickoff streams we did last night, but it's someone I'd be very, very pleased to see. And there it is, a photograph of Chris Masters simply saying Indianapolis. Now, a lot of people were just, again, like Cardona might be also doing, just taking advantage of the fact there are, you know, lots of wrestling events going on in town. This happens at WrestleMania week, it happens now at SummerSlam, happens at Royal Rumble as well. Maybe he's just basically trying to get his name in the hat as far as predictions and things like that so that people start talking about him. And hey, I'm not against that, but I'd love to actually see him show up. I was a big fan of Chris Masters. He is a great kind of callback to that ruthless aggressions going into PG era as well. But yeah, really, really enjoyed his work. And yeah, I'd love to see him back. I think he's kind of done really well in the independent scene, and he's mentioned it quite clearly that he'd like to come back as well. Tony Clown Khan, that's a bit of a mean name, but you got a nice message, so we're gonna do it. So today is Chinese Lunar New Year. I'm here to wish you all good health and good luck in the new year of the year of the snake. Thank you very much, really appreciate that, buddy. Well wishes to you and your loved ones as well. And yeah, there we go. Happy Chinese New Year, everybody. And hopefully we'll continue celebrating that with tonight's huge Royal Rumble show and this huge build-up stream. Like I say, I'm live at the moment, but I'll be showing you some clips from myself throughout the week, kind of my original predictions really, and then I'll be back later on as well for another live portion where I'll be breaking it down with again more members of the Rebellious Noise team and our friends from the media. Tyler says Carly did come back in a Rumble, so I'd like Chris Masters to come in as well. I agree with you, mate. They had a very similar career, right, from the similar kind of period. I think they even teamed together for a bit, if I'm not mistaken. Always a big fan of Carlito, loved his return. Yeah, we're going to break down returns in more detail. Don't you worry. I promised it earlier on and it is coming. But while I'm off air, don't worry. I am still in the background. I'm working away. I'm reading your comments and I'll reply to them as we go throughout this stream as well. But I want to give them justice and I want to break them down fully when I physically come back on air in front of the camera as well. So don't you worry if your comment doesn't get the answer you're looking for just yet. Keep them coming, guys. I promise you I will be back in just a moment. But this is a long old night. Strap in. We've got a lot to talk about and something we weren't quite in depth on our original streams earlier this week. Would be, of course, surprises and things like that. Now, we're talking both the men's Rumble and we are talking the women's Royal Rumble as well. And you would have seen this if you tuned into our weekend kickoff show yesterday. But if you didn't do that, don't you worry, because right now we're going to throw it over to me from yesterday, talking about each and every one of those predicted surprises. And there are some great ones in there. So stay tuned, guys, and I'll see you live again in just a little while. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott and we are here to kick off the weekend of Royal Rumble. We've got loads to go through, including last-minute predictions and kind of guesses about surprise entrances and things like that. And, of course, a pretty interesting card to break down as well. We're going to be doing all that right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
So yeah, we are here to kick off Royal Rumble weekend. Really enjoy doing these kickoff streams on the weekends. Of course, we've got the kickoff watch along to do as well. But right now, we're basically just getting ourselves in the mood for what this weekend has in store for us, and it looks to be a pretty big one. We've got loads of surprises to kind of run through and kind of talk about how likely they are at this moment in time. But again, a big card to talk about. I say big in the sense that it's a kind of they're all big matches, right? But it's not big in the sense of how many matches there are. There are only 4 matches on this card. And yes, 2 of them are Rumble matches and they're huge. And another one is a 2 out of 3 falls match. So I guess technically that's going to go to the third fall, right? You could say that's 6 matches. There you go, quick maths. But not only that, we do have a fourth, if we're just counting it that way, to talk about as well. So big show to break down throughout the weekend. Again, we are going to be with you with multiple streams. So if you are watching live, thank you for watching on demand. Thank you very much as well. Or if you're watching this part on the replay of the build-up show, thank you for joining us either way. It's again going to be a really interesting show to break down. Let's get into some of the surprises in a little bit, but first of all, we're just going to kind of run through the card overall. So we'll talk about, of course, the men's rumble, the women's rumble, the 2 out of 3 falls match as well, and yeah, just kind of talk about what we think is going to happen on the show itself. So let me just get our graphics up here, and let's break into some of these. Of course, on top of that, you got a WWE Championship match where it's kind of champion versus champion, but not really, because Kevin Owens is walking around with a title that he doesn't actually own. He just stole, and really it's just a secondary representation of the one that we see there, of course, on Cody's shoulder anyway. So we've got a world title, or WWE title, I should say, match to break down, as well as 2 out of 3 falls, and like I say, 2 Royal Rumble matches. But let's go through them one by one. This one here, the 2 out of 3 falls match, really interesting that they've managed to put this on the card, and again, surely in place of a 5th match as well. So I'd imagine this is going to get a decent amount of time on the show. You would imagine a stipulation time match like this. I mean, really, they're all kind of big gimmicky matches, right? You've got 2 Rumble matches, a ladder match, and the 2 out of 3 falls. The only thing different here is that the 2 out of 3 falls doesn't have stipulations within it. Otherwise, this would really be a heavily kind of gimmicky themed night if it isn't already. Yeah, like I say, ladder match, really looking forward to seeing what happens there. And of course, as always, the women's Royal Rumble and the men's Royal Rumble, some of the most exciting matches in the WWE calendar. Now, myself, Rob, and Dan have given our original predictions for this show as well. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to play those, and then I'm going to refer back to those in just a moment and react and see if my opinion might have changed as we've now moved a few days away from those original predictions. So let's have a look at our predictions from earlier. 2025 predictions, let's do it. Starting off first with the 2 out of 3 falls tag team title match between DIY and the Motor City Machine Guns. Now, I've been really impressed with what those 2 teams have been doing lately, and I feel that this is going to be quite a big match. A bit of a shock though, right? They've barely featured the tag titles on anything other than the weekly shows, so to see it on a PLE is one thing, to make it surely going to 3 falls is quite another. We're basically getting 3 matches in one there, right? After not being on a PLE for ages. Well, I think this time we will see the Motor City Machine Guns coming out on top. The feud's been great so far. It's all been about making DIY look like naughty heels and make the Machine Guns look like the deserving baby faces who have come in recently to WWE. And I think what better way to solidify them as a top tier tag team in the WWE than giving him a huge win on such a big PLE. So I think Motor City Machine Guns are going to be your new tag team champions.
Motor City Machine Guns versus DIY. Now look, I've liked the build up of this feud. I think DIY stealing it from MCMG was a perfect way for it to kind of keep this feud bubbling and building. It's going to go one apiece, so I feel like Motor City Machine Guns will probably get the first pin, and then DIY will get the second, and it will come down to the third fall, I think, which is going to be a guarantee. My overall prediction though, I think Motor City Machine Guns walk out as new champions. However, this is the end of DIY. I think DIY, we lose them. DIY destructs at Royal Rumble.
The tag team championship match between the Motor City Machine Guns and DIY, and into a 3 falls match. Champions going into this are DIY. DIY are coming out of this with the championship still with the I reckon there will be some interference, probably in like the second thing, in the form of someone pretty deadly or street profit, something like that.
And up next is the Charlotte Flair show. I mean, the Women's Royal Rumble. Bit of a spoiler there, I guess. I've come out and said it already. Charlotte Flair surely is winning the Women's Rumble. I can't really see an obvious pick beyond Charlotte Flair. They have been airing vignettes for her return, specifically at the Rumble. We know she's in the Rumble. It's not going to be a surprise, so I think she's probably just going to win it. Now, my reason for this is because I think it looks like they probably are going to be setting up her versus Tiffany Stratton at WrestleMania. Feels like a big time WrestleMania match, doesn't it? Now, personally, I'm looking forward to having her back. I think she's a great performer. While there have been claims over the years of her being pushed too much, her talent does kind of justify it, right? But it's a very frequent thing. So her coming back and winning the Rumble, I think will get a bit of fan backlash if that is the case, which is a bit of a shame. But at the same time, I don't know what else they would do.
For the Women's Royal Rumble match, it could be Becky. She could return. There's rumours going around that AJ Lee could return. I love the rumour mill. It's one of my favourite things for Royal Rumble because you don't know who's going to win, who's going to be there. For me, there's only be one person, I think one person being victorious, and I think it's Charlotte Flair.
Then we go to the Women's Royal Rumble. I think this one's cut and dry that it's going to be a Charlotte Flair win, you know. As much as I don't want it to, I do think Charlotte Flair is coming out of this as the winner and will go on to WrestleMania to face Tiffany Stratton and put an end to Tiffy time potentially.
Now, WWE title is on the line in a ladder match. Old school, right? IC belt and IC belt. No, this time it's going to be the Winged Eagle and current WWE Championship, as Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens, who also lays claim to the title, will be looking to climb the ladder and surely have that iconic image of grabbing both. Well, who will it be that grabs both titles? None other than Cody Rhodes, surely, right? It doesn't feel like this is the time they're going to take the title off of him. And Kevin Owens seems to quite often get in these positions, right? Where he's that kind of wrestler that gets you to that next point, or that wrestler that's being used at the Royal Rumble in this position already. We've seen that before as well. So, yeah. While I've enjoyed the feud, it just feels obvious. Now, if Kevin did win, it'd be a massive shock, be a bit of a swerve, and hey, I'd kind of be up for it. I don't really see it happening.
Kevin Owens versus Cody Rhodes for the WWE Championship. Man, with the way this has been building, I feel like the perfect person to win this would be Kevin Owens. It would make sense in that way, because Kevin has kind of, he's had a bit of run through what's been going on, not that he's a champion. I've not really enjoyed Cody's, like his run at all. Same as Gunther's. It's been a bit hit and miss. So I'm kind of edging more towards Kevin Owens. That being said, what your heart thinks and what your mind thinks are two different things. My heart wants Owens because I'd love to see him have a run with that title, especially him walking around with the Winged Eagle one. But I just don't see it happening. I think it's going to be a gnarly match, but Cody Rhodes is walking out still champion.
Next up is the WWE Championship ladder match between Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens. Now, interesting note actually on the Raw this week was that there was all mention of people going after Cody for the title, no mention of potentially Kevin Owens. So that makes me think it's going to be a Cody Rhodes victory.
Now, the men's Royal Rumble. Now, don't worry, we will get into surprise entrances and returns and things like that on our build-up show. But here, I'm just going to let you know who I think is going to win the Royal Rumble. And I think that will be CM Punk. Now, there are other strong candidates. I know John Cena with his final year. You could probably make a point for Sami Zayn, Seth Rollins getting back in that title picture, Roman Reigns, of course, forcing himself back into a main event as well, potentially going after Cody or Kevin Owens. Or maybe it is Kevin Owens that wins the title and it throws a spanner in the works here as well. But I think CM Punk is the one at the moment that feels like the safest bet about who he could go to WrestleMania and face. So I'm going to go with CM Punk winning the Royal Rumble.
And the men's Royal Rumble match. There's too many names. We've had this discussion on the live shows. If you've watched them, if you've had the chance to tune in, then you'll know that there's so many names kind of floating around at the top who it could literally be anyone. The names are being thrown around: Roman Reigns, Drew McIntyre, CM Punk, John Cena again is another one, Seth Rollins. There's too many names to throw in, like to just randomly throw out them and think, okay, this is who he's going to be and where the story is going to go. After watching Monday Night Raw, I think we may be going Cody versus Punk, and if that's the case, that means Punk would have to win the Royal Rumble. Now, Punk hasn't done that yet. He's been a Money in the Bank holder. Obviously, he had a long run with the WWE Championship. There's not much more he has left to really prove, and obviously he wants to be a WrestleMania main event, so I'm going CM Punk. But I would love it to be someone so random and obscure that it'll really throw everything, as a curveball, and we'll see what happens. But I'm going CM Punk.
And finally, the men's Royal Rumble. Now I think this field is a little bit bigger. I think we've got John Cena, Seth Rollins, CM Punk. All three men that could win this. But I think in his final year, I'm going to have to go with John Cena.
All right, so those were our predictions from earlier on this week, and I got to be honest, for the most part, I don't think I would change any of mine. Of course, predicting Royal Rumbles is always challenging anyway. Even though I feel pretty confident, it could go anywhere. I mean, literally on the night, throughout the show, and throughout the Rumble matches themselves, your predictions can go all over the place. But as things currently stand, I feel the same way about my original predictions, especially on those Rumble matches. Great, of course, to see Rob's predictions there and Dan's as well. Let me know if you agree, by the way, like comments that we've made there that you disagree with, or that you do actually kind of agree and think is going to happen at the Royal Rumble this weekend. We've got a comment in the chat as well. Lil Fettuccini, apologies if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Profits will interfere, of course. Rob said that in his prediction for DIY / Motor City Machine Guns match, and it does kind of feel like that is a possibility. Of course, they've been in and out of this feud in various ways. Of course, so pretty deadly, I believe, lately as well. So it'd be interesting to see if all 2/3 falls go without interference. Goddess Nikki Cross says Damian Sandow returns to Royal Rumble. Damian Sandow is a great show, actually. I'd love to see the intellectual savior of the masses return. Of course, a great possibility of a cameo, maybe with Cody Rhodes, with former Team Rhodes Scholars, or even maybe with The Miz from his time as Miz Dow, the stunt double. But yeah, I was always a big fan of Damian Sandow's work, so that'd be cool to see someday. We're getting to that stage where people from that era, right, are being discussed as returns. It can't be too close, which we'll touch on a little bit, as far as how long away from WWE they've been. It can't be too short, but also started to get to the era, I think, of, I guess, the late 2000s and early 2010s, where there are people from that era who are likely to come back for a one and done sort of thing. And again, we'll get to some examples of those very soon on the stream. But thanks for your comments, guys. Please keep them coming in. And again, throughout the weekend, we're going to get us and you guys hyped up, hopefully, for the Royal Rumble. But it's not that hard. Our jobs are easier when it comes to a PLE like this, because you've got such incredible matches to break down and kind of get excited about. Something that was said in the men's Royal Rumble, for my part at least, was that I just think CM Punk, even though you've got these different options, is going to win. Now, Dan went for a different winner. He went for John Cena, but that's the beauty of this Rumble. I genuinely think, as sure as I feel about CM Punk, I wouldn't be that surprised if it was John Cena. You know, if The Rock came back, I guess it could be The Rock. There's Seth Rollins, there's Sami Zayn, there's Drew McIntyre, there's Roman Reigns, as I mentioned again in my original prediction, who certainly would have a claim to jump at that top spot once again. Goddess Nick Cross says again, Wade Barrett will wear the Nexus t-shirt in the Royal Rumble. Oh, Wade Barrett is a great call. And again, really goes back to the era, doesn't it, that we were talking about. I'm surprised they didn't lean into that Drew and the kind of rumor of a feud with Drew already. But I'd love to see him come back. And maybe that's what Drew does. Maybe that's what happens going into WrestleMania, because I feel like Drew deserves something big. But the card is so kind of full at the top at the moment that I don't think he's going to get in any of those spots. So to give him something, I guess, worthwhile or make him feel, I guess, happy is to do maybe something with Barrett, and maybe it's Barrett's official retirement or something like that if he loses, or whatever it may be. If Barrett's in you know, condition to get back, then man, I'd love to see it, and that would be a great little feud. One that I feel like they've lent away from for a bit, so maybe it wouldn't be so obvious, but there's definitely, of course, history there, whether you go to the feud with Punk recently or go back to their history, and that's what they alluded to within that feud anyway, as far as them being friends, but having a little bit of tension, right? Let's get into it though, right? Let's get into some of these potential returns. And I'm loving these suggestions in the comments, by the way, guys. Keep them coming as well. But let's get into potential returns. Now, Stephanie McMahon went on the Pat McAfee show, and she said that there will be surprises and that she doesn't know all of them. Now, take that as you will. I hope that means we can safely say we'll get a few, because last year, if I'm honest, what did we really get? It wasn't much last year, was it? And a lot of these names that I'm going to go through in a moment were kind of batted around last year to varying degrees as well. And it was a little disappointed, I have to be honest, that we came away from that Rumble not getting too many surprises, you know, as far as returns or debuts or anything like that. But there is a lot of potential this year, as there is with every year, and I'm hoping this year's going to be different. As I say, Stephanie McMahon's gone on record now apparently saying, look, there are a few planned, I don't even know them, which kind of would let the fans down quite a bit if it ended up being like last year, right? So you got to feel that if she's coming out saying something like that, then it must be for good reason. Let's start with some of the potential returns and surprises, or debuts even, in the men's Royal Rumble. And I've got a little list here, and I'm going to run through them and kind of just talk about my thoughts about how likely I think they are, and I guess where we could go if a return did happen for these wrestlers. Goddess Nick Cross says, imagine if Damian Sandow returns as Grayson Waller. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Yeah, he kind of would fit into that little kind of section of the show, right? That section of the roster. You know, I think Theory and Waller would be a great way to kind of use him. Actually, that's actually a good shout, mate. Now let's get to some of the names that are flying around at the moment. The first one I'm going to get to is one I don't see being too likely, but at the same time wouldn't be massively surprising considering the landscape of the wrestling world at the moment, and that is Dolph Ziggler, aka Nick Nemeth. Now, of course, he just lost the world title to Joe Hendry, say his name, and I'm sure he'll appear in just a moment with another potential surprise entrant. But for now, let's talk about the person he beat again. Dolph Ziggler. This is a great example of someone that hasn't been away from WWE for that long, and even if he did come back, what name do they pick? Mustafa Ali, of course, has just re-signed for TNA as well. Not that I'm expecting him to show up. I think if either of them did, it'd be more likely Ziggler out of the two. But it kind of muddies the water a little bit, right? Now we'll get to naming on another person later on who I think might actually have a good chance of coming back and what they might use as far as their name goes. But sticking to Dolph at the moment, I don't see it being super likely. Would I like to see it? Yeah, I was a big fan of Dolph Ziggler. But at the same time, I do feel like he maybe needs to step back from WWE for a little bit longer for it to be impactful. Pun not intended there. Of course, his time in TNA has been pretty cool. Good for TNA, good for him and his career, I feel. But crossing over, this is the awkward thing with the TNA partnership now, right? Crossing over with ex-WWE stars is a potential kind of messy point, right? Now, the next one I'm going to get to is a combo, right? And that is Matt and Jeff Hardy. Now, Matt and Jeff Hardy, again, now in TNA, been in and around the tag team division, of course, there for a while. Seeing them come back to WWE feels like something that we are likely to see, but within the TNA ecosystem, they seem to suggest that you never know, but is that just wrestlers doing wrestler stuff, right? I don't know. Again, the TNA thing feels like it's an opportunity to bring people in, but feels like it's more of an opportunity to bring in new stars. And maybe if you were going to use people like Matt and Jeff Hardy, it'd be in something like NXT in the future or something like that. I don't know. But look, seeing them come out of the Rumble, either one of them would be cool. The two of them, really cool. Don't get me wrong. Do I think it's going to happen? Maybe. You know what? More likely than Dolph Ziggler is what I'll say. Now, the next one is, I guess, you know what, a wrestler somewhat similar to Ziggler as far as eras go, and very tight as far as it seems friendship and their time on the WWE roster, is Matt Cardona, or Zack Ryder. Call him what you will. We've actually done a video on this very channel discussing at length, actually, what a Zack Ryder / Matt Cardona return to WWE might actually look like. So if you haven't seen that already, please go and check that out on this very channel. We basically broke down whether or not he would stick to the Matt Cardona character, whether or not he'd go into full Zack Ryder mode, or does he become Zack Cardona? So if you haven't already, check that video out on this very channel for a little preview into you know, what we think about that. That's pretty much what I do think. I do think it would be a mix if he came back at the Royal Rumble, which I would really like to see. I was always a big fan of Zack Ryder. I've enjoyed what he's done since leaving WWE as well. Whether or not it meant a full-time slot on the roster for him, I don't know, but I would like to see that happen because I think he's deserved, I guess, another opportunity, reinventing himself. And this is why we're having these conversations about what does he look like when he comes back. With Dolph, it was more like, what name does he use? But Cardona is using a completely different character in some ways. I mean, even on his indie run, he's kind of twisted and turned a little bit as far as his presentation. So look, I'd really like to see it. Him with Chelsea Green would be really fun as well. Speaking of which, I know Cardona has been playing around with the fans, if you will, on social media. So let me just see if I can bring this up for you now. Of course, he did a few interviews recently. I think one with Chris Van Vliet, where he's basically saying, look, of course I want to go back to WWE and I want it to be right. He's in recent months, of course, well, I say a little bit longer than that, actually. He dressed, well, he didn't dress up as his wife, but he wore a championship out on the Indies. And then he started tweeting the other day about the Royal Rumble favorite moments. He was talking about his, you know, what people's favorite eliminations. He come up with Rikishi eliminating Too Cool in the year 2000, which is actually one of my favorite eliminations in the Royal Rumble, one of my favorite Royal Rumble moments overall. But then he also shared this on social media. Let me just get up for you. Here we go. There it is. And look at the, I would say tweet, but you know, it says then, now, forever together, of course, in reference to WWE's signature at the start of the show. Tags his wife, Chelsea Green, and the photograph, as you can see, is of the two of them there. Definitely not real. The one on the left was taken quite some time ago, but of course they're both as US champion, which is a nice little nod. So maybe it's just about that. Maybe it's a kind of little hint that he is coming back, or maybe Zack Ryder, aka Matt Cardona, is doing, as we said with the Hardy Boys, wrestler things, right? Of just kind of working the fans and getting his name out there, because as long as there's interest around him, even if he's not coming back, that'll be a spike in his merch sales and bookings, you would imagine, right? Another comment here from Goddess Nikki Cross says, Matt Hardy brings his broken gimmick in the Rumble and eliminates Dominic Mysterio. Yeah, it would be cool to see broken Matt Hardy back, even with them, right? Yeah, with the Hardy Boys, if they came back into it, how do they do it? It would be cool to see. But yeah, going back to Matt Cardona, apparently he's in town for a convention anyway. There are strong rumors come from people outside of WWE around him, it seems, maybe possibly in a circle. I don't know. Apparently out there at the moment anyway, saying that, you know, it could happen. But whether or not it does, I don't know. I'll be honest with you, I was more convinced last year and the year before, and also around Raw after WrestleMania, that he would be a return. Things have quietened down for him, I feel, in the past year. But I would still love to see it. And I do think it's still a possibility. And it would be nice, right? It would be nice to have those two back together. And this time on the WWE main roster as well. Now, we said his name earlier on. We said he'd probably appear on the stream. Here he is. Not actually, but in the form of another prediction, of course. And that is Joe Hendry. Now, I think this one is actually really likely. Joe Hendry is someone who has made waves in the wrestling world over the past couple of years, really. We have the privilege of interviewing Joe Hendry quite a while back now, actually, when he was working for World of Sport Wrestling on the main Rebellious Noise channel. If you're unfamiliar with us here at Rebellious Noise, this is the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We have a series of channels, essentially, on different kind of topics. You're with us today talking wrestling, but sometimes we talk football or food. So we've also got the main Rebellious Noise channel. We have an interview of him from about nearly 6 years ago now, I believe. Maybe even 6 years ago, and talking about his journey back then. And even then, he had a great story, let alone now. Again, just like hype around Cardona, I feel has fizzled a little bit. Hype has certainly fizzled a little bit lately around Joe Hendry, but I think that might actually be not on purpose, but kind of, maybe on purpose, because he was like hot stuff, right? Just before he even got featured on NXT, which is why they did it. But TNA didn't quite pull the trigger with him. They didn't give him the title when everybody expected him to get the title. And now they've done it. It's kind of like when they brought in, didn't they bring in Mickie James as Knockouts champion? I think they did. And even Jordan Grace, who we might touch on later on as well, as a champion in TNA. So bringing him in with a title kind of helps TNA even more, basically, because, again, a lot of this partnership has seemed a way for WWE to go, oh, we like you, let's bring you over here. Again, which we'll touch on in just a moment. Goddess Nikki Crust, thanks for your comments, buddy. Says, Chris Jericho returns at Royal Rumble with Attitude Era gimmick. You're getting real specific with these ones, buddy. Look, I've always been a big fan of Chris Jericho. It's not going to happen. I think it will happen one day, if I'm honest. I think he will be back in WWE once again. And talk about a guy with many different gimmicks he could return as. He'd probably return as something completely different if his history is anything to go by. But guys, keep your comments coming. I want to know who you think is going to show up at this year's Royal Rumble. Who's going to be the surprise entrant? And what do you think of the Royal Rumble card overall? Yes, it's a small one, but it's a big one at the same time, if you kind of get my meaning there. Now, let's go back to some of these predictions, guys. Moving on from Joe Hendry, as I say, I think it's a very likely one, and I'd like to see it. The next one, talk about like to see. I would love to see the return of Big E. Now, of course, there's potential here because of the storyline going around his former friends and former colleagues, I guess you will, in the New Day, Xavier Woods and Kofi Kingston. But at the same time, we didn't see him. It wasn't too long ago that we actually saw him on WWE TV, right? So it wouldn't be as much of a shock. But if they were somehow in the ring and he came out to kind of bring justice to things, and yeah, maybe, but it doesn't feel like it needs to happen at the Royal Rumble. Whereas Big E returning before this storyline felt like, oh, that would be so cool to see it at the Royal Rumble, right? I just don't know, even if he's well enough to do that, even if his career is going to go in that direction, I don't know if storyline-wise now is the right time, because they've basically made him lose and just look bad anyway. So, yeah, I'm just not sure if that's the case. Would like to see it. Hey, if I'm going out of 10 on this as how much I'd like to see it, then 10 out of 10, because it would mean so much. Talking about someone we interviewed in the past, it was actually on this very channel, but we got to chat to Big E when he was WWE champion, which was such a privilege. He was such a nice guy to us and gave us a fantastic interview, as you can imagine. So charismatic, really, really funny. And just had a great conversation with the guy. So if you haven't seen that already, please check that out on this very channel. And for kind of fandom reasons and also personal reasons, because of how nice he was to us and how much of a good bloke he seems, I'd love to see a happy ending in some ways, I guess, with a return to WWE fit and healthy for Big E. So we'll see what happens there. I think he's going to factor back into the storyline again. I just don't know how, I don't know when, and don't know what capacity. But look, I'd love to see it back. I'm going to give this a 50-50. We'll see. Now, next up is another one that I'd really, really like to see, but no one really seems to know if it's at all a possibility, which I think makes it more intriguing because it could be a huge surprise. And that is Aleister Black, aka Malachi Black, if you've been watching AEW. Now, a return to WWE is, I think, set, in my opinion. I think that's something that they would want, he would want, and it's probably gonna happen. I hope he comes back with his old theme song, as in, you know, the one he used in NXT, that incredible song. I know they've been giving a lot of people new themes lately, but sometimes when they bring people back, they give them their old theme song, like Naomi, like Carlito, and then they give him a new one again. Hope that wouldn't happen if he came back, because I think the old one's the best one. But let's just get to whether or not it would happen. I don't think it's that likely, because all kind of rumors online suggest it's February, March, potentially, when he's out of contract with AEW. And apparently he's still less listed on their active roster page on their website. So that kind of drops it by quite a bit, I feel, because they'd want to kind of, if he shows up tonight and he's still on their page, that's not a good look, right? But tonight, it's not tonight, it's tomorrow. But if you're watching this replayed on the build-up show on Saturday, hey, it is tonight, just to confuse us with timelines. But look, yeah, this is one I'd love to see. If it happens at the Rumble, I'd be thrilled. And if he came out to his old song, I'd be over the moon. And the presentation would feel so cool. It just shows, right, what new environment can do, right? A lot of these guys, when they left WWE, I was so excited to see what they do in AEW, and they had this kind of aura around them. And now those same people, I'm like, wow, what's it going to be like when they get back to the WWE? It just shows you again the difference of environment. Charlie Haas returns as Austin Theory. Hey, look, you've got two great examples there of wrestlers who have dressed up as wrestlers in the past, right? Going after a tag team. I love it. It's not going to happen though, right? Surely not. Let's get back to some hopefully more realistic returns. And this is another great example of someone coming back off of the injury list. A lot of rumors lately that suggest that this person may be cleared to return this weekend, and that is AJ Styles. There was talk a while ago that he was on his way out, essentially heading into retirement from WWE at least, and they kind of did his retirement tour storyline apparently. Now, you've got that going on for the whole year now with John Cena. This is kind of awkward. Maybe it would have been wrapped up by now of AJ Styles if he hadn't got injured. If you look back to that footage of him being, you know, becoming injured, you can see how frustrated he was. A real shame. Now, I'd like to see him back. I don't know where to go with him. Like, let's be honest, the past 4 or 5 years, not much has happened. Like the Boneyard match, which was incredible, was the last like big thing he did. And hey, it's one of the biggest things you can do in wrestling, so it's hard to top that. Don't get me wrong, you know, having the honor to retire the Undertaker at a very strange WrestleMania. But still, what an honor it would have been. Now, I'm hoping he comes back. It won't be the most kind of, oh my gosh, it's AJ, you know, because that was when he first came out at the Royal Rumble. But it'd be a nice little nod to that if he kind of ends his WWE career with a return at the Royal Rumble. I'm not saying he will retire at the Rumble, but I'm saying, you know, this portion of his career kicks off essentially with a return at the Royal Rumble. So yeah, I actually think it is pretty likely if all things surrounding his health are to be believed. Wade Barrett will bring back the Nexus. Look, I was a big fan of the Nexus, I'll be honest. There were also rumors a few years ago, weren't there, that the Nexus were going to come back and do something around WrestleMania. And then I can't even remember what it was now, but it apparently got, you know, cancelled. So that's a real shame. I think it was around the anniversary of the Nexus. Nexus was completely wasted. That night they debuted was one of my favorite nights in wrestling history. And that night they lost at SummerSlam. Probably one of my least favorite, you know, and the many times that they succumbed to John Cena, also up there with some of my least favorite times. But let's move on from the men's Royal Rumble and possible surprises, and of course talk about the women's Royal Rumble and possible surprises going into there. So once again, we're talking debuts, we're talking returns, any form of surprise really. Again, keep your comments coming, guys. I'd love to know what you think as far as the card for Royal Rumble again, and who you think might show up on this momentous occasion. But let's break down some of the most common rumors flying around the women's Royal Rumble at the moment. Now, one will be someone we've seen actually appear in the women's Rumble as a surprise already, Jordynne Grace. Now, Jordynne Grace has just finished with TNA. You'd imagine it's because she's about to sign properly now with WWE, even though they're working together. Interesting to see how that goes forward. But it looks like she is essentially going to be joining WWE anyway. So what better way to re-debut, I guess, than tonight as a WWE member of the roster, which they could really hype up on commentary. So I actually think it is very likely, if we're going out of 10, maybe a 7 or 8 out of 10. The only hesitation there is that she's done the Rumble thing already, and maybe they would want to bring her in elsewhere, maybe just straight on NXT or Raw, SmackDown. I don't know where she'd fit into the fold. I guess we could find out this weekend, though. So Jordan Grace, I think, is pretty likely, even though she's been putting out on social media plane tickets or, images of at least plain information that she's set to be on because she's visiting her mom or something for her birthday. I don't buy it. We know how these wrestlers work. Next up is a return. Again, I'd like to see most of these, if I'm honest, and that is Nikki Bella. I liked that she was featured on the Raw Netflix debut and around those kind of celebrations. It was really cool to see her back, and it would be nice to see her go back to WWE. I know there was a bit of a sour kind of departure, it seemed, for her and Brie, but it would be cool if we got a return from Nikki Bella at the Royal Rumble. I think Nikki Bella is someone, and Brie, but I think more so Nikki, that improved incredibly in an era where the women's division was kind of leaving them behind. They were featured quite heavily at a time where they didn't need to do, I don't want to downplay it, they didn't need to do as much. It was still a time when the WWE weren't using women in a way that they should have, or that they would end up using them, I guess. And that started to change. The women's evolution started to happen while these two were still in the company and still being used heavily. And Nikki Bella, I remember, was the champion. I think going into Evolution, she was the champ. And yeah, I think really elevated her game, and I think deserves a lot of respect. Both of them do. I think what they did in WWE, they are legends now. I know this is strange. If you would have shown someone this 10 years ago, I think maybe more than 10 years ago, let's say 15 years ago. Cool, I'm getting old. They would have laughed at it essentially. And I think that just goes to show how great their careers actually were. So yeah, a return from Nikki Bella, I think, would be well deserved and quite well enjoyed. Now, the one that's going around the most, and isn't that surprising, I guess, is because she's due a return, surely, is Becky Lynch. Loads of rumors last year around her contract status. Of course, her husband is working with WWE. She seems to be in good relationship with WWE. So you'd imagine she will be coming back to WWE. This isn't 2, 3, 4 years ago where you'd expect a hot agent to be tempted by going elsewhere. Let's be honest, things aren't quite where they were a few years ago because WWE have turned things around and AEW haven't kept up, I'll be honest. As much as, I'm happy about competition, all this kind of stuff. Let's be real. Becky Lynch is more likely to come back to WWE. Will it happen at the Royal Rumble? I think, again, it is likely. It's going into WrestleMania season. We don't know if she signed a new contract or anything like that, or the reasons why she hadn't signed it last year. But I would imagine she'd be returning to WWE. And I think this is actually one that's probably the most likely return. I'm saying I'm going to give this a 9 or a 10 out of 10 even for likelihood to return to the Women's Royal Rumble for Becky Lynch. Now, moving on to, I think, the one that is the most exciting in the women's division as far as this rumor is going all over the place. And again, one that's been brewing for a few years now. That, of course, is the return of AJ Lee. Now, CM Punk, you may have seen, was asked backstage in a quick video where they were like, what surprises would you like to see in a Women's Rumble? What would you like to see happen? And he said something along the lines of, I can't say because I get in trouble. Now, of course, everybody's going to take that as he's talking about his wife, AJ Lee. And now, in the past, he's talked about the possibility of her coming back, and he's really bigged up her skills and the fact that she kind of is doing all right and in her career without WWE, but if she wanted to, he'd be happy and he's not going to push her, sort of thing. Surely those conversations have happened, right? That's just the way things work with couples and jobs and things like that. I think it is likely we will see her someday. Will we see her this weekend? I really, really hope so. And I really hoped last year as well. But I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10. I think it is actually quite likely, probably the most likely it's ever been. Last year, I think it would have been more. No, maybe it was more expected last year because Punk had just come back. But then you could argue maybe it's more expected this year because he's been back for a while and she's still not done it. So, look, either way, I think it is likely. I think at a Rumble would be great. Talk about someone, again, from that era who kind of helped usher in that women's revolution, I should say. Evolution was a PLE pay-per-view at the time. Yeah, I think she's a big part of that conversation. And yeah, I'd love to see her come back and light it up. Hey, pun intended on that one, guys. Next up is someone who's on the active roster but may return is Jade Cargill. Now, a few months ago, I would have been eyeing up this as a massive kind of potential date for Jade Cargill to return. Now, none of us are really sure how severe the injury was. Of course, they played it into storyline and they kind of really overly hyped it and then backtracked a little bit. And as far as, well, they overly hyped it, but then the wrestling media also went along with how the kind of it being severe and then backtracked and then kind of amped it back up, and conflicting reports essentially about it. Now, I've been thinking all along that it's a legit injury, but I don't know how bad it is, and therefore don't know when she's coming back, what the time frame is, and therefore where the story is going to go. And of course, since then, Naomi's taken over her role. Essentially, she's now tag team champ with Bianca Belair, which I think will eventually lead to Bianca versus Jade Cargill. That Naomi was in on the plan, like Naomi attacked her and Cargill and Bianca was in on the plan, essentially. I think 2 surprises is what we should get here. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. Now, I don't think that works in the Royal Rumble. Now, I've seen suggestions out there that Cargill could come back and be thrown out by Bianca or thrown out by Naomi, and that would lay the seeds as to, wait a minute, are you not happy I'm back, or we're not friends here? And wait a minute, did you do it? Maybe, but I don't think that's the way you do that big shock. I guess the biggest comparison is Austin being run over by Rikishi and the revelation for that not being the greatest. I'm just not sure. And also Triple H turning on Shawn Michaels back in the day, 2002, I believe, when he rammed his head into the car and they use super technology to improve the quality, which was ridiculous, like an episode of CSI or something. But anyway, I don't think that tech's available today, let alone in 2002, not to the scale that they claim to have used it anyway, to reveal it's Triple H who turned on Shawn Michaels. But it's a similar kind of story in that sense, I feel, what they could go for. Now, will she return tonight? I don't think so. I'm going to put this at like a 4, because again, there is still a chance, because I don't know how injured she is. I don't know what storyline they're actually going to go with. But if I'm fantasy booking it, then they would have already done something to kind of hint towards it. But I guess it takes away the element of surprise. But I don't know. I don't know if now's the time to do it. Right, let's move in to our next one. And this is someone else, again, currently on the WWE active roster, Asuka. Of course, she returned a few years ago. And a lot of people thought at Royal Rumble, a lot of people thought then she was going to be more like her kind of Japanese, or she's still Japanese, but what she did in Japan as Kana. And we kind of got hints of that. And then she got thrown into Damage Control. And it kind of, I guess it lost control as far as what they seem to have originally been wanting to do for her. She went back to the same Asuka that she'd been, essentially, in many ways at least. Now, a big fan of her work. Now, recently she started posting on social media about some seemingly what seems to be unwanted attention, essentially, from, like, legit at least, from fans. Creeps, essentially. Stay away from confessing your love for people on TV, please, guys. It's not a good look, and it is inappropriate. But she very real life seems to be going through something at the moment, and I'm not saying you can't tweet about real life stuff if you're about to make a return as a character, but usually I would say no. They'd say off social media for a bit, but maybe not in something like this. This is something that needs to be said, whether or not it kind of reminds people who you are and therefore ruins the surprise or not. There's something that needs to be said, and she clearly felt uncomfortable about. So yeah, look, wishing her well if she genuinely is having a difficult time from this, which I believe she is. And I'd love to see her back. Big fan of her work. And we'll see how that goes. Do I think it's going to happen at the Royal Rumble? I'd say it's actually pretty likely. If she's healed up, then I'd say it's maybe a 6 or 7 out of 10. Next up is someone that is, I've been in the rumor mill for ages as far as when she might come back. And that is Alexa Bliss. Now, Alexa Bliss apparently was due to come back quite recently, and reports out there suggest that she hasn't really agreed to terms, and that there is a little bit of a sticking point here, essentially, between the two sides. Not sure how true that is. Maybe this is something that's been fed out into the dirt sheets for us all to kind of fall for it, so that when she does return, it's even bigger of a surprise. I hope that is the case. I hope they are green on terms, and they are on each other's good books and stuff like that, because I think Alexa is a great talent, one of the best when it comes to character work, not just on the women's roster, but the entire WWE. A lot of the work she did around the Fiend and stuff like that, as well as, as much as that did kind of fade out and not go the way I think many of us wanted it to, her role in it was amazing. So, like, no fault of hers, essentially. Of course, a big part of rumors around Alexa will always be that she might be attached to something Wyatt related, of course, now with the Wyatt 6. But they've been off TV recently, and I believe I saw just before I came on air, there's rumors that it's apparently because one of them is injured. So I guess maybe they don't want to show them all on, show the group on screen if they can't show them all, which they've not really bothered with the bloodline with, Tungaloa being injured. But hey, it's a different kind of presentation, I guess. So yeah, will Alexa Bliss be coming back? Again, another one where I say, if I'm rating it how much I want it to happen, yeah, man, I really hope it will happen. Will it happen though? I don't know. I kind of believe those reports that she was meant to, and it just fell through, because it's been ages. Like, it's not just like a recent thing. Like, oh, she might have come back for the Raw debut. Like, she could have come back at like SummerSlam, right? I mean, I don't know what's got the ins and outs of her personal life and why she might not have come back, but surely she could have come back a long time ago, not just recently at Raw's debut on Netflix. All right, so yeah, you've been watching the clip there from our weekend kickoff show. We are live back in the house on the live stream here. I know everybody is dropping their comments in there, so I do appreciate it, guys. Let's get to some of those. I saw them in the background. Of course, I've been replying to a few as I was in the background as well, but let's get to some of those. Again, you've been watching some clips there from our weekend kickoff stream. You're now on the build-up show and one of the live portions of it. Later on, we're going to get friends of the wrestling media in on the stream. We're going to get more panel members from the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling crew, of course. And we're going to kind of take you all the way up, essentially, to the start of the show, which is just under, 17 minutes past 6 here in the UK. Starts at 11 o'clock. So we're just under 5 hours away from diving right into Royal Rumble. And again, there's so many things to talk about, so many great topics to explore. And again, appreciate all the comments that have been coming in. Just got a welcome from Sadiq here. Hi, Tyler Brown. I know you've been sending a few in, mate. Hope Alexa return as the goddess and not with a Wyatt 6. Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because I was saying in that clip from last night that I'm a big fan of her work, and I was a big fan of what she did as a member of, well, it wasn't a Wyatt 6 then, was it? But with Bray Wyatt, I just think it, storyline kind of fell apart, unfortunately, but not anything to do with her kind of work on screen. But I do enjoy her goddess character as well. So maybe we need a little bit of a break. I'm not sure. Either way, I'd be happy to see her back because I think she is fantastic. Goddess Nikki Cross says Randy Orton turns heel at Royal Rumble. That's a great shout, buddy. We haven't even talked about Randy Orton, have we? Randy Orton certainly could be showing up as a surprise entrant, kind of, because he's not been around for a bit, or getting involved with the Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens storyline. I really, 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 really want him to turn heel on Cody Rhodes, and that would be an amazing WrestleMania match, which again would throw the Royal Rumble predictions kind of all over the place, right? Because it is already hard to predict because there are so many possible scenarios, which is the case usually with Rumble anyway, going towards WrestleMania. But this year, the field is just so stacked as far as who could win it, who's believable to win it, and all the things that could kind of happen from there. Let's go to some of the comments that you've been giving us as we were showing you clips from last night's stream, though. Let's have a quick look. Where do we go? What did I last mention on air? Christopher Piers, I said, Talked about Carlito Masters taking it back to WrestleMania 22. You're right. Again, I did refer back to that in the comments as well. It was WrestleMania 22. Good shout. There was a little bit where I was talking to my future self, thanks to Tyler there as well. My past self. Very confusing this time hopping thing. Tyler also says the ladder match should be good. Cody versus Sammy Guevara in AEW was good. Good point. That was a great match. And he's been in multiple Money in the Bank ladder matches, while Kevin just goes wild with Frog Splash or Swanton from the top of the ladder. Yeah, there is so much really when it comes to that match, right? As you say, Cody is someone that is quite, versatile in style and has quite often been in ladder matches, something that is easy to forget because he is still that kind of main event style as well, and now has been presented in such a way in WWE for quite some time. But yeah, man, he's done quite a few of those old school, whether it be Money in the Bank or Intercontinental title ladder matches that you would see back in that kind of PG era. And again, a great example there in AEW. And as you say, Kevin Owens just kind of goes wild, doesn't he, when he's in these kind of stipulation type matches as well. So yeah, really, really looking forward to seeing how that match goes down. Sludge thinks that Liv Morgan might be number 2 again, or second again, I should say. Yeah, second again. We did talk about that a lot on last night's watch along of the kickoff show, which, by the way, guys, if you haven't seen the kickoff show yet and you haven't had time to squeeze that in, we're going to play our watch along of the kickoff show. So you got that to look forward to tonight as well. As I say, we're going for nearly 6 hours here. We're under 5 to go now until we get to the start of the PLE. And we're going to be hitting you with so much different types of content. And then when the countdown begins later on, you can use this as your countdown watch along as well. And I'll let you guys like to watch the countdown. And you might not want to leave us here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. You don't need to. Have us side by side. Listen to us both. We'll be reacting what's going on there as well. And again, we'll also react to the kickoff stream from last night, which was really fun, by the way, guys. If you haven't seen it already, you'll get to see all my thoughts on that as well. Alexa says, or Alexa's not in the chat. Tyler is. We're still just as happy for Tyler, though. Says, I'd love for Alexa Bliss to return and win the Women's Rumble. See, that's the thing. If you did get a surprise return like that, all of a sudden it does change everything, right? Alexa is someone that have to have plans for going forward, right? So unless a storyline was created out of, bumping into someone in the Rumble match, maybe she wins it if she does return. So that'd be interesting to see as well. Tyler says you only really remember Andrade from last year. Was that a surprise last year then? Yeah, we didn't get much, did we, last year? Sludge says we got Ricochet, Andrade, Karrion, Andrade. You said Andrade twice, didn't you? Omos and Pat McAfee last year. I reckon Pat's going to take a spot this year because it being in Indianapolis as well. Again, there's another person related to Indianapolis that you'll see might also be popping up in the Rumble that we touch on in the kickoff watch along, which will play for you in just a bit as well. Sludge Sports says, I believe in Joe Henry. I think a lot of us do. And again, we talked about that, how we interviewed him a few years ago on the main Rebellious Noise channel. So if you haven't seen it already, guys, go back and check that out. We've believed in Joe Henry for quite some time. Mohammed's in the house as well, buddy. Thank you for joining us, mate. And more comments here from Tyler says, yeah, former WWE wrestlers that are in TNA returning in the Rumble could be weird, of casually thinking they're side back and expecting to be in Raw after or something. That is a great point, because when Mickie James did that was a bit confusing and kind of similar. Do you remember when Jericho did it, where he weren't back in WWE? It was kind of a one-off, and he'd done stuff. He'd done the Wrestle Kingdom match, I think, already at that point with Kenny Omega, of course, in New Japan. So yeah, great point. It will throw up a few questions. I know a lot of people are aware of the partnership between the two, but like you say, it's kind of muddy waters, right, when it comes to ex-WWE, and a lot of them are legends, by the way, the ones that are in TNA. So we'll see how that goes if any of them do show up. Again, a big one we talked about on last night's stream, and you would have seen the clip just now, of course, was the Hardy Boys as well, and potentially Dolph Ziggler. So we'll see if we see any of those. Mohammed is looking forward to the Royal Rumble. And Sludge, of course, says Zack Ryder had one of the best theme songs. And I chimed in the chat at the time. But yes, Sludge, oh, radio, tell me everything you know. I was a big fan of the Broski. What was it? Long Island. Is that the right way around? That looks right. Yeah. All right. There we go. OTC will win the 2025 Royal Rumble, says Mohammed. And Tyler says AJ versus Cena better happen again before they both retire. Now, go back to Mohammed's point. First of all, OTC winning the Rumble is crazy, right? I feel like he's not really been spoken about that much. I'll be honest, I'll be disappointed. For as much as I like him now, and this ain't 2015 when he won it the first time, we were all booing. I weren't there, I was just booing from home. I'm pretty sure it was anyway. Yeah, it's strange that we're not talking about him. It's the first time he's back in the Rumble in 5 years, I believe. I think last one he was in was in 2020. I think that's the one that Drew won, wasn't it? So before everyone went a bit strange for a little while. But yeah, the fact we're not talking about him just shows how stacked this field is. And again, going to be great seeing what the other guys on the team think of it later on when I'm joined by them and friends from the wrestling media world as well. Going back to Tyler's comment there of AJ versus Cena happening again, it'd be great. I think Cena will have a few kind of nostalgia matches. He'll put people over, I reckon, and you know, meet with young guys. But I do think they'll have a few nods to the past as well. I know Punk looks like he wants to get in there as well. Which, by the way, we did do a WWE 2025 prediction stream at the end of last year going into this year. Guys, if you're interested, after all this chaos around the Rumble has kind of died down, check out that stream on this very channel as well, because we do again break down all the big kind of predictions going through the year. We talk Royal Rumble, but we go further into Money in the Bank and stuff like that. Of course, if you watch that after the Rumble, just skip the Rumble bit. But we talk WrestleMania, and be interested to see this time next year how kind of close we were to some of these original predictions as well. I see more comments coming in, guys. I'm going to get to those. Don't you worry in just a bit. Just making my way through the ones from when we had the clips on. Let me find where we were. And again, keep your comments coming, guys. Really appreciate you sticking with me. Again, it's a long old night for us here, right? But hey, we're going to take you right the way up to the PLE start time, which is again 11 p.m. here in the UK. I know it's an earlier start time, so Google it essentially if you don't know yours. Let's get back to some of these comments though. Nikki carried Ronda 2018 Evolution pay-per-view. That's Tyler in reference to my point on the weekend stream kickoff, where I was talking about the weekend kickoff stream, I should say, where I was talking about Nikki Bella. There we go. Nikki Bella, because the next comment's from Goddess Nikki Cross. There we go. But Nikki Bella, of course, being a really improved figure in that period. And as you say, she did really well there. Ronda was new, to be fair to her, but yeah, she did very well to kind of help with that match. Goddess Nikki Cross, will Damien Sandow return as Joe Hendry and be Joe Hendow? Again, I referenced it in the comments because Goddess Nikki Cross was with us last night on that weekend kickoff as well, and giving us loads of great examples of Sandow and Charlie Haas coming back as different wrestlers, as of course it's part of their character at some point. Sadiq is in the house. Hi. And Tyler says, I hope Alexa returns as the Goddess and not the Riot Six. Oh yeah, we got to that, didn't we? Already. A few more comments coming in now. Let's see where we are, where we caught up with. Goddess again says, imagine if Joe Hendry doesn't show up and Damien. Oh yeah, he said that. Yeah, Damien Hendow. Yeah. All right. Sludge says, by Carrion I meant Carmella. Oh, okay, you said and by Andrade I meant number 2. Andrade number 2 I meant Braun Breaker. Okay, gotcha. I think Jeff Hardy is my all-time favorite wrestler. Yeah, it'd be cool to see Jeff. I was a big fan of his growing up as well, mate. I know exactly what he means. Very charismatic. Some would call him the charismatic enigma, right? Santos Escobar, you say. Jacob Fatu and Damian Priest got announced yesterday. One of them are in my Rumble. Fatu and Santos are not, so it's already inaccurate. Oh yeah, so you good point, Sludge. You sent over some big predictions. I love all the comments that we're getting. I'm going to get to that later on in the stream, Sludge. But yeah, some of those are a little bit different to what you said already. But we'll go through it anyway. Don't you worry, buddy. Keep your comments coming, mate. Broken Matt Hardy invites Dominic Mysterio into the Lake of Reincarnation, says Goddess. You are really fantasy booking here tonight, buddy. The animated Meatloaf says, who do you think is going to be number 1 for the men's and women's Rumble? Oh, that's a tough one. I will say the men's and women's Rumble. Let's have a look. Let me have a look at the kind of some of the roster and what the field could look like. Let's have a look. So, and get your comments in, guys. Let me know who you think might come in at number 1 in the men's and the women's. Or number 2. Number 1 and number 2 is quite similar, right? I reckon number 1 might actually be John Cena. And the reason why I'm going John Cena is because I'm not in the camp of people that think he's going to win it. I think, as myself and Lucas and Rob discussed a few weeks ago, he is going to do this storyline where he's trying to find that route for that magical title win, that magical WrestleMania moment, and that magical final year. And there'll be a few times where he slips up, and I think tonight's going to be it. They're going to tell this story about how he comes so close, but he doesn't do it. That's what I personally believe, and I think a great way to tell that story is if he came out at number 1 for the women's number 1 entrant. I have gone for, because I've got a little bit of a predictions table with some friends outside of this channel as well, so I'm just going to see what I wrote in my thing now. I said Bailey. Bailey, of course, after winning last year, you get that quite often. I feel like the winner comes in first, or number 30 comes in first, and they kind of shake it up as well. So yeah, I'm going John Cena number 1 in the men's, Bailey number 1 in the women's. Let me know in the comments, guys, who you think. And Animated Meatloaf, thank you so much. What a name, by the way, for your comment, buddy. I hope you stick with us throughout the night. We're going to take you all the way up to the PLE start time later on, and we've got a few clips we're going to show you from our coverage earlier this week as well. But I want to know what you think, mate. What do you think is going to be entry number 1 for the men's and women's Rumble? Goddess says my favorite wrestler is Matt Hardy. There we go, V1. Right, Sludge Sports says, I'll say for the women's number 1, I would say Bianca Belair. A good shout as well. Again, you can kind of see those characters trying to be in there for the long term, right? They always start with someone pretty big. John Cena is the one I want to win, but I don't think it will happen, says Sludge. And Tyler says Cena starting off with Carmelo or Chad Gable would be cool. That is a great shout. Yeah, I love it. That's really cool. Carmelo, I like Chad, but I think Carmelo suits that even more. Universal's in the house says hello. I have the names of participants in both Rumble. Okay, you got some spoilers, have you, mate? All right, drop them in. We'll dissect them. Geez, autocorrect so bad. Don't worry, Sludge. We get there in the end. Don't you worry, my friends. But man, what a great card we've got to predict. Look, autocorrect in real life. There you go. It's all going wrong tonight as well. DIY versus the Motor City Machine Guns. Going to be a great match. 2 out of 3 falls. The ladder match for the world title, with the WWE title, at least with the Winged Eagle on the right-hand side, represented by Kevin Owens, even though he's not really the champ. The Women's Championship is 2 of them are going to have eyes set upon them very soon as well, because of course you've got the Women's Royal Rumble match tonight to get excited about, and the Men's Royal Rumble match where one of those could be going for either Cody or Kevin Owens, or maybe going after Gunther. We'll have to see with that one. Universal has the script, apparently, says Tyler. No, Sludge has the script. Sludge did send me a sort of script, so we'll get to that later on in the show as well, guys. Goddess says Kevin Owens will dress up as Dusty Rhodes, use Dusty Rhodes' theme song. You know what? I know you keep talking about wrestlers dressing up and stuff, but that one is kind of possible because he does keep wearing shirts relating to the people he's feuding with, doesn't he? He faced Jimmy recently, he wore Naomi's shirt. He keeps, when he's facing off against Cody, he's been wearing Dusty shirts. Yeah, so he's done that quite often. So yeah, pretty cool. Animated Meatloaf says the card is actually crazy. I'm so excited. It's mad, right? Because it's such a short card. There's only 4 matches. I think it will still be a fairly longish show because of the Rumbles being probably an hour each at least, or around that. 2 out of 3 falls is a long match as well. Ladder match you expect to be quite a long match. So it'd be interesting to see how they work the pacing. But yeah, it's a big show, but a short show, we've been kind of saying. Universal says they have a draft as they're still doing rehearsal, excuse me. It will be official in a few hours. Yeah, I'm sure there are still a lot of things that they are trying to essentially fine-tune as well. Sadik says, I pray OTC to win. Got the trophy there as well. Tyler says the winner of the Royal Rumble has once, challenged the NXT champion, but I doubt it happened again. Yeah. Look, it was Charlotte, wasn't it, going after Rhea Ripley, and of course it wasn't in the big old stadium. I was supposed to be at that WrestleMania, by the way. I would have loved to have seen the NXT title on the line between Charlotte and Rhea. Instead, we got it in the Performance Center or whatever it is. And yeah, it was a strange WrestleMania, but one I really enjoyed and appreciated for what was going on in the world. It was nice to have a little distraction, wasn't it? Mohammed says they say Brock Lesnar is going to return to the Rumble. Look, a lot of rumors about Brock lately, but there's also some news around his name at the moment, which probably suggests that ain't going to happen anytime soon. Sludge Sports says they should make NXT Royal Rumble. That's an interesting point. We do get a lot of NXT guys popping up into the Rumble as part of the fun, right, as far as surprises go. But yeah, them having their own, it'd be interesting. Finn Balor would be a crazy, unexpected win that I honestly would honestly be behind because it's so random. Yeah, great point. I don't know. Is Finn injured? I thought I saw something about Finn being injured. I might have just kind of made that up in my head there. But yeah, I'm with you. I think one of those people where you just go, looking back on a career, you go, yeah, Finn should have probably won a Royal Rumble at some point. So why not give it to him, you know? Goddess says, Wade Barrett wears Nexus t-shirt and Nexus theme song. Yeah, I remember you saying it on last night's stream, buddy. I'd love to see the Nexus and Wade Barrett in some form. Yeah, looking forward to it. But guys, now is the time. We're going to throw it over to the kickoff show. If you haven't watched the kickoff show yet, get your YouTube up in another tab. Keep this one here and watch along with me as well. Because what we're going to do now is we're going to break down all the news that came out of the kickoff show last night. You'll see my instant reactions to it. It's going to be a watch along experience. Again, me from the past. But Saturday night, Scott. Well, that's a nickname, all right? It's going to be in the background, reading your comments, commenting away, responding to you. And when that part of the stream is over and we come back to the live segment, I'm going to be here again, guys. And once again, I'll go deeper into some of the questions you've been giving us because they are great and I really do appreciate it. Before we do get out of here, though, Universal says 16 names announced for the men's Royal Rumble. Do you want the 12 names that aren't for the men's Rumble? 14, not 12. Oops, 18. Oh, numbers all over the place. Hey, drop them in the comments, mate, and we'll get to them later on in the stream if we can. Look, we're all here for speculation and surprises. That's what we've been doing right throughout the stream, and we're going to carry on doing that throughout the night. We've got a few hours to go, but the first thing we're going to do now is throw it over to me from last night talking about the kickoff show because it was a really, really fun show. So if you haven't watched it already, guys, bring it up. I'll tell you on there when it's time to press play, essentially, on that stream so you can watch it along with us. If you've already seen it, hey, stick around anyway. I'll be in the comments and you'll see what I thought of the kickoff show anyway. So here we go. It's our watch along for the WWE Royal Rumble kickoff show. And later on, we'll also be doing one live for the countdown. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Once again, you're here with Scott, and it is time, almost time at least, to enjoy the WWE Royal Rumble kickoff experience. If you've been with us on the channel over the past few months or nearly a year now, you'll know that we really enjoy doing these kickoff streams. It's a great time to kind of dive into some off the cuff interviews, I feel, that are really exciting. And what we're going to do is basically do a run through of what's going on screen. We want to be your watch along companion, essentially, to WWE's kickoff stream. Thank you to everyone that joined me earlier on this evening as well for the weekend kickoff stream that we did here on this very channel, where we broke down a lot of the rumors flying around WWE Royal Rumble weekend, of course, where we were talking about who's going to be a surprise in the Rumble matches themselves. We also went through the card in a little bit more detail and we'll be doing more of that, of course, on the build-up show as well. But what we are doing here is watching the kickoff show that WWE are going to be presenting to us in just over 8 minutes. And stay tuned, and we'll be back breaking down the kickoff show right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right. Once again, we are going to be reacting live to everything that goes down on the Royal Rumble kickoff show. This is your watch along experience. If you haven't been here already for one of these, welcome along for the ride. My name is Scott, and we are going to dissect every little detail on the kickoff show. I really enjoy these shows. Of course, the first one we saw was going into WrestleMania last year. It wasn't even the night before the PLE back then. It was a good, at least a week or so. No, probably a few weeks, right? I think it was about 2 weeks out. But nowadays, the kickoff show tends to be the night before a major PLE. And yeah, it's become a real kind of fun tradition now on this channel to basically have this watch along experience with you guys and get hyped up and excited for the PLE at hand. And of course, as we record this on Friday night, we are just under 24 hours away from the Royal Rumble kicking off. And when we finally do get there on Saturday, we'll have our build-up stream as well. Now, I know that part of this stream will be played as a replay on that build-up stream. So if you're listening to me on Saturday, hey, welcome along for the ride as well. But if you tuned in on Friday night in my timeline, confusing, then welcome to you as well. Now, the stream by WWE is set to begin in just over 6 minutes. If you are watching on Saturday's stream, and again, you are watching this as a replay or just watching on demand, then again, you're about 6 minutes away, essentially, from syncing up your stream, essentially, from with ours. And it'd be interesting to see what matches are featured tonight, what superstars get interviewed on stage, and what the setup looks like. I've really enjoyed these. Of course, it looked a little bit different in Saudi Arabia, where they had it the WWE Experience. I think it's, or is that the one that's a WrestleMania? WWE World? No, that was at New York. Whatever it's called out there in Saudi Arabia. It was a cool little setup they did. They had it in a ring, you know, and they don't usually have that. They usually have that stage. Now, the last one they did, I actually didn't manage to do a stream for, but that was the kickoff show to Raw on Netflix. Again, wasn't the night before the event. It was a few weeks out. But we've gone back to it here. And again, they didn't do one for Survivor Series, which is a real shame. You might remember we did our own kickoff stream just to kind of make up for it anyway, because as I say, it's become a little bit of a tradition on this channel. But guys, let me know what you're most looking forward to at the Royal Rumble. What match excites you the most? Again, it's quite a fun card to predict, and I've seen a lot of my friends in the wrestling media have had a tough time, just like we have here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, at trying to figure out what exactly is going to happen. Because even when you feel sure about a prediction, you start to listen to other people's arguments and you go, oh, hold on a minute, there's quite a few winners there for the men's rumble. Oh, there's quite a few for the women's rumble. And even the ones that feel like dead sets, you know, like the world title, the WWE title match, I should say. What if Kevin Owens wins it? Now, I'm looking forward to seeing if Kevin Owens is featured again on the kickoff show tonight, or will we see an interview from Cody, maybe a face-to-face with the two as well. Of course, there aren't many matches on this card. You've got this one here, the WWE title match, of course, with a ladder stipulation. You've also got DIY versus the Motor City Machine Guns in a 2 out of 3 falls match. So really, beyond that, because you can't have 30 people on the stage tonight, right? There's not really much room for kind of other matches. So unless they just handpick a few guys, which kind of would feel a bit odd that certain people were there and certain people not, will we start reading into, oh, this person's getting interview time, this person's not even being mentioned? It's interesting, right? Because you think about how they promote Royal Rumbles. It's kind of like that on Raw and SmackDown, right? Who gets the features? Who's in the kind of big melee at the end of Raw when it's like, oh my gosh, you should tune into the Rumble because it's going to be like this, but crazier. That kind of, you know, traditional spot they seem to do. And then, you know, who's kind of kept in the background so that it could be more of a surprise if they do dump something big at the PLE. So it'd be interesting to see how they promote on this kickoff show. Each wrestler's cause, essentially, each wrestler's claim to that kind of victorious spot in the Royal Rumble match for both the men and the women. Again, this is kind of a new thing for WWE, right? We only saw this kind of format for the kickoff show, at least, because what used to be known as the kickoff is now branded as the countdown show. This new version of the kickoff is, again, going into PLEs usually the night before. And the first one, as we say, was WrestleMania. So this time last year, this format didn't exist from WWE. They've really kind of I guess, tweaks lately their presentation. As I say, this got branded the kickoff. The countdown is now the name of the one on the night of the PLE itself. And then you've got the post show, which kind of had different versions for a bit. They toyed around with press conferences only, and then they started doing this kind of mixture of talking to personalities, you know, the kind of stuff you used to see on the old kickoffs and what are now known as the countdowns, those panels, and, you know, Michael Cole and people like that, for example, Pat McAfee as well. So yeah, it's a new kind of era, I guess, for WWE's kind of bonus content around PLEs, and it's a new one for us here on the channel as well. As I say, we've been doing our build-up shows for a few years now. It's all about getting us and you guys hyped up and in the mood for the PLE, and I always like to say that these shows here are the easiest ones to do it for, right? Because how hard is it to get excited for the Royal Rumble? It's one of the most exciting times of the year to be a wrestling fan. But of course, we are here right now, though, to do the watch-along for that. So this is a new part of our content strategy on this channel. So we really appreciate all the great feedback we've had surrounding this. And well, again, Survivor Series, we did one without a watch along. It was just our regular weekend kickoff now, and we brought that back in here at Royal Rumble into the schedule as well. If you haven't seen it already, we've had our predictions earlier on this week. So once this live stream is over, feel free to go back and check that out as well. But yeah, let's get into it, guys. We are about a minute and a half away from WWE's kickoff show for the Royal Rumble in Indianapolis. Really excited to see where we go here, and if there are any kind of hints towards possible surprises at the Rumble and stuff like that as well. So once again, if you're watching live with us, the stream, as you're probably aware, is about to start. If you're watching this on the replay on the build-up show on Saturday night, then we are about a minute away essentially from kicking off with this watch-along kickoff stream. Got the WWE graphic at the moment letting us know that they are working behind the scenes essentially to get this going. We should be getting going in just a moment. And again, it's one of my favorite things to do now is come on the channel and do these kickoff streams, because I just really enjoy them. I think they're really fun shows. Like, again, you don't get a lot of storyline progression in them that often. But it's always interesting to see who they're using and what matches they're featuring. And, you know, again, the wrestlers go a little bit off script on these promos. So I really enjoy seeing that as well, because they look like they have fun with it as well. So it'd be interesting to see what we get tonight. And once again, let me know, guys, what are you looking forward to on the Royal Rumble card? And what do you think is going to happen as far as surprises? I'd love to know which kind of ex-WWE superstar or current TNA star or, you know, debuting star you think is going to show up during one of those famous countdowns. Again, man, what a cool time to be a wrestling fan. Royal Rumble season, so much fun. All right, we've hit the hour mark and the stream. Oh, there we go. Right on cue. I was just going to say it hasn't started, but there we go. Then, now, forever together. The signature is now playing. So again, if you're watching live with me, that's what I'm looking at. If you're watching on demand or on the build-ups version of this with a recap, then again, the signature has just started. Then, now, forever together, which reminds me, have you seen that Matt Cardona post we talked about earlier on the weekend kickoff stream? If you haven't seen that already, you got plenty of time to watch after this, guys. All right, so introduction, some lovely scenery of Indianapolis, which of course is going to be getting SummerSlam and WrestleMania. We're not sure when yet, but this time around the Royal Rumble's at Lucas Oil Stadium. Cole says they expect about 60,000. Okay, so now they're over the road, home of the Pacers. What's the stage look like? Okay, no, first of all, we're seeing Cody walking backstage past all the Pacer player images. And then we've got Liv and Raquel Rodriguez being shown now as well. Wow, so they must be on the show tonight. So again, interesting to see which participants from the Rumble matches they want to feature. The tag champions as well, Bianca and Naomi in matching gear. Always cool to see with a tag team, even when they're not performing in the ring. CM Punk. So everyone we've seen so far, barring Cody actually, is related to the Rumble. So we should be seeing all these, of course, as well. Drew McIntyre now being featured. Interesting note about Liv Morgan, they say as well, about final 2 years in a row. The 15th Rumble of Mr. Rey Mysterio Jr. Here we go, guys. Kicking off. officially now with the WWE's Kickoff stream. Hype now from Pat McAfee, of course, former Indianapolis Colt himself. Surely a big part of why they've gone to Indy in the first place. Okay. Basically a hype around Pat McAfee, then they count down to 5 and they're like, to be continued. What does that mean? We're just going to see more of that promo, or are they kind of insinuating that Pat's going to be in the Rumble? Which should be kind of cool. Like, he hasn't wrestled in a while, right? And he was pretty cool, like when he did. I know some people getting a little bit tired of him on the mic. But I think there's still room for Pat. Big audience there. Yeah. Really hyping up Pat now to the home crowd, I guess, for him. Yeah, of course, in our timeline at the moment, we're a few hours away from SmackDown as well. This is a good point. So they're talking about how loud the fans are usually at these kickoffs and at the SmackDowns and stuff like that. Because most of these kickoffs have been international shows. There was one bash in Berlin. There was one, of course, for Backlash in Lyon. We mentioned the Saudi Arabian one earlier on as well. They didn't do one for Survivor Series. So it has been more of an international feel, which is why it's been fun seeing, like, again, the international fans experience the wrestlers up close and get a free fan event, essentially. Okay, Tyrese Halliburton now on the stage. So I guess they're going to really play into the kind of Indianapolis theme. Slow Sports in the house. How you doing, buddy? Great to see you here, mate. Hope you're enjoying the kickoff show. We haven't had much yet, but I'm excited to see who. Well, we kind of know who's going to be interviewed, but it'd be exciting to see what they do. Early prediction, don't give a spoiler. That was a bit of a weird thing to say. That's like he does know something, right? And Pat was trying to hint, don't slip up. CM Punk chant now from the audience, who, if you haven't seen my predictions yet, spoiler alert, it's my pick at the moment. Oh, he says John Cena. Another prediction on this channel earlier from Dan. Tyrese is rushing after the game, he says. Okay, so now I assume they're going to be talking about Triple H. Okay, yeah, so we haven't really had a chance to talk about it on this channel just yet, but Triple H has officially been announced as entering the Royal Rumble. The Royal Rumble. Oh, that'd be cool. Entering the Hall of Fame this year. They're showing on screen now the footage of Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker surprising him at WWE headquarters the other day. And I'm sure we'll dive a lot deeper into Triple H's kind of entry into the Hall of Fame as we get towards WrestleMania season. But needless to say, well deserved. it is funny, you know, he's in charge of the company basically, and not long after that, he's in the Hall of Fame. But it needs to be done. He's well deserved, don't get me wrong. And if all this is to be believed, he knew nothing about it. So not like he forced his way in. Stephanie coming out. It was lovely. I saw this footage the other day. Really nice to see Stephanie's kind of joy about this as well. Good for them, eh? Good for them. Nice moment there from Triple H and his buddies. But yeah, Triple H is going to be in the Hall of Fame. Okay, so Tyrese is going to be doing the introduction here for Triple H. All right. He didn't call him a Hall of Famer. That's probably for the best because he's not a Hall of Famer yet, guys. Remember, he's not in it yet. I guess they had to mention that, right? Because he's always a big part of these kickoff shows. He starts it, and they kind of need to get that out of the way, right? That he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. It's a big news story, don't get me wrong. Cool little camera shot there through the crowd. Again, this is like what's weird about watching these shows. They like everyone's just having a laugh. You know, Michael Cole trying to get his own little handshake in there with Triple H. I thought there was a claw on Triple H's back there. Looks a bit like what they call the Angel Garza and what's his face? The claws they've got on their chest. You know what I'm talking about. Hector Garza's relatives. Also looks a bit like Brian Kendrick's jacket. Remember that? Man with a Plan. Oh man, I'm so ready for the Rumble. All right, so they say it's the biggest Royal Rumble in history. They mentioned that earlier on. And, you know, it's kind of what they say these days. But if it is 60,000, that really is the biggest. Because remember a few years ago, I think the one that Drew won, was that 40,000 or something like that? It looked massive. 65,000 plus, he says. It's going to be cool. I'd love to go to a Royal Rumble. Been privileged enough to go to a few WrestleManias, but I'd love to go to a Royal Rumble. All right, so looks like we're going to bring out someone soon. They're talking about Royal Rumble matches itself first. One shot. Sounds like Eminem in 8 Mile. So currently on screen, again, for those watching live on demand or on the replay, Triple H is on stage talking about how special it is to try and make history at the Royal Rumble. All right, who's he going to name? So his name's Seth, CM Punk. Oh, what was that? What was that? Music started there and it just stopped. What was that? Okay, so they're making a joke out of it because of what happened in the Hall of Fame announcement. So Triple H, Shawn versus Undertaker wheelchair on a pole match at WrestleMania is suggested, eh? He said we don't want that, apparently. I mean, judging by that Saudi tag match a few years ago, probably don't want that. Right, Seth, CM Punk. Why did that music play there? Drew McIntyre. I thought it's because it was someone going to come out and stop him from saying loads of names so that he didn't give away too much. Roman Reigns, John Cena. What was that music? Was that a mistake? Women's Rumble. Charlotte Flair is mentioned. Bianca Belair, surely not. Naomi, surely not. Not tag champs. Liv Morgan, maybe. Is any name 4 for the women? So this is the risk of doing this at a Royal Rumble. Fans might start chanting names of someone who's not going to be there, or like surprises. So he says for the surprises and moments. They say it every year, to be fair. But imagine if someone in the audience, when it went quiet, just shouted out a name who they really didn't want you to be thinking about because it is massive surprise or something, you know? Okay. Oh, so he's really hyping up surprises now. So just about anyone could enter Royal Rumble as a surprise. Hinting at Tyrese now. I'm sure it'll get them clicks. Okay, so he's saying you got a minute, and he's saying, yeah, let's talk. They're going to the back. Right, so it looks like they are going to have an active NBA player in the Royal Rumble, potentially. Cool moment for, 1 out of 29, though. I'm not... Anyway, we'll see how we feel about it if it happens. Yeah, imagine that. Like, he's playing a game, and then he was talking about how it'd be kind of tough to rush out there in time and get to the Rumble to watch it. And now they're kind of suggesting he might be in it. Maybe he's not gonna. This is just all silliness. I don't know. But you don't know with WWE these days. Like, they're really taking advantage out of their kind of celebrity fans and just getting them in the ring, which sounded a dodgy thing years back, right? But we've had some great examples in recent years. Anyway. Okay, so we're going to have some interviews now with people from the Rumbles. They won it in 2006. Got to be Rey Mysterio, right? All right. Come on. Bring him out. I don't think we've really seen Rey Mysterio at the kickoff shows. I know maybe when they was having a feud of bit of Judgment Day type stuff. I don't know. All right, so it says, fortunately, I can't send my 30-man Rumble to you guys on Twitter because I need to be verified. Oh, yeah, you sent this message the other day on that other stream, didn't you, buddy? Wasted spot for a talented, underrated wrestlers like Pete Dunne and Montez Ford. Yeah, so in reference to them using a celebrity in one of those spots, I do get what you mean there, buddy. It will be more of a pain when you watch it and you notice certain people not in it. That's when you'll go, oh, that kind of was wasted. And that has happened in the past. Going back to your comment there, buddy, about your Rumble thing, I'm still trying to work on a way to do it. So I'll drop you a comment at some point if I do find a way, mate. And hopefully we can get that on. I know you'll be joining us on the build-up show either way. And we'll try our best to feature that on that as well. But thanks as always for tuning in, mate. There's no way Rey Mysterio is going to win the Royal Rumble. And he just shouldn't. It doesn't call for it storyline-wise. It's great, but come on. Two-time winners annoy me anyway. And there are a few kind of possible two-time winners still. Cena being the biggest one. And I'm still not sure how I feel about that. I think I'll dive deeper into the Cena kind of theories on the build-up show live portion. So Ray wants to repeat history. I don't make it. I didn't see that's why I'm uncomfortable. Right. They're making it about Eddie Guerrero again. Like that. If there's one uncomfortable thing about Ray's 2006 Rumble win and title reign, it was kind of cashing in on the Eddie thing. It was a lovely moment. I got it, but it was borderline too much. To say it again this many years later, I just think is a little cheap. As much as I loved Eddie Guerrero and appreciated all the tributes and the mention of him every now and then and showing respect to him as well, but to kind of make it about your Rumble victory again. Anyway, Ray's not winning it. Oh, Pat's calling Cole a liar. Okay. CM Punk. Yeah, he was on the Pat McAfee show earlier on today. So Cole saying that Pat didn't want him on this show, and Pat saying you're a liar. They did make reference to the AJ Lee rumors and the video that we mentioned on the kickoff weekend kickoff stream, and Punk, of course, denied it further. But I do have a good feeling she's going to be showing up. Again, if you want to know my thoughts, check out the original weekend stream we did, weekend kickoff stream. I see the sign in the audience, Prime tastes bad. And the back of his sign's great as well. It says bring back Sheamus's old fame. Oh, what a great double sign. I mean, I've never tasted Prime, if I'm honest, so but still, what a statement, eh? So CM Punk just called Cole out for reading his script. See, this good Punk playing off of that, being like, you know, as you will. Oh, so you want him to win it, or do you want me to win it? Oh, now they're trying to AJ Lee. See, it's what we talked about earlier, right? It could be a risk. Oh. Punk's taking his top. Oh, okay. He's got a Larry shirt on. Now he's changed it to a Larry chant. He's a clever man. He says, we're the first family of wrestling you've chanted for me, my wife, and my dog. So they acknowledged it. I mean, you kind of got it right, but that's, again, what's risky about doing this for the Rumble, but why I enjoy these kickoff shows so much now, because it does give you a little bit of flexibility, it seems, if you're a wrestler. So Cole's asking why he needs to main event WrestleMania. I assume he's to scare the out of me, and that's why the sound dipped. But he's basically saying the reason is that he needs the pressure. He's always wanted, you know, to win the Rumble because it's his dream to be in WWE. Now he's there and he's watched his heroes win, you know, go to WrestleMania, even main event it, and now he wants to be in that list essentially, which makes sense. I really wanted him to get it last year, you know, under the injury. What a shame. And I felt like this year didn't really make as much sense. But now the closer we get to it, as I said on the original prediction video on this channel, I think he kind of makes the most sense. There are so many different storylines that he can go into, really. And again, we'll dive into that more on the live portion of the build-up, because I've got a few kind of reasons as to why I think CM Punk is probably the most likely. And the fact they stack up is why I've gone towards Punk more than other wrestlers that are also, you know, any other year I would say, yeah. I mean, even this year, Cena's a very high possibility, don't get me wrong. So is Drew, you could say Sammy, you could say Seth Rollins. But I think there's a lot of reasons that CM Punk could win it. So again, we'll talk a little bit more about that on the live section of the build-up show. Wow, 1 year tomorrow is since he had surgery, apparently, says Pat. Is this another Rumble guest? Dark Horse, who says, who's it going to be? Is it Sami Zayn, maybe? Yeah, come on. See, like, I don't really expect Sami to win it, but if he did, it would be big. Oh, wow, he's wearing a Celtic shirt. I didn't expect that. Interesting. They're not in Glasgow, but all right. It's a nice shirt, though, I've got to be honest. And the fans are singing his theme song. Oh, Sami deserves a lot, man. He does deserve to win a Rumble. We're not where we were 2 years ago with him, but we could get there. And he should win a world title in his career. And there are a lot of storylines you could do with Sami Zayn. You know, this thing they're playing into with Kevin Owens and, you know, him potentially turning heel soon as well. Because of this, maybe wins it in a heelish way or wins it as a face but turns heel, or, you know, there's a lot you can still do with Sami Zayn. He is more of a dark horse, as Michael Cole says. So he's asking, can he shut the world and win the Rumble? So hyping up the crowd again, 65,000 people. It is a star-studded lineup, as he says. That's why I think a lot of people are excited about this year, because it is somewhat harder to pick because there are big names in it. Yeah, and yeah, as Zayn says, he's got a lot of kind of relationships he kind of leans into here. Storyline wise, you know, there's a lot that he could do. It's just like Punk. I think Punk's different because I don't know. Sami Zayn said about momentum and how important it is in the company and how it works. And he feels he's got the momentum back. It would change everything. That's the beauty of the Rumble, right? It doesn't feel like he's going to win it to me at the moment. But if he won the Rumble tomorrow, it would change everything. Like, you'd suddenly be thinking, where are you going? Like, who's he facing? What champion? Why? In what way? What's the journey between the Rumble and WrestleMania? Then you got 2 nights of WrestleMania these days, as well as the 2 titles you could go for. The title that could change at the Rumble. I don't think it will, but it could do. And it could go to Kevin Owens, and it could be Sami versus Kevin. There are so many things with the Royal Rumble. Right, yeah, so Pat's bringing up how he accidentally Huluva kicked Cody. And then he also did it to Seth as well, didn't he? They're doing something. And I don't know if it's just to simply create doubt that he might win it because he might be in a story going forward. Whatever's going on here has got to play into a story, even if he doesn't win the Rumble, right? So something's going on. Ooh, Sammy's not happy with Pat. Oh, he's not happy. Oh, okay. And now they've cut it off because Drew's music is hit. Here's the thing. Sami has had a few times, even when he was IC champ, at basically being like, I'm getting sick of people doing this. I'm getting, you know, I remember that interview where he's really tired backstage being like, why do people keep doubting me and I'm winning defending the title? So he's had these things of like potentially turning heel. You know, he had that argument with Seth on Raw, which felt more like Seth was going to be the one turning. But it's been a very kind of layered few months for Sami. So him turning heel would make sense. And speaking of which, the same happened with the man that's now on the stage opposite him. And there's a lot of these kind of people in and around the whole, you know, the old Bloodline story, you know, bringing Jey Uso to Raw that time and being disappointed in that from Drew. And then, you know, people that fought against the Bloodline, working with the Bloodline, not even just ex-members like Sami. Oh, so yeah, all right. Now, Drew, the Rangers fan, has referenced Sami's shirt. So is it related to that? I mean, Punk wore a Celtic shirt after he jacket in the press conference in Clash of the Castle, Glasgow, because Drew is a Rangers fan. That might not sound like a big deal if you're not a football fan or a soccer fan, but they, let's put it mildly, do not like each other. Those two teams. All right, so Drew saying, look, under no circumstances, don't help Roman win the Rumble. So help yourself. Is that going to be a dilemma as well? Are they going to play into Roman Reigns? Drew's saying the educational system in America is terrible. Okay, so Michael corrected Drew, saying, look, he's not 11-0 over you, you're 11-0 and over Sammy. So imagine the last two. Sammy throws Drew over the rope. That'd be exciting, though, you know, because even though I'm not a big fan of two-time winners, really, it can work. Like, Drew, because Drew needs something. He deserves something. So Drew's really doubling down on this kind of anti-Roman Reigns thing. It's again the age-old thing, really, where the heel is technically in the right, but we're all going, he's changed, give him a chance. So Drew saying he's going to throw over CM Punk and Rollins and Cena. And he's going to eliminate Roman. This is a significant amount of time focusing on Sammy potentially winning. Because Drew's saying, look, let's play fantasy booker. Let's say you do it. So Drew's basically saying, look, Roman's going to take you out if you win it because he wants it as well. I don't know. What does Roman do in the Rumble, though? Yeah, so Sammy's basically saying he's been sick of people telling him what to do, really. Sammy don't care how Drew thinks. He's sending going away. Oh, got a little tingle there. Just sort of thought of that. Sammy's aim maybe won the Rumble, but does he do it as a heel, though, you know? Sludge says tag teams should be banned off the Rumble. Do you mean, I assume you don't mean the card. Do you mean in the Rumble itself, buddy? I like that. I like when they got tag teams and they start working together and then they toy around with turning on each other and all that. I think that works well. But as far as taking up spots, sometimes I agree with you. You're like, well, this person's never going to win. Why are they both in it? You know? So I get that. But sometimes it does work for the story. So they can't really ban tag teams, if that makes sense. Because you get the jealousy aspect, you get returns. So they're advertising this superstore. If anyone's watching that's out there in Indianapolis, let us know how it's going. I've seen some things online that make it look really cool. We'll talk about this a little bit more on the Build Up Streams live segment as well. But yeah, they've done a lot out there to kind of take over Indianapolis. It's really cool. Is this our promo? Is this the Biden numbers, an updated version, or is it more about the Rumble's history? Oh man! So we're watching a promo now about the history of Rumble, essentially. So yes, in the Rumble. Yeah, I get what you mean, buddy. But yeah, I think it does work, but I can understand why it feels a bit like too wasted spots sometimes, right? If it feels unrealistic. But then at the same time, it's part of the fun when you have certain wrestlers, single wrestlers at least, going in there that are never going to win. So I guess you could argue the same for tags. So I think that's why 2022 was so boring. With so many people in it from teams. Wow, how weird is that to watch Bianca Belair in front of a load of screens? What a strange time to watch wrestling, eh? All right, now we're talking about the Women's Royal Rumble. They mentioned fewer names for this. So who are they going to bring out? They're going to bring out Liv and Raquel. I wonder who else they're going to bring out. Charlotte's not going to be there yet, is she? So, oh, is this Bailey? See, Bailey winning last year was good. I wanted her to win, but yeah, won the title mania. But like, I feel like it. I don't know. Could have been better. I don't know. I don't know what I feel about that. I think I wanted her to win it for solo. I think the story just didn't go in the way I expected with Bailey. I think it's because I wanted her to turn back into the hugger Bailey at the time. She didn't, like to really cement her babyface term. But she ain't gonna win it this year, is she? I think this one's even more clear because of Charlotte. But that whole thing about Liv being in the final 2 years in a row, maybe it's changing my mind. Bailey playing with Michael Cole there. Yeah, so not just 2-time winners, as Pat says, they've been back-to-back winners. I mean, that is Cody, of course, last 2 years is annoying. It feels like a waste. Like at least with Cody, they kind of made up for it by, it clearly needs to do that, I guess, to do what they did at WrestleMania. Yeah, women's not done it. I don't think it'd be Bailey though. So Sludge Sport says Alpha. Oh, so this is about 2022, I assume. Alpha Academy, Street Profits, Arcade Bro, Dirty Dogs, Mysterio, Boogs, Nakamura, Madcap and McCorbin, Sheamus and Ridge, and the New Day were in that Rumble. For me, that's too much. That is ridiculous. You're right. That is so many teams. But the thing is, a lot of those guys are individuals, like mainly. Do you know what I mean? There were teams for a little bit, but yeah, that's a great point. That's a lot of teams in the 2022 Royal Rumble. That's a lovely jacket from Bailey there, Indianapolis 500 jacket. Hyping up the track that has 350,000 capacity. Imagine if they did a WrestleMania with 350,000. Imagine that. Bailey's pretending to practice with Mike Cole. She's going to throw him off the stage, it seems. So Cole's listing the 4 that have done it before: Hogan, Austin, Michaels, Cody, and possibly Bailey. Imagine if Cody. I was going to say imagine if Cody won it, but he's not in it. But I actually think maybe I should hold this back for the live segment on build-up show. But I think Cody might, if he does lose it, I think he might go back in the Rumble. Imagine him win it 3 times in a row. God. All right, so now we're going, I think, Liv Morgan next. Oh, no, we're going Naomi. So the fact they are being featured makes me think that maybe the Jade Cargill thing is going to happen at the Rumble. Let's see what they say. Someone dressed up like a... Why are they change? Why these theme song change? That's the Rumble's only challenge with the Rumble at the moment is figuring out who the heck's coming out. Well, at least I got this interactive bit, putting your fists up and that. Okay. So Bianca's coming out now as well. So it may be, again, we mentioned this possible surprise on the weekend kickoff stream we did earlier today. So if you do want to know my thoughts a bit more in depth, check that out. But it was about the whole kind of possibility of Jade Cargill coming out at the Rumble. And I thought, nah, because they've not built into this story, they've not kind of hinted towards it. But that could be the reveal. The reveal could be in the match where she's like, I know what you did to me, it could happen. I mean, otherwise, why are they featuring them? But I guess they're big stars. They are champs, even though if it's not about those titles. It is ironic to see Naomi with that title, considering all the drama around the last time she held that title, right? I feel like nobody's talking about that. Like, it's the reason she left was around that title. Yeah, she did get close last year, and it felt quite believable, actually, because of the return after controversial exit. Not controversial to fans, but I guess controversial as far as the relationship it might have. I think we lost a bit of signal there. Sorry about that, guys. Here is where, again, it could get awkward if people start shouting out, right? If people start shouting Jade Cargill's name, or like, you screwed Jade, I bet you attacked Jade, then that's going to be a bit awkward, right? I think I might do that if I was there. No, I couldn't do that, because if I was there, I might be as a member of the press, and I've got to be good, be on the best behavior. Surely now they've got to say to each other, well, I'm going to win it. Like we mentioned earlier on with Sludge, this is the thing about tag teams being in it. They've got to at least play off each other. Yeah, Pat mentioned it there. Every woman for themselves. So maybe it's not each other they got to look out for, though. It could be someone else. They're pretending to fight each other, basically, since Cole says, what happens if it's just you two in the end? But they're so playful with it. Maybe it is to kind of divert you a bit. Like, they're just good guys. They're good guys. They're happy with each other. And then all of a sudden it's because they've done something evil in the background, you know, they've took out their friend. Like I say, I think the best way to go around the whole Jade Cargill thing, whether it's at Mania, here at Rumble, you know, whenever she comes back, I think it should turn out that Naomi did it, and it's to get into this position she's in now. But then it should, in order to extend that feud even further, it should turn out that Bianca was part of the plan. And then you get that big match between Bianca and Jade as well, as Naomi versus Jade. Oh, Nia Jax, I thought she'd be coming out. Yeah, is this like one of the only things Nia's not won then? She's not won the Rumble? Or has she won the Rumble? Another theme song that is... Like, honestly, if this hit in the Rumble, which it will, I'd have no idea it was coming out. I'd have no idea. Like, hearing this bit here, I'm like, oh, yeah, I kind of recognize it. Yeah, it's Nia Jax, yeah. Who's screaming in the audience? I think they're saying I love you. Yeah, they are. There's someone in the audience. Oh, no, so you're going to take that. What? Oh, Tiffy time. They haven't really touched on the Tiffany Stratton thing, right? Since she lost the title. So she's a favorite. God, someone is screaming. And they're just ripping Michael Cole's fashion sense now. Oh, like a true pro heel. She's turned it around to dissing the local fans. Yeah, good point. Yeah, Nia has been dominating. Queen of Ring, women's champ. Royal Rumble seems to be next on that list. Nia is good, like, on the mic. Yeah. Yeah, so she's talking about the time she met at the Men and Women Rumble. You might have seen it on the streams over the years, but I'm not a fan of that anymore. Like, there's one thing when China did it, and it was only one Rumble to do it on, but... I'd be mad if she did just enter the women's and the men's and won them both, right? All right, not much time left. Is it all related to the Rumble then? Oh, you got Cody as well. Well, I say not much time left. I don't know. It's just usually an hour long, isn't it? So... Okay, so now they're bringing out Liv and Raquel, and then at least Cody. And judging by how it usually goes, there's about 15 minutes left of this kickoff. But maybe it'll go a little bit longer. Again, for those watching live, appreciate you. For those watching on demand, you too. And those watching the replay section on the build-up show, thank you very much for tuning in as well. We are currently watching the kickoff show from WWE and reacting to it. Liv and Raquel are now on the stage. Like, wait, what would they do next? They've been a great few months. I've really enjoyed what they've done. Even though the Rhea feud went on a bit long. No, I think I'd be happy if Liv won the Royal Rumble. Especially after getting close 2 years in a row, like I say. Oh, they want to get reintroduced. Not a fan of the original introduction. There you go. Some good heel work. But again, look how much fun they're having with. I like these kickoff shows, man. Like I keep saying, it's a good time. Sludge says she hasn't got a reason to win it this time. Is that in reference to Liv, mate, or Nia? I missed that. There we go. Another entrance. And as she does another entrance, I'll use this as an opportunity to tell you that we've had the privilege of interviewing Liv Morgan on this very channel. If you haven't seen it already, please go back and watch that. Great conversation with former women's champion, as you see there. She's basically saying she's learned from the last 2 years. She'd be able to do it. Wow. So only her and Natalia have been in all of them. So says Nia, she hasn't not won a Rumble because she has no reason to. Yeah, I don't think storyline calls for it at the moment, if I'm honest, Sludge. I think you're right. It's just one of those ticking them off the list, you know, like when you look at certain wrestlers when they've been there for a while. It's a bit of a surprise she hasn't won it. But like I say, if there's no reason to. Now they're trying to hype up Raquel now and say, look, what about if you won the Rumble? Kind of splitting between her and Liv. I hope they don't split these two up soon. I think they're doing well together. It'd be too obvious. Okay, so she spoke in Spanish. And the thing is, I'm learning Spanish, guys. But that was a bit fast for me. I'd love to translate. Wait, maybe one day. All right, so she's saying she's loyal to the Judgment Day. Where my Livy wants, my Livy gets, just like what Liv says about Dom. Oh, okay. So Liv saying Raquel's in it to guarantee my victory. Now I think Raquel is going to throw Liv out. Yeah, that's made me feel a little bit different about things. That was a bit too on the point of Raquel is in this match to help me win, and Raquel just went along with it. You didn't even have the kind of Raquel going, hold on, what? She just went along with it, which makes me think that's definitely happening, or maybe it's a twist. Who knows? But again, this is why the Rumble's so fun, right, guys? Again, not long now to the Royal Rumble. As we watch this live, we are pretty much 24 hours away. 23 hours and 50 minutes, but you know what I'm saying. Away from the Royal Rumble kicking off in Indianapolis on Saturday night. Once again, if you're watching live, we are here doing a watch along of the kickoff show. If you're watching on demand, appreciate you for tuning in. And those watching on the replay section on the build-up show, thank you for tuning in as well. And once again, we're going to dive into this card and predictions and things like that more throughout Saturday, leading towards 11 o'clock in the UK when it kicks off. But we're going to be live for quite some time on Saturday evening. Again, breaking down the card and going through all the latest rumors. If you haven't seen it already, my original stream earlier was a weekend kickoff stream where we basically went through all of the big rumors surrounding the men's and women's championship Royal Rumble match, I should say. But now it's time to talk about what half of those might be going for, and that is the WWE title. Of course, they could be going for Gunther's World Heavyweight title, but it'd be interesting to see if whoever wins the Rumble does go after the WWE title, and whether or not that title is around the waist of Cody Rhodes or maybe Kevin Owens. So it says, my WWE routine is I watch the Rumble, I watch WWE non-stop until September, then I stop watching and it repeats. Oh, really? You just take time off between September and the Rumble? It does start to get a bit quieter around that time. Maybe we need to address that more. I mean, the Survivor Series is pretty good. Past few years have been quite big, isn't it? Right, but Cody Rhodes is now making his way onto the stage with the WWE title, not the Winged Eagle, of course, because Mr. Owens is walking around with that. It'd be interesting to see who wins and how they react with the Winged Eagle. Oh, we'll let the woe happen. Sorry. There we go. Nice big woe. Be interested to see, as I say, what happens to the Winged Eagle title after. I don't think they're going to keep it as part of the show or anything like that, like properly. But I'm surprised they did it after that first Saturday Night's main event. But I had the same questions then of like, how do you wrap that up without devaluing either title? Like, you can't hold them both and then go, I've just got WWE. I don't care about the Winged Eagle. And you can't retire WWE one, I don't think, either. So they'll have to kind of have the image of holding both and then come out on the next show with just the WWE one. And the person more likely to do that would be Cody. Unless, as a heel, Kevin Owens wins them both and he goes, I've just used this as a prop, I don't care about it. And that's even more insulting. Throws it away because it's the, prestigious Winged Eagle and you've shown it disrespect. Christopher Leclerc is in the house as Liv Morgan is delusional if she thinks she's winning the Royal Rumble tomorrow night. It's going to be either Bayley, Charlotte Flair winning the Rumble. Oh, yeah, Bayley. So we talked about Bayley earlier on. I just don't see it because I just don't know what she'd do. Last year, the storyline seemed obvious, the whole damage control thing. But Charlotte Flair, I agree with you, buddy. I think Charlotte Flair is the most likely to win it. My predictions from earlier on this week was Charlotte. My prediction earlier on today was Charlotte. And we'll see what it's like on the live section of the build-up show on Saturday. But I reckon my prediction is still going to be Charlotte. Ooh, Cody saying everyone's talking about winning the Rumble and going to Mania. What's so hard if I did it twice? Christopher again says Rhea Ripley and Bayley. Rhea Ripley is the match. Oh, okay. Rhea Ripley and Bayley. Yeah, I mean, someone would have to turn though, wouldn't they? Someone would have to be a heel, I guess. What's the sign he's looking for? Is it the prime taste bad? I wish. No. Cody just reading random signs out here now. Yeah. Here for Michael Cole's job. Oh, that's it. The Sheamus sign he wants to see. Cody's pointed out the sign to bring back Sheamus's old theme. You need to bring back a lot of people's old theme, by the way, guys. Christopher says Bayley will be the heel and Rhea Ripley be the face. So you think Bayley's going to switch back? You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Bayley did switch back because the babyface run hasn't been setting the world on fire, has it? It's been okay. But I think that's just because I'm sore about her not being the hugger again. As Cody says there, he wants Sheamus's old thing. He's trying to get a petition going, it seems. I would love it. Oh, someone's got a Joe Hendry face in the audience there as well. Definitely think he's going to be showing up. We've said his name, so he's probably going to appear. There we go. Okay, Cody wants to do something. I feel like I'm getting deja vu. Did this not happen on the last kickoff where Cody did something a bit strange at the end? Maybe I'm just having deja vu. Okay, he's leaning into Michael Cole appreciation. What's this all about? Oh, what's he want Cole to do? Wow, he's trying to make a moment at the kickoff show by getting Michael Cole to crowd surf. Wow, I think they're all going to do it. It'd be a cool visual to promote the kickoff shows going forward and to promote the Royal Rumble. Just that image of loads of people just like they do the Rumble anyway. Well, they're actually going to stage dive. I'm scared for him. I'm scared Michael Cole's going to get injured. What a weird way to end the kickoff show. They've it literally just shuts down Fred all the plugs. Yeah, it's on at this time tomorrow. Hold on. Okay, Michael Cole's falling already. As he gets on, gets down. Here we go. Here we go. Hold on. Go on, lift him up. Lift him up. Whee! Michael Cole and Cody Rhodes have ended the kickoff show by crowd surfing, which is not what I expected to be saying in this stream, but here we are. And this is why I enjoy these kickoff shows. They're fun, they're silly, and a lot of the wrestlers do go off script, but they give you a little hint as to what we might be seeing. Pat didn't jump like I thought he would, but that was it, guys. That was the end of the kickoff show. And again, a thoroughly enjoyable one. Sludge says Michael Cole for Hall of Fame. I think so, mate. I mean, he's deserved it now. He's got a Hall of Fame career for sure. But that moment at the end might have been enough to tip the scales in case people weren't 100% sold. But yeah, what a good kickoff show. I really hope you've enjoyed it, guys. I've enjoyed basically reacting to it with you. I really appreciate everyone that's been commenting in the chat so far. And again, if you've been watching live with me, thank you so much for letting me be your kind of I guess entertainment alongside the entertainment that we saw on WWE's YouTube channel there with the kickoff show. And yeah, really appreciate that. If you are watching on demand or you are watching on the replay of the build-up show, thank you there as well. This has been our kickoff watch along stream. Again, earlier we also did a kickoff of our own. We did our weekend kickoff. So if you haven't seen that already, guys, go back and check that out on this very channel. The stream is up live on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling YouTube channel for on-demand access as well. And like I mentioned earlier on, tomorrow night we'll be coming back for a build-up show. That's what we love to do on this channel. It's a tradition of... He says tomorrow, but what he really means is right now, live. We're back, guys. It is time to pick up where we left off, essentially. Thank you for everyone that stayed with us while past Scott was taking care of you and talking about last night's kickoff show. Again, I've been in the background lurking and replying to some of your great comments. So I really appreciate everything that's been coming through there as well. We're going to get to some of those in just a minute. Again, I've replied to some already, but there are some that definitely deserve a kind of in-depth take on things as well. So keep them coming, guys. Love to know what you guys think of tonight's Royal Rumble and what you thought of last night's kickoff show. As you could tell there, I actually really, really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed doing those streams. One of my favorite things to do on the channel now because it's just so off the cuff and strange, as we saw there with Cody Rhodes getting Michael Cole to crowd surf. But there we are. It's not just talking about crowd surfing commentators on this channel, though. We've also had the opportunity to interview the likes of Bailey in the past. So if you haven't already, please subscribe and you can find content like that on this very channel as well. Also had the great opportunity to interview the likes of Finn Balor, Bianca Belair, and members of Imperium. So once again, if you haven't already, please subscribe, and that's the kind of stuff you can expect to get from us on this channel. Of course, tonight, though, you are tuned into the build-up show and you've been watching some clips from our other coverage leading towards Royal Rumble as well. We started earlier on talking about Clash in Paris and all the news surrounding that. If you missed that, check it out on this very channel as well. We also showed our original predictions, which we'll talk a little bit more about later on when we get some extra guests on. And we also dove into some of the surprise predictions with the weekend kickoff, and of course you've just been watching the watch along as well for the kickoff show that WWE did themselves. Now, as I say, you are tuned in live at the moment though to the build-up show, and the whole point about this is to get us and you guys ready for the big event. And as I always say on these big ones, guys, it's not hard work doing it when you've got a great card and a great show to be excited for. And that's what we have tonight, of course. I keep saying it's not a big card, but it is a big card, if you get what I mean. There's only 4 matches, but they are big, big matches. Starting out with Motor City Machine Guns going up against DIY to try and get their tag titles back. Even that feels weird to say. You know, TNA legends now being in WWE going up against DIY on the main roster. And they've been there for a few months now, and it would be great to see them finally get some action on a PLE. Then we've got Kevin Owens going up against Cody Rhodes as well, looking to officially become WWE champion. And I gotta be honest, guys, I hope he does it. Don't think he will, but I hope he does. The women's title is something that the women in this match is going to be looking towards, though, whether it be the one that's held by Rhea Ripley or the one that's held by Tiffy Time herself. There's a lot of possible scenarios when it comes to winners in this match and who they could go after. But my personal opinion is that the winner is quite an easy one to pick. It's Charlotte Flair. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on. And the men's rumble really does have a huge field where I think it's a little bit more tough to pick, right? A lot of comments at the moment I've seen about John Cena. CM Punk is getting brought up quite a lot. That's who I've been saying for the past few days as well. But let's get into some of the comments. As I say, keep them coming in the comment section below. F Sweezy, am I saying that right? I hope I am. Says they've got Cody for the ladder match, I'm assuming, or do you mean in the Rumble? Because as I mentioned on last night's stream, I got a feeling that if he was to lose against Kevin Owens, we could see him enter the Royal Rumble. And if he won, even though I was annoyed with him winning twice in a row, even though it led to something I did want to see, him finishing the story, I just felt like it should have been done even more. 3 in a row would be funny, right? Like, even though it would be annoying, I'd kind of be like, all right, at least it was unexpected. So we'll see with that. But I'm sure you meant the WWE title match. Or maybe you do join me in thinking that he could be in the Royal Rumble. Who knows? Let's get to some of these comments again. I've been replying to some in the background. Let's see where we left off with this. Let's have a look. Because again, I know a lot of these I've replied to, but some of them definitely deserve some extra focus as well. Here we go. I'm getting close. Please bear with me, everyone. All right. So, I remember where we were. Someone that Universal was sending in like a million messages, weren't? That's what happened, and we had to kind of put them a bit of a timeout. Sorry about that, mate, but got to keep the chat fair, you know. Let's jump into. So Sludge said you had Netflix ready, or you're ready for it essentially. I love that we've got you on the build-up show again. I know you always tune in to us, mate, every single PLE. That's what we're here for, getting us all excited for the PLE ahead. And I'm glad you've joined us. You're so ready. You've got Netflix ready as well. Goddess Nikki Cross said Wade Barrett eliminates Seth Rollins. That's quite a cool. Again, I'd love to see Wade Barrett coming back tonight and entering the Rumble. That'd be pretty exciting to see. Who else do we have? We have Greg joined us in the chat. I see loads of great comments coming in from Greg, who says CM Punk's going to win. Asked who we thought was going to win as well. Also talked about Penta. There's been so much talk about Penta lately that people have started to go, maybe they're going to make him win the Rumble, right? Because he's been like massively featured and a big part of the press and stuff like that as well. So yeah, really, really cool. If he gets I think he will get a massive showing tonight. I don't think he'll win it, but I think he'll get a good showing. Sled Sports says rumors for, I know you said 2017, but you meant 2027. Nominees apparently for Rumble, at least being held in Dallas, Philly, or Jacksonville. So again, some interesting possible locations there. I haven't been to Dallas. I've been to Houston. Nearly went to Dallas Mania, but it didn't work out. I was in New York, but couldn't really hop, skip, and jump over there as easily as I'd like to because I had other commitments. Philadelphia, though, of course, held Royal WrestleMania, I should say, last year. I know some of the guys from Give Me a Whole Year and WrestleSphere, who will be seeing some of those later on in the stream. They would be joining us for a chat as well. We're over there for that and did some great content coverage over there. I'm a big fan of Philly. I had a great time in there myself a few years back. Never been to Jacksonville. Of course, got a big link with another wrestling company, so be interested to see if that ever did go down. Davon says, will CM Punk win the Royal Rumble? Yeah, I reckon he will. That's who I've got at the moment. I do think it will be CM Punk. But again, Cena, Reigns, Sami Zayn, like as you saw on the kickoff stream there, I was really starting to think, oh, maybe it could be Sami Zayn. Drew McIntyre as well. Loads of people essentially this time round. Greg said, great to see Triple H getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. Yeah, we're going to touch on that a little bit more detail, I'm sure, throughout the stream. But big news there in the world of WWE. Abena, again, hopefully I'm saying your name right, says, I want Bailey to win. A 2 in a row for Bailey. Wouldn't that be something? Again, I'm not usually a fan of repeat winners, but there we have it. Could be Bailey. I reckon she's coming out number 1, as I mentioned earlier on. Punk versus Cody at Mania. Now, that does seem quite likely, doesn't it? Although, judging by SmackDown, they also really sold Punk versus Kevin Owens. So I think they realized they'd probably stepped too far on the kind of Cody stuff and maybe had to have a bit of balance, essentially. What else do we have? Greg said... can't wait for Rumble, and that he watched Flair winning in 92. I did ask in the comments if it was just the first one Greg had watched or if he was there at the time. And yeah, apparently Greg went to Rumble 92. I said a lot of people have great memories of Rumble 92. I'm sure you have some really great memories of having been there. So yeah, I mean, look at you. First of all, you went to Royal Rumble 92. Now you're with us on the build-up for Royal Rumble 2025. Does it get any bigger, Greg? Thank you so much for tuning in, buddy. You talked about my favorite match from 2024. Me and the rest of the guys on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel did a 2025 predictions show about a month back now, and we touched on our 2024 kind of highlights as well. So if you haven't already, guys, there's a stream for you to check out as well on this very channel. Not now, we're busy, right? We're doing Rumble chat. So yeah, go and check that out at some point as well. Where else were we with these comments? Again, Greg watched Rumble 92 live. What else? So check that video out. Good choice of Drew versus Punk. Yeah, that was my favorite match from, I can think of the top of my head, from last year. But again, we go more into detail on those sort of things on that stream. It'd be great, he says, if an underdog won. Someone like R-Truth would be massive. Yeah, you're right. That is true. I do love an underdog winner. I don't think it's going to be R-Truth. Do you remember when he nearly won? Was it the Chamber that he nearly won a few years ago? They did that with Santino, didn't they? But I'm sure there was something with Truth as well. Kabul says, hi, I'm so happy. Rhea Ripley, men's Royal Rumble entry. Yes. Oh, okay. Sludge is asking as well, are we going to see Rhea in the men's Royal Rumble? Apparently, yeah. I don't think so. I'll be honest. I don't like it. I liked it when there was no women's Rumble, but now there is a women's Rumble. I just think it's messy. Yeah, so I prefer if they didn't do that, because I think it downplays the Rumble that you would usually be in, if that makes sense. So yeah, but not the biggest fan myself. I loved it when China did it. I thought it was still pretty cool when Nia did it. But at the same time, I wasn't the biggest fan of it. Greg says, hit the likes. Yes, guys, hit us in the like button, and don't hit us. I mean, hit the like button for us, and that big red shiny subscribe button as well. Thank you so much for everyone that's joined us so far. We've been live for nearly 3 hours now, and we've got another, well, nearly 3 hours to go, essentially, before the Royal Rumble. We're going to take you right the way up until the start of the Royal Rumble. Very soon is going to be the countdown that WWE are going to be doing live themselves. So if you're going to watch that, then hey, stick with us as well, because we're going to watch it too. We're going to act like a little bit of a companionship for that as a watch along, and then we're going to have loads of fun topics to go through, and again, special guests on the channel later on as well. Pratik said, who will be number 1 and number 2 in the match? And as I said to Pratik, we did talk about this earlier on. My picks were Cena to be number 1 and Bailey to be number 1. And there were some great comments earlier on talking about who could go in there with Cena at the start. And some of my favorites were Gable or Carmelo Hayes. What else have we got? Pratic says, I want to see John Cena and Drew McIntyre start the men's Royal Rumble. And DH Zilla says, Justin Gabriel winning the Rumble, coming in at number 31. Number 31. But yeah, I'd love to see Justin Gabriel back. I was a big fan of his work. It was kind of a shame it kind of fizzled out for him. We've had a lot of Nexus talk this week. Isn't that crazy? Loads of talk about Wade Barrett, but specifically about the Nexus earlier on and last night as well. Sludge says, if Justin Gabriel comes back, I come back. Okay. Braddock says Jacob Fatu is going to be the guy with the most eliminations in the Royal Rumble. Look, I'd have to agree with you there. I think Jacob Fatu is clearly on a huge rise at the moment. They want to push him, yeah, rightly so. And it definitely has been presented in a way that they want that to happen. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised in the least. What would be surprising, I guess, is for someone to not be in there for very long and then break a record. That is important, but the way they're pushing him at the moment, like it does seem possible. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised in that sense. Right. More comments here. Jared says, I have Cena in the men and Charlotte in the women. Cody beats Kevin and the Motor City Machine Guns defeat DIY. So go through them one by one. Cena, I think, is very likely. I've personally gone for CM Punk myself. Again, it'd be great seeing what other people think when they join me on the stream later on. Charlotte in the women's, that's exactly who I've gone for as well. I do think Kevin will beat Cody. Cody will beat Kevin. There we go, slip of the tongue to tell you what I really want to happen. Motor City Machine Guns to beat DIY. Now, I said that originally, but I'm not sure if I've changed my mind, but I did originally go with your pick there, buddy. Greg says Cena, maybe, but Punk definitely. Pratic says John Cena is currently favourite to win, and Greg was also talking about Aleister Black coming back. I would love it. I mentioned it in the comments in response to Greg as well. I just don't know because he's currently still listed, apparently at least, on the active roster for AEW on their website, and if he shows up tonight, as we said on the kickoff streams last night, that's not a good look for them, you know? So surely they'd want to get rid of it. A lot of talk about his contract potentially not even being run up until late February, I think, or March. So it'd be a massive shock. And as I kept saying when we did last night's streams as well, if he does come back, it's got to be his old theme song, especially if it's in the Rumble. That is something we've all moaned about for the past few years, right? How the Rumble has suffered from that buzzer going off and us all going, who? For about 5 seconds, unless you hear one of those theme songs where they have to say the name of the wrestler or their catchphrase. You know, he says as if Your Smell wasn't a fun theme song back in the day, but you know what I'm saying, it's got a bit too silly lately. Pratic says Charlotte Flair considered a strong contender to win the Rumble. I would agree with you, mate. I do think it's going to be Charlotte Flair, and I was in the background while the stream was playing the replay. I was here, and we got some nice shout-outs from DH Zilla about that as well, working hard in the background. You know how it is. We're trying to keep everybody entertained as we go on. Again, it's 3 hours into the show. We've got 3 hours left pretty much, and then we get to the Royal Rumble itself. Greg agrees Charlotte to win. What else did we have here? I wouldn't be surprised if we see the final boss come out and win the Rumble. Here's the thing. Final boss, as Greg says, interesting because no one's talking about the final boss at the moment, are they? We mentioned this a little bit earlier on. No one's really talking about Roman Reigns winning it, which is bizarre because he's Roman Reigns. And the last time he was in it was coming out at the tail end of us all going, oh, Roman always wins it. He's probably going to win it. Like, he always wins something, you know. Him and he was how Cena used to be. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Greg thinks Kevin Owens will lose. Mohammed also asked about who we think is going to win. Again, more chat. Talking about CM Punk. We got Brian Orton 57 saying Jordan Grace will make her WWE I guess debut, is that supposed to say, in the Rumble? Of course, she's been in WWE, but now maybe officially as a member of the WWE roster. Yeah, we did talk earlier on about loads of those kind of possibilities around TNA. Now she's left TNA, but there's still a lot of people in TNA, former legends of WWE and rising stars such as Joe Hendry and the Hardy Boys, who may show up tonight as well. And again, we'll break down more of those last minute kind of predictions and surprises later on in the show, as well as we get more of our friends from the wrestling media jumping on and more members of the Rebellious Noise crew as well. But stick with us in the comments, guys. Love to know what you guys think. Brad's just tuned in. Thank you so much for joining, Brad. Really good to have you here. And there we go. I got Cody. Right, so college FSU Izzy. FSU Izzy is how to pronounce. Thank you, buddy. For Susie was quite good though, I felt, you know, but Nice one. For the women's, I got Charlotte Flair. FSU Izzy says, there you go. I remembered it. I think Sammy, Cena, or Punk, or Roman. Hey, you're being a bit cheeky there. You're picking quite a few, but you want Cena. Okay, I understand. So it says OTC. And Canva wants to know, what time does it start? Now, it starts in the UK at 11 o'clock. That's just under 3 hours away. So whatever time it is for you in 3 hours, that's when the Royal Rumble will start. Another comment down here asking the same thing. But guys, thank you for keeping me company in the chat in the background while we were showing those clips. Again, want to know what you think is going to happen at the Royal Rumble. What are you most looking forward to? And what surprises do you think we're actually going to get tonight? Again, we'll continue to break down as FSU Izzy. There we go. It says 11 o'clock here in the UK. We'll continue to break down more of the rumors as well that we see going around social media. This is why we love the build-up shows. You know, we get to interact with you guys and we talk about all the fun kind of last-minute rumors and stuff like that. Now, the build-up show has been something we've been doing for a few years now. We've tried over recent months to stretch it even further. So the later portion is live with a panel, more members of our team here at Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling, and also friends from the wrestling media world that will join us later on. And then the early part is me hopping in and out and showing you some of the highlights from this week's content as well. So I really hope you've enjoyed it. Again, for 3 hours, you've stuck with us and we've had loads of great comments. So there we are. I got it. Thank you very much. But yeah, thanks for joining us, buddy. And again, keep telling us, guys, what do you want to see happen at the Royal Rumble? What do you think's gonna happen? What match are you most looking forward to? I want to know what you think about all those things. Right, Sludge Sports says Royal Rumble meal. I got kebabs, chicken, rice, and pita bread. What a meal, Sludge. What a meal. Look, that's another thing we do on this channel, because the build-up show is a little bit different to our usual streams. You know, we have a few drinks and stuff like that later on. At the moment, I'm on the cup of tea and some biscuits, which I'll be having in soon. But we like to know what your Rumble snacks are going to be, or what your PLE snacks are going to be. So tonight, Sludge is having kebabs, chicken, rice, I guess chicken kebab, and pita bread. Oh, mate. You know, I got pizza. Gonna have some chicken nuggets and some fries as well. Looking forward to it, man. Looking forward to it. Let us know in the comments. My belly's rumbling already. Let us know in the comments what you think is the best snack to have with a pay-per-view, or a PLE as they call them these days. Sludge, seeing as you're back in the house, buddy, I'm going to bring up what you sent us on social media. If you don't already, follow us at RN Pro Wrestling on X, and of course subscribe here at Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel on YouTube, Rebellious Noise on Twitch, where else are we? Facebook, if you still use that, TikTok at RN Pro Wrestling, where we've been posting a lot of short content recently based on predictions around PLEs as well, so check that out as well, guys. FSU Izzy, there we go. Probably some chicken wings, popcorn chips, maybe some more. Oh, I'm getting hungry. Harry's in the house. Hey guys, how you doing, Harry? Hope you're doing well, mate. Thank you for tuning in live. We are again just under 3 hours away from diving into Royal Rumble, but for the next 3 hours we're going to get you hyped up for it, so you've come to the right place for that. As I say though, Sludge Sports, you did send us your predictions in depth, didn't you? We've been asking for these in the comments, but Sludge went over the top with this one and sent us a huge round of predictions. Let's show you what Sludge says. Sludge predicted 1 to 30, the order, everything, but we're going to pick out some of the highlights here from Sludge. Sludge says, look at those surprises. Pat McAfee, I have to agree with that one. Ilya Dragunov is a great call. Been injured, of course. A lot of rumors lately that he's maybe training again at the PC. I would love to see Ilya Dragunov there. So great call there, buddy, because nobody seems to be talking about that one. Nicholas Nemeth. Straight up with the Nicholas there. We did talk about Nick Nemeth coming in as a former TNA champion now, and you know, would he be as Dolph Ziggler? Now, Obafemi is a great shout as well. I know Lucas, when he comes on later on, is probably going to agree with you there, buddy. Joe Hendry, say his name, will he appear? Well, if they say it loud enough, maybe he will. I think that's a great shout as well. There's some of the other things you've talked about there. Number 1, John Cena. Number 2, Drew McIntyre. Number 3, Carmelo Hayes, kind of similar to what a lot of people have been saying in the comments there. And going at the very end there, you've got Bron Breakker at number 30, or so I thought, until I saw you snuck in a number 31 there with The Rock. And number 31, that's 2 people now talking about number 31. So we'll see how that goes. But The Rock is an interesting one, right? Nobody's talking about The Rock now because nobody expects him to show up. There's so many stories being put out there saying he's not going to be there. But I've noticed in the last year, they seem to filter out some strange stories about The Rock to sway us quite often. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was all a ploy to kind of make a surprise, because I would be more surprised if The Rock showed up than usual, because I just don't expect The Rock to be there. Also, you said the winner would be there for The Rock. Runner up, you thought John Cena. What a moment with those two in the ring. Final four, Cena, Rock, Roman, and Punk. I could see that, I'll be honest. Most eliminations, Roman Reigns. That feels very old school, that prediction, doesn't it? Iron Man, John Cena. I feel like Cena could go pretty much all the way and then be eliminated. That's what I think is going to happen to John Cena. The least amount of time in the Rumble is The Miz. That is a perfect kind of call these days, because The Miz is just pretty much that character. First eliminated is Pat McAfee. So you've got him coming in at number 4 and then going straight out. Yeah, not a bad shout there, Sludge. Thanks again for your comment. When are you ending the stream, or is this ending when the Royal Rumble ends? So yeah, we're going to end it when the Royal Rumble starts, buddy. So this is just to build us up into the show itself. And then sadly not doing a watch along. I assume my friends over at Give Me a Hole, yeah, if you want a suggestion of where to go for a watch along when the show starts, those guys are probably doing a watch along. But we'll be back straight after the Rumble ends. We're going to be hitting you with an instant reaction review podcast as well. So stick around. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already, because we will be letting you know what we thought of the Royal Rumble once it's all said and done. Let's get to a few more of these comments. Harry says he said my name. I did. I'll say it again, Harry. There you go, buddy. He's a W streamer. Oh, thank you, buddy. Harry, who you got winning the men's Royal Rumble? FSU Izzy says Punk or Cena or Roman again. Maybe even The Rock now. Dirty Dom is not winning it. Imagine if Dirty Dom won the Rumble. But Liv is probably going to win the women's Rumble. That's a good shout. I mean, they've really made a big point about how on the kickoff show she nearly did twice. So yeah, maybe. I'm actually a girl. I got my brother's name though. Oh, as in you're on your brother's account? Either way, Harry or not Harry, welcome to you. Hope you're doing well. Right, okay. What we're going to do now is we are actually going to throw it over to some of my colleagues from the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. I'll be back in just a bit, don't you worry. But I just want to show you an example of some of the other content we've had on this very channel recently, where there was a great discussion from Rob and Lucas, where they were talking about how the PLE cards are a little strange, a little different in the Triple H era, right? You know, we've been talking about how the Moxie and Machine Guns and the DIY and the tag titles themselves haven't even been featured on a PLE in who knows how long, or ever in some of those scenarios as well. So what we're going to do now is, like I say, going to throw over to a clip from a little while back, about a week ago actually, from Rob and Lucas talking about the format of PLEs, essentially. Here we go.
Obviously, kind of hoping Triple H addresses, obviously in 2025, is, you know, can we squeeze on like another match, or can we even get the pre-show match back or something for some of these programs? Because you look at the Rumble and obviously a match that came out of SmackDown last night, which is good to see. I don't know, on our group chat we have been mentioning about the lack of tag team title defenses. Obviously, this will be the first time the titles are going to be defended on a PLE since WrestleMania. But we are seeing about 3 falls match between DIY and the Motor City Machine Guns for the WWE Tag Team Championships at the Rumble. We also obviously seen the 2 Rumble matches, and we are seeing a ladder match between Kevin Owens and Cody Rhodes. Last year, the Rumble, we had 4 matches. That's what we had. We had 4 matches.
Was it only 4? It didn't.
Yeah.
Wow.
Same with the Chamber.
Right.
Chamber was 4 matches as well. We had 2 cards in a row where there were only 4 matches on the card. And so, not Chamber. Sorry, War Games. Sorry, Survivor Series was 4 matches.
Yeah.
You had the 2 War Games matches. But yeah, it just gets the thing. You know, can we? Maybe this is something Triple H has been kind of saying to Netflix and been saying to people. You know, obviously, they're giving a lot of time to sponsors, to celebrity guests, and people arriving at the arena. You know, can some of this time be redistributed to, okay, can we feature another match? Because obviously next week, if obviously what we're seeing the 2 Rumble match attractions, we're seeing a ladder match, and then we're seeing like a tag match. Like, can we not get, at the moment, there's no scheduled appearance, obviously, for the women's, either any of, well,
Yeah,
either. There's now 4 singles women's belts, there's women's tag belts.
exactly.
None of them are being represented as part of the PLE. I guess obviously you could argue a lot of these wrestlers will end up in the Rumble match before people comment. Obviously, you have to
Fair
match
enoff.
the Rumble
But
match for each of those people.
but what about the rest of the year? Like the
Yeah.
Rumble, I think, is the only exception.
Mm.
Potentially, maybe Survivor Series if they do, let's say, a Team Raw versus Team SmackDown thing, and then they have, or like the women's world title and another one, then they bring in your respective other, a tag team from this one and that. That's a valid reason to not display them. But you're right, man. Like the men's tag team titles, Shinsuke Nakamura with his title at the moment, all of a sudden he's like, you have so many titles that you can showcase, and the only ones that are being used. I mean, Kevin Owens is showing the one that he's currently holding, and that's being shown on TV more than the women's ones, and like they've only just won them. So you're right. Granted, yes, okay, is the Rumble coming up, but the rest of the PLEs, man, you put in the group chat, do we just not see the men's tag titles anymore? Which, at this point, I would go out on a thing and say, look, unify them, make it one set of titles, and that's it.
I think there's lots of teams. It just seems to be that there's the lack of time on the shows, like because they dedicate the time to other things.
Yeah.
I just look back at when I do have the chance. This is again now that obviously Raw's on Netflix and stuff. Going back to the limited catalogue that has been put on Netflix, but I still find myself, maybe skimming or watching the odd match or two from an old Raw, and you can guarantee within like 30 minutes or 45 minutes, like you're seeing like multiple divisions. Even though back then, like whichever area you're looking at, we had less divisions, you could argue, because obviously now the women have mid-card belts and tags and all this kind of stuff, but still, like, you can guarantee you'd see. And sometimes it was at the detriment. Don't get me wrong. Like, I sit very much on the thing of thinking most of SmackDown from like '99 to about 2001 is actually just like unwatchable, like on the most part, because it's just short match after short match, just loads of stuff just happening. The how they got through things so quickly because of they were doing the ratings war, and it shows particularly in 1999 because it is like every 5 minutes something new or something big has to happen, for no apparent reason. But still, you're seeing more wrestlers, you're seeing more, even though the matches were only like a minute, some of them like 2 minutes or whatever odd, you're seeing more wrestlers. And I don't want it to go back to that, but I do want it to be like, okay, if I see a WWE show, I'm not going to be sat there going, who are the tag champions? Like,
literally, I feel like that.
Because I forgot that the War Raiders were the tag team champions on Raw.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Because I assumed the Judgment Day still had them because they were being more featured, on the product. And I thought they were doing a kind of split thing with, like Finn and that lot, and that was the tease that they'd end up losing the belts. But I found out they've already lost the tag belts, and the next week they're having their rematch, which again is another problem I have with Triple H's booking, is that it just seems that his way of building up the challenger is just to basically pause the division and then kind of reboot it again. So you could look at like Shinsuke and LA Knight, and Shinsuke came back, won the belt, fair enough, but then it's like 6 weeks later he's then just having his rematch with LA Knight, and it's like, well, who else is there in the division that you're building up? I mean, you could argue you could argue. I mean, Damian Priest already seems like he's very much, got his eyes maybe set potentially on Cody, some after last night's kind of thing. You have to imagine the Miz will just continue doing the stuff with Wyatt Six, which again could be entertaining, him trying to recruit people, but you can't really see him how he diverts the US title at this point. Logan Paul, obviously, he's now a member of Monday Night Raw, and he'd be another person you think would be in that division. Like, who else is there really to put in that? Because we don't see enough.
Yeah.
You only see like the champion or the main people. I guess Jimmy Uso, maybe a shout, I guess.
Potentially, I would say you're right though. You're very right with in terms of who we're getting here and there kind of thing, because I mean, let's just go back to at one point with the IC when Braun Breaker had his first run with the title. You know, there was, I'm trying to think. So obviously, Jey Uso took it from him, but before that, we had Jey Uso, kind of in a mix at that point as well. There was Sami Zayn, there was Chad Gable for a brief second, obviously before the White at Six stuff happened. Ricochet was kind of floating around near Braun as well. So like, there was a plethora of wrestlers that were kind of, it's not this person, but it'll be this person. So we had an option of like, that's why it felt like when Sammy won it, we all felt it should have been Gable.
Yeah.
You know, and now it's a case of, well, we've got like one person that's in the lineup or no one because it's a rematch. And you're thinking, but it doesn't need to be LA Knight right now. It should be someone else. And now we're having a debate on, we can't even think of who's next.
Yeah, it's
that really shows the problem.
You know, it's been now, I think we're going on for 7 years now since, you know, Triple H, Vince McMahon, Stephanie McMahon, all came out at the start of Raw, with Shane McMahon as well, actually, and said that we're listening to you. And one of the things that came from that conversation was that they were going to get rid of the automatic rematches. And, you know, because obviously for years, the format that followed for a lot of people was that, you know, most views would last 3 pay-per-views. You know, if it was whatever title was for, you'd get 3 matches out of it, basically, with the third match more than likely being some sort of like, you know, gimmick match or something. And even if they didn't want to burn through them and didn't want to use 3 pay-per-view spots, you would still see like, you'd get the rematch from Raw the next night for some matches, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And they'd use that as the way to set up the next angle. But it very much feels now that like it's kind of got a bit boring because, like, I swear, like if I see one more tournament for a belt or for a number one contendership, I swear to God, like I get that it feels like that's the only time that you see other wrestlers though. Sometimes, you know, when they do those kind of matches, those kind of tournaments, and you go, oh, all these people still work here and they still want things. But I don't know. I just wish sometimes there wasn't always a reliance upon, you know, just having these long kind of feuds that aren't really feuds, because I mean, LA Knight, you know, lost the title, didn't do anything for weeks, then suddenly decided to care about it again, and just went, I'm having my rematch next week, and then had the rematch, and even that's ended in a DQ, but you know, we move.
I know, man.
If they do get a third match, like, do you know what I mean? Are they really going to wait it out to like Mania for that? You know, it just seems a bit, I don't know, it just falls a bit flat to me. Like, I get that obviously they're not going to go back to, you know, like Cena's Open Challenge where it's like a new person every single week, and then obviously then you build up someone losing. But then can there not be a balance between that and what we're getting now? Or we're getting the fact that I can't even list anyone who I can think of that would challenge Shinsuke next.
Yeah,
you know, because I'm not seeing enough wrestlers.
So once again, some great points from Lucas and Rob on this stream a few days ago on this very channel. Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. I think there are titles that need to be shown on TV more. Of course, we're going to see, I say TV, more the PLEs, because we see it on TV. That's the point. And we are going to be seeing an example of that, thankfully amended, you know, tonight with the tag titles from SmackDown being shown on the Royal Rumble in quite a prominent match as well, with 4 great stars. I'm looking forward to seeing what they actually pull off on the night as well. But yeah, I agree. We definitely need to get more of these wrestlers onto the PLE. It feels like they've had to really earn it. Do you know what I mean? They've been doing great stuff on SmackDown, and now they're finally getting a PLE opportunity. Not just Motor City Machine Guns, but I mean DIY as well. You know, of course they've been there before, especially in NXT, but now getting this opportunity to do it on a big stage in WWE in the tag team division, I think is quite interesting as well. Now, looking at some of the comments we've had coming in as well, you say you're a girl and you're on your brother's account. That's fine. What's your name then? I'll call you by your name if that's all right. If you want us to know that, that's all right. You're going to a WWE match in March. That's cool. Really hope you enjoy your first. Is it your first experience? Actually, I just assumed there. Maybe it's not, but hopefully you have a good time either way. WWE Live is fantastic. Myself and Rob did a video a little while ago, actually, maybe just over a year ago, talking about a show that we went to at Wembley Arena, and just talking about what the current live show experience is like for a house show in WWE. So if you're interested, if you're looking at going to a WWE show, check that video out on our channel. It'll kind of give you an idea of what the kind of experience is like. So yeah, check that out if you haven't already and you're interested in that sort of thing. Let's get to some more of these comments. I was asked a few times about some of my predictions. Again, I'm going with CM Punk for the men's Royal Rumble. I'd be very surprised if Kevin Owens won the ladder match, but that's basically what I want to see. You're very happy with chatting to you in the chat. Hey, look, that's what we're here for. We're all here for a good time. We're all here to get hyped up and ready and in the mood for tonight's show. Thank you so much. That's quite a compliment there. Favorite YouTuber. I hope you're subscribed. Hey, it's on your brother's account though. Hopefully your brother likes us as well, if that's the case. DIY, I hope Motor City Machine Guns. Yeah, I actually said Motor City Machine Guns, but I've started to change my mind a little bit. I'm not sure if that is the case. Have we seen the Sage? I haven't, says SU Izzy. I'm going to keep struggling with that one. Haven't seen it just yet. If we see any photographs or anything like that, you will try and get an image up of that body. Because, yeah, it is, as you say, second best pay-per-view. I know some people would say SummerSlam. But yeah, Rumble is just so exciting, right? That's what we love this build-up show for. It kind of gets us all hyped up, as I say, and we talk about last-minute rumors, who's going to be in the Rumble. We also like that experience of being like, has anyone seen the stage, and all those kind of last-minute rumors in that sense as well. And your name is Lucy. Well, welcome, Lucy, as well. Hope you are enjoying the stream, as you said. W name, apparently. There we go, W name. Gonna get to another quick clip here from Rob and Lucas. This one's only about a minute, basically, but it's talking a little bit more about the Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens match that we've been predicting as well. So let's get to that right now.
It's obviously, as a wrestling fan, without taking logical sides of looking at it from a normal point of view, do you agree with Owens or do you agree with Cody? Because in my opinion, I feel like Owens is more right than Cody. Owens is making sense.
Yeah, Owens is doing a very good, convincing job as a villain, and he's fantastic at what he does. But the issue is that, as we know in WWE, the rules are the referee decision is final, and that was what was done on the night. And obviously, so, Kevin Owens is, even though he could be right, he's just not, because that's just how WWE see things, like how they book things. But I think it's a very interesting way to do the match. It also got on that winged belt on show, for multiple weeks, so getting use out of it, not just having it out once. And obviously it will be in the replica stores very quickly, I'm assuming, and on the toys and action figures and stuff. So they're doing a very good job advertising.
Hopefully with Owens' character as well. So it really solidifies that.
And it's a good way to get involved.
Yeah, exactly that. I think Rob and Lucas made a good point there, that a big part of using the Winged Eagle is marketing. And after Saturday night's main event, I did wonder how they were going to get around not using the title anymore on that first occasion. Little did I know they would basically carry on using it for about over a month into the next Saturday night's main event, which that stream actually was part of the coverage for. And now we're basically seeing it not defended, but you know what I mean? It's kind of involved, at least in the WWE title match. So be interesting to see if Cody wins it, is he holding up both? If Kevin wins it, is he holding up both? And do one of them kind of respectfully put one aside, or does Kevin throw? I got a feeling that if Kevin wins it, he'll throw the Winged Eagle away and be like, it's just a prop just to get to this, and disrespect it as a heel. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do there, essentially. We are getting very, very close to our friends from the wrestling media and other members of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel joining us on stream to let us know what they think's been going on what they think about what's been going on lately in the build up to the Royal Rumble and what they expect to see on tonight's show. But I just want to say thank you to everyone that's joined us so far, and I'd love to know what you think is going to happen tonight. Who do you think is going to win the Royal Rumble? What surprises do you think we're going to see as far as entries into the Royal Rumble as well? Let us know in the comments, guys. Now, again, we've done quite a bit of content surrounding the Royal Rumble this week, and one of the things we did, of course, was our original predictions. And what we're going to do now is throw over to that video quickly, just to see what I was saying a few days ago, what Dan was saying, and what Rob was saying, and we'll see if our opinions have changed. All right, here we go. 2025 predictions, let's do it. Starting off first with the 2 out of 3 falls tag team title match between DIY and the Motor City Machine Guns. Now, I have been really impressed with what those two teams have been doing lately, and I feel like this is going to be quite a big match. A bit of a shock though, right? They've barely featured the tag titles on anything other than the weekly shows, so to see it on the PLE is one thing, to make it surely going to 3 falls is quite another. We're basically getting 3 matches in one there, right? After not being on a PLE for ages. Well, I think this time we will see the Motor City Machine Guns coming out on top. The feud's been great so far. It's all been about making DIY look like naughty heels and make the Machine Guns look like the deserving baby faces who have come in recently to WWE. And I think what better way to solidify them as a top tier tag team in the WWE than giving them a huge win on such a big PLE. So I think Motor City Machine Guns are going to be your new tag team champions.
Motor City Machine Guns versus DIY. Now look, I've liked the build up of this feud. I think DIY stealing it from MCMG was a perfect way to kind of keep this feud bubbling and building. It's going to go 1 apiece, so I feel like Motor City Machine Guns will probably get the first pin, and then DIY will get the second, and it will come down to the 3rd fall, I think, which is going to be a guarantee. My overall prediction though, I think Motor City Machine Guns walk out as new champions. However, this is the end of DIY. I think DIY, we lose them. DIY destructs at Royal Rumble.
The tag team championship match between the Motor City Machine Guns and DIY, and then 2 out of 3 falls match. Champions going into this are DIY. DIY coming out of this with the championship still intact. I reckon there will be some interference, probably in like the 2nd form, in the form of someone pretty deadly or street profit, something like that.
And up next is the Charlotte Flair show. I mean, the Women's Royal Rumble. Bit of a spoiler there, I guess. I've come out and said it already. Charlotte Flair surely is winning the Women's Rumble. I can't really see an obvious pick beyond Charlotte Flair. They have been airing vignettes for her return, specifically at the Rumble. We know she's in the Rumble. It's not going to be a surprise, so I think she's probably just going to win it. Now, my reason for this is because I think it looks like they probably are going to be setting up her versus Tiffany Stratton at WrestleMania. Feels like a big time WrestleMania match, doesn't it? Now, personally, I'm looking forward to having her back. I think she's a great performer. While there have been claims over the years of her being pushed too much, her talent does kind of justify it, right? But it's a very frequent thing. So her coming back and winning the Rumble, I think will get a bit of fan backlash if that is the case, which is a bit of a shame. But at the same time, I don't know what else they would do.
For the Women's Royal Rumble match, it could be Becky. She could return. There's rumours going around that AJ Lee could return. I love the rumour mill. It's one of my favourite things for Royal Rumble because you don't know who's going to win, who's going to be there. For me, there's going to be one person, I think one person being victorious, and I think it's Charlotte Flair.
Then we go to the Women's Royal Rumble. I think this one's cut and dry that it's going to be a Charlotte Flair win, you know. As much as I don't want it to, I do think Charlotte Flair is coming out of this as the winner and will go on to WrestleMania to face Tiffany Stratton and put an end to Tiffy time, potentially.
Now, WWE title is on the line in a ladder match. Old school, right? IC belt and IC belt. No, this time it's going to be the Winged Eagle and current WWE Championship, as Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens, who also lays claim to the title, will be looking to climb the ladder and surely have that iconic image of grabbing both. Well, who will it be that grabs both titles? None other than Cody Rhodes, surely, right? It doesn't feel like this is the time they're going to take the title off of him. And Kevin Owens seems to quite often get in these positions, right? Where he's that kind of wrestler that gets you to that next point, or that wrestler that's being used at the Royal Rumble in this position already. We've seen that before as well. So, yeah. While I've enjoyed the feud, it just feels obvious. Now, if Kevin did win, it'd be a massive shock, be a bit of a swerve, and hey, I'd kind of be up for it. I don't really see it happening.
Kevin Owens versus Cody Rhodes for the WWE Championship. Man, with the way this has been building, I feel like the perfect person to win this would be Kevin Owens. It would make sense in that way, because Kevin has he's had a bit of run through what's been going on. Not that he's a champion. I've not really enjoyed Cody's, like, his run at all. Same as Gunther's. It's been a bit hit and miss. So I'm kind of edging more towards Kevin Owens. That being said, what your heart thinks and what your mind thinks are two different things. My heart wants Owens because I'd love to see him have a run with that title, especially him walking around with the Winged Eagle one. But I just don't see it happening. I think it's going to be a gnarly match, but Cody Rhodes is walking out still champion.
Next up is the WWE Championship ladder match between Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens. Now, interesting note actually on the Raw this week was that there was all mention of people going after Cody for the title, no mention of potentially Kevin Owens. So that makes me think it's going to be a Cody Rhodes victory.
Now the men's Royal Rumble. Now don't worry, we will get into surprise entrances and returns and things like that on our build-up show. But here, I'm just going to let you know who I think is going to win the Royal Rumble. And I think that will be CM Punk. Now there are other strong candidates. I know John Cena with his final year. You could probably make a point for Sami Zayn, Seth Rollins getting back in that title picture, Roman Reigns of course forcing himself back into a main event as well, potentially going after Cody or Kevin Owens, or maybe it's Kevin Owens that wins the title and it throws a spanner in the works here as well. But I think CM Punk is the one at the moment that feels like the safest bet about who he could go to WrestleMania and face. So I'm going to go with CM Punk winning the Royal Rumble.
And the men's Royal Rumble match. There's too many names. We've had the discussion on the live shows. If you've watched them, if you've had the chance to tune in, then you'll know that there's so many names kind of floating around at the top, who it could literally be anyone. The names are being thrown around: Roman Reigns, Drew McIntyre, CM Punk, John Cena again is another one, Seth Rollins. There's too many names to throw in, like to just randomly throw out them and think, okay, this is who's going to be and where the story is going to go. After watching Monday Night Raw, I think we may be going Cody versus Punk, and if that's the case, that means Punk would have to win the Royal Rumble. Now, Punk hasn't done that yet. He's been a Money in the Bank holder. Obviously, he had a long run with the WWE Championship. There's not much more he has left to really prove, and obviously he wants to be a WrestleMania main event. So I'm going CM Punk. But I would love it to be someone so random and obscure that it'll really throw everything, as a curveball, and we'll see what happens. But I'm going CM Punk.
And finally, the men's Royal Rumble. Now I think this field is a little bit bigger. I think we've got John Cena, Seth Rollins, CM Punk. All three men that could win this. But I think in his final year, I'm going to have to go with John Cena.
All right, so Dan has gone with a John Cena victory in our original predictions. As you saw there, my pick was CM Punk, and I think it is going to be CM Punk. I don't really see it going in too many other directions with other superstars, even though, yeah, the shuffle changes at, the shuffle changes, what does that even mean? Whatever. There's a shuffle up and it changes, whatever, around Elimination Chamber and stuff like that. I do think there's a lot more kind of realistic scenarios for CM Punk going to WrestleMania and facing Gunther or Kevin Owens or Cody Rhodes, or whoever changes, the title kind of scene at Elimination Chamber as well. So yeah, let's see. Some of the comments. FSU Izzy has Charlotte Flair winning the Royal Rumble as well, and Lucy wants to know on Harry's account, what's your favorite wrestler, woman wrestler? FSU Izzy was saying Rhea, Liv, or AJ Lee. AJ Lee, of course, a big possibility for tonight's show as well. I do think we're going to see a return for AJ Lee because they've kind of lent into surprises quite a bit this time around. Becky could return as well. I do think Becky will be showing up tonight as well. What else do we have? We asked the question, who is main event in WrestleMania? FSU, as he says, Cody, Rock, Roman, or Punk, as far as being, I guess, winners for the Royal Rumble. and then Cena and Cody, and Randy versus Jimmy and Jay, and Roman and Rock. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of names in there, isn't it? I mean, last year, what a mess that was going into WrestleMania, right? And how they changed all the kind of what we all assume would be the matches. You know, we all thought it'd be CM Punk versus Seth Rollins. That didn't work out because Punk got injured. Then we had things change as far as the Cody and Roman thing changed to Rock and Roman. Then it changed to Rock and Roman versus Cody and Seth, and then Roman versus Cody. I mean, what a crazy, crazy run into WrestleMania that was. But hey, an enjoyable one. It always kind of pick at me, really, thinking, what did they really intend to do? How much of that was planned? But yeah, just kind of gets you hyped up for next year's WrestleMania, right? Or say this year's WrestleMania, I should say. We are very much well and truly on the road to WrestleMania. Let's break it down, though, guys. Let's talk about the matches tonight that definitely will play a factor in this lead up to WrestleMania. I personally think that the Motor City Machine Guns might not win it like I originally said in my predictions that you saw just there, because being two-time champs already, I'm not sure about that. It does feel like a bit of a hot potato move, and maybe we see the team of DIY cheat essentially. I know a lot of last night's predictions coming into us on the weekend kickoff stream were saying, look, what about the Street Profits getting involved? What about Pretty Deadly getting involved? I do think that is a possibility. Even Los Garza, of course, they teamed together on SmackDown, or they're within that match, at least I should say. So they're kind of within that storyline somewhat now as well. So there are a few possibilities as far as shenanigans in the tag team title match. Then we got the ladder match. We've talked about this quite a bit already tonight. But Kevin Owens versus Cody Rhodes is one that I personally think is probably the most kind of straightforward of all the matches to predict, because surely it's going to be Cody Rhodes. But I was really interested in the fact that they actually acknowledged Kevin Owens having had 5 title matches at Royal Rumble. Now, I mentioned it last night on our kickoff streams, but I didn't think it was that many. I remembered at least 2 others. I didn't think there was 5. I don't know if Punk literally meant tonight's one would be the 5th, but I think a lot of us realize what this spot is at Royal Rumble, and usually it means you're not winning it. So it would be a massive, massive swerve if he did win it, and I think well deserved as well. Like, I don't know if I would have said a few months ago, oh, Kevin Owens is going to be the one to dethrone Cody when that title reign means so much for the company. But like, he's put in work, man. I think Kevin Owens, I think he should. Like, I'll be over the moon if Kevin Owens won a title. And he hasn't had enough world titles in the first place. So, yeah, for me, Kevin Owens would be a great winner, essentially. But I do think it's more likely to be Cody Rhodes. Let me know, guys, what do you think? Are we going to get a straight victory here for Cody, or is it not as it seems? I was saying earlier on as well, I reckon if Cody loses, he might even enter the Rumble. He might become a 3-time winner tonight, and that'll be a shock, man. That'll get people talking. Let's talk about Royal Rumble winners that are maybe a little bit more likely, because we know a bit of the field right now. Let's talk about the men's Royal Rumble match. Now, of course, we've mentioned it a few times on air tonight, but most people seem to think that it's going to be CM Punk or John Cena. I think the next on the list that people are talking about, I'd probably say Roman, Drew. No one's really saying Seth Rollins, even though WWE put it that way. And I think last night's kickoff show really, for me, made Sammy feel more like a credible option, because he's in a really interesting storyline himself, as you would have seen my kind of thoughts on that in a watch along segment for the kickoff show earlier on in this stream as well. But yeah, I don't know. I just think Sammy is more likely than I think a lot of people have realized. And I think it would still be a big shock. OTC, of course, Roman Reigns, possibly. Again, it's weird that we're not really talking about Roman that much, right? But you also say FSU, is he? That Sammy is a possibility as well. Moving on to the women's, as I said in my original prediction there, I think it's the Charlotte Flair show. I think Charlotte Flair's coming back, and the reason she's been announced ahead of time is because she's just winning. So the surprise of her coming back isn't going to be the big story. It's going to be her winning it. Now, I could be wrong. We did talk earlier on about possible returns and how, Becky Lynch is expected to be back tonight. Alexa Bliss is another big one as well. We touched on earlier on. And if she did come back, maybe she would. Like I'm saying, look, you don't need a return and a win. But if it did happen, that would really throw us in a new direction, because it feels like it's going to be Charlotte Flair versus Tiffany Stratton at WrestleMania. That's what I'm expecting. But yeah, I'm not too sure. What about Bayley? Look, Bayley winning last year kind of makes me think she won't win this year. I think she'll probably come out, like I said earlier on, as number one. They tend to do that every now and then. But yeah, Sammy, I do think is quite a possibility now. Guys, we're going to get to more predictions throughout the show. As I say, going to have members of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling team joining me throughout the night, but also our friends from the wrestling media joining us as well to let us know their thoughts on what's going to happen tonight. I've just seen a cool clip actually from a little bit of what not the stage, but what the arena looks like tonight, guys. So let me see if I can share this for you. Because it's one big thing that you need at a Royal Rumble event. We all know that a big part of the Royal Rumble is when you win it, you point, right? And what you're pointing at? Well, you're pointing at the sign for WrestleMania. And here it is. This is what the WrestleMania sign looks like. Oops. There we go. Looking good. It lights up as well. Look at that. How cool is that? How cool is that? It lights up, guys. The cars light up. The WrestleMania logo lights up. I'm a big fan. They've come a long way from just putting banners up there that people pointed out. And then they got really kind of fancy of it when it used to explode, right? But now, look at that. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, staging arena. Look, if we get some more updates, we'll be sharing them with you guys. It's all about getting ourselves hyped up, as I say, and in the mood for tonight's PLE. And a big part of the Rumble and, the big ones like WrestleMania is figuring out what those stages look like, right? So we're going to be looking into rumors and things like that as well. Hey, look, we talked earlier on when we first came on the air about how certain former WWE superstars have started to drop little hints that they might be back tonight, right? And we looked at a tweet from Maria Kanellis. We looked at a tweet from Chris Masters and also Matt Cardona. I think Matt Cardona is the only one out of the three of them that is likely. But hey, could this guy be showing up? Look who's tweeting about the Royal Rumble, trying to drop a few hints, it seems. Mr. James Ellsworth. Could we see James Ellsworth returning at the Royal Rumble tonight? I'm going to guess no. But there we go. James Ellsworth getting in on the action and trying to, piggyback off of the hype. And look, I don't blame him. I do not blame him. All wrestlers should be out there doing this. But I think it's going to get to a stage where if people do it so often, even dropping little hints, then the only true returns will be completely hidden. Even silly, kind of fun, quirky ones. Not even like massive, like, oh, they're coming back, they're going into WrestleMania title picture. Like ones that are like, like back in the day when you'd get, let me think, like the legends from like, let's say like Roddy Piper or someone like that, who clearly wasn't going to come back full time, but would show up. Like even those ones, I think you won't get kind of, they would have to be completely hidden essentially, which they would have been back then. Don't get me wrong, because it was a different time with the internet and stuff like that. But yeah, let's see. Now, The Rock is someone we haven't really talked much about. A lot of people expect him not to be there tonight, which I do feel like might be them kind of messing around on purpose. I think The Rock could show up tonight. He did do that weird 3, 2, 1 countdown thing that no one really understood at the time. And I've seen people today on social media suggesting that maybe that was hinting towards the Rumble. It's a countdown. What was he counting down towards? Nothing's really happened since then, other than The Rock coming out and being very, very nice to Cody and Roman, which was a little odd, right? I Show Speed. Yes, Speed is going to be at the Royal Rumble tonight as well. So I hope not in the Royal Rumble, but I wouldn't be surprised now. I do have a feeling that tonight we are going to get a few cameos that maybe are too many on the kind of celebrity side, which I completely understand from a marketing point of view, but yeah, can't go to WrestleMania without the EST. I'm sure the EST will be massively featured at WrestleMania. Don't you worry. I just don't think she's winning the Royal Rumble tonight. Will Jade Cargill come back? Will it turn out the EST was the baddest tag team partner and actually turn? Who knows? Kai Cenat as well, gonna be there on tonight's show. Another streamer, of course. Yeah, so be interesting to see what other kind of celebrity appearances they get as well. Right, let's break down some more of this card, guys. I want to know what you think is going to happen tonight. Again, let me know what your pick is for the men's match, what your pick is for the women's match, especially the Royal Rumble. I do want to know who you think is going to make a surprise appearance this evening. Let's run through the rumor mill as it stands. The big names out there at the moment. Again, I touched on this a few hours ago, but if you've joined us since then, I'll kind of refresh and kind of recap here. But big shout is that maybe Dolph Ziggler could be showing up because of his link with TNA. We've got Matt Cardona, who seems to be a big rumor every year these days since he left the WWE and reinvented himself on the indies. Will we see a return from Matt Cardona / Zack Ryder? Joe Hendry, will I say his name? Will he appear? Well, yet to see, but it would be a cool little kind of cameo, especially now that he is the TNA champion. Big E is someone that everybody is going to want to come back. You know, it's like Edge when Edge came back, right? It would be amazing if Big E did return after that injury. Slightly different with Edge because Edge told us it was over, and then we got him back years later. But Big E, nonetheless, would be great to see him as far as, you know, him being healthy and able to compete again. Aleister Black is a big one as well. We touched on that earlier on. Potentially too early for Aleister Black if rumors are to be believed about his contract not being up until about February or March. And then AJ Styles is not really someone we've touched on tonight, but AJ Styles returning to WWE would be good to see. It does seem like he's starting to wind down on his WWE career. It'd be interesting to know if he signed an extension to his contract and what he does after WWE. But while he's still here, I would like to see him return at the Royal Rumble. I mentioned it on last night's stream. Seeing him come back in the kind of final part of his WWE career at the Royal Rumble, just like the way he came in to WWE, would be pretty cool, right? So yeah, AJ Styles returning tonight would be a welcome addition to the field from me. Then who else do we have? Let's move into the Women's Rumble. Jordynne Grace. Now, of course, she's been saying that it's her mum's birthday and she's on a plane to visit her mum, and therefore she won't be here. I don't buy it. I think Jordynne Grace is showing up tonight in the Women's Royal Rumble match. And I think it's all been a little bit of a swerve. Of course, she's already showed up in the Rumble before. And I think we're going to get it again, but this time as a member of the WWE roster. Now, next up on the list of possible surprises in the Women's Rumble is Nikki Bella. Nikki Bella, I do think, is a possibility, simply because she was shown at Raw on the debut on Netflix. So, yeah, I'd be looking forward to seeing Nikki Bella. Comment here talking about Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar's been in the news lately for not some great stuff. So, I'm not sure if Brock Lesnar's going to come back anytime soon, if I'm honest. I did expect it a few days ago. I did start to think that this might be the time for Brock Lesnar to return, but I don't think it's going to happen. Some more going back to the women's division, though. Becky Lynch seems very likely because she didn't sign a new contract. There are rumors about that for a while. And would she go elsewhere and do something else? I don't think she will. I think she will be coming back to WWE, and I think it will be tonight. Then she'll have to do something to not win it, because I don't think she'll come back and win. So there'll be some sort of seeds planted, right, into a next feud. Who would that be? Who could Becky Lynch go into a feud with? From the Royal Rumble. God, I really don't know. Let me know in the comments, guys. Who do you think Becky Lynch would go into a feud with if she returns tonight at the Royal Rumble? It would be quite interesting to see. What happened to Ray? What would happen if Ray went, but he can't now? What do you mean? What do you mean? What? I don't know what that comments about. AJ Lee, yeah, is a big possibility. Loads of rumors around AJ Lee returning. I think that will be the big surprise. I think that would be the big one, especially in the women's division, at least. I actually do think we're going to get a return tonight for AJ Lee. I hope we do. Maybe it's just me being kind of optimistic, but yeah, I think AJ Lee is going to return. But again, let me know, what do you think, she would do? I think it'd be a one and done. AJ Lee, as far as, her return goes, but Becky Lynch, I think she's back if she comes back tonight and leading into WrestleMania. So again, who do you think Becky Lynch would be kind of having a little bit of a scuffle with tonight, essentially, to lead her into WrestleMania, essentially, because she's got to have a big feud going into that, right? Next option is Jade Cargill. Jade Cargill, I think, is not that likely. Well, I felt that way originally because they weren't really talking about or kind of hinting towards what I think is bound to happen, is that she comes back and finds out that either Naomi or Bianca was in on her attack, or both is what I personally think should happen. So I don't know if we're ready for that or if she's ready physically, but I don't think they've laid down that story enough yet, unless the reveal happens in the Rumble, which is a bit of a strange way to do it, but it's a new way to do it. So that'd be quite interesting. Now, last night, when they talked about them being the final two on the kickoff show and on SmackDown, you saw them kind of respond to that in a jokey way and be like, why people were asking us this? They said on SmackDown, but on the kickoff show, they pretended to have a little bit of a fight, essentially. Now, that started to make me think, it's not your typical kind of, but you're a team. Will you, how would you feel if the other person won? I think they are showing that they are strong because there is actually someone else that they're against, which is going to be Jade Cargill. So I think it is a little bit more likely than I originally thought when I started going through these names on last night's stream. Anyway, moving on to one that I think is also quite likely, and that's Asuka. Asuka, of course, returned at the Royal Rumble about 2 years ago, I believe now. And she just randomly today tweeted this. Now, this is what I love about being a wrestling fan. We just look into everything, right? But come on, we got to do it. You lay it down. I'm going to pick it up as a wrestling fan. This is what Asuka tweeted earlier on. Just an animated GIF of herself in her old kind of get up, really, because last time she came back looking more like her Kana character. But this is kind of old school Asuka in WWE, at least. So I think she's done that on purpose, guys. I do. I think she's playing into rumors, and I actually think that she has a really good chance of returning tonight. So let's see if that is the case. Again, big fan of Asuka's work. Would like to see as well. What are we looking at? Let's see what else is going on. Let's talk about other predictions going on here. We've got Alexa Bliss. That's a big one as well that a lot of people have been talking about. Is Alexa Bliss showing up? A lot of rumors at the moment saying that she's out of contract. The OG and the only Mark UK, I'm guessing, not Markuk. Is it Markuk? Maybe. Yeah, heard she is cleared. I assume that's about Asuka there, buddy. Thanks for your comment, mate. Yeah, I think Asuka is ready to come back. Are we ready for Asuka though? Hey, we'll have to wait and see. Going back though to who was it? Alexa Bliss. Now, again, a lot of rumors at the moment that she hasn't signed a new agreement. She is not coming back anytime soon, if rumors are to be believed. But is that them just kind of throwing it out there to make it look like it's not going to happen, and therefore it's going to be a big surprise? Now, a few people in the comments earlier on were talking about how they'd like to see Alexa Bliss back as the kind of goddess incarnation rather than the Wyatt Six. But the Wyatt Six, what are they going to do on tonight's show? It'd be interesting to see if they're featured in the Rumble, even if they're not in the Rumble. You know what I'd like to see? Because there's, how many of them are there? I know it sounds silly to say Wyatt Six. Are there actually 6 or are there 5? Anyway, point is, there's a lot of them, right? Now, if they come out tonight one by one, it'll take up a lot of spots, right? But they could come out, maybe just Bo, for example, or they could all come out, none of them be in it, and just kidnap someone like The Miz or whoever else, like whoever they want to be their next victim, essentially. I think that'd be pretty cool. I think the Wyatt Six showing up tonight and not necessarily being all entered into the match would be a cool way to do it. The OG and only Mark UK says, yeah, Asuka, and FSU Izzy agreeing with me there as well. 5 with Bray, Spirit as the 6th. That's what I was assuming it was. Yeah, because I was thinking, I remember the whole 6 thing and assuming there would be 6 members and then being like, hold on, I think, yeah, you're right there, buddy. I think that is the way it's kind of implied. But yeah, at least there, 5 of them. Let's say Nikki Cross wouldn't be in the match anyway. Let's say the men's one, 4 of them getting in. That's 4 spots. And it's already kind of a jam-packed show where I got a sneaky feeling they're going to use quite a few celebrity cameos as well, which is sometimes fun, sometimes too much. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. But guys, let me know in the comments, what do you think is going to happen tonight? What do you think is going to happen with the Wyatt Six? And have you enjoyed the Wyatt Six's kind of role in WWE so far? I mean, I know my friends over and Give Me a Whole Year, particularly Dom, has been doing some great streams about the kind of lore around the Wyatt Six and all that kind of stuff as well. So if you want to dive deeper into that kind of side of wrestling storyline, then definitely check those streams out. But yeah, a big fan base for what they're doing. I just don't know if WWE are using them enough. And that was kind of the story of Bray Wyatt's career as well, let's be honest. Speaking of Give Me a Whole Year, we got, I think Bliss will be the 6th Wyatt, says Sam Smith, who, as he says, is on his way shortly. He's going to join us on the stream very soon. Great friend of ours, as I say, check out his channel, Give Me a Whole Year, and also all the work they do over at WrestleSphere. We'll give him a chance to plug himself a little bit more later on as well. But Sam will be joining us on the stream very soon, and we're hoping to have a few more wrestling media friends and members of the Rebellious Noise team joining us as well. But yeah, what do you think, guys? What do you think about Alexa Bliss showing up tonight? And does she show up as the goddess type Alexa Bliss, or does she show up as a new member of the Wyatt Six family? You are good at plugging, Sam. I know, I've noticed. All right. Speaking of plugging, let's get to some plugs for our work on this channel as well. If you're new here, thank you so much for joining us, guys. My name is Scott. I'm here as a member of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling team. And what we do every PLE is we hit you with a build-up stream like you've been watching here tonight. We are nearly 4 hours deep into this stream, and we've got about 2 to go. We're going to take you all the way up to the Royal Rumble itself, and again, very soon we're going to have extra members of the panel as well. But you've been watching some content that we recorded earlier on this week as well, but now you're fully in the live section, guys. But beyond that, once you're done with this stream, look, I'm going to say subscribe. Check out more of our content. You know that's what I'm going to say, right? But let me tell you why. We've got some great content on this channel. We've had the opportunity to interview the likes of LA Knight. We've had great conversations with the likes of Bianca Belair. We've even had great conversations with Kevin Owens, of course, who is featured in tonight's big match against Cody Rhodes as well. But will he be walking away with that title? I don't think so. It's something I'd love to see, though. Talking about someone with a title, we talked about a potential return as well for Big E. Will he be showing up tonight? It would be great to see him coming out of injury, the injured list. But look, that's him when he was WWE champ. What great memories and what a great guy. So if you haven't already, check out the content on this very channel of us chatting to those superstars. OG and only Mark UK says, oh yeah, Sam's very good at plugging our stuff. There you go. Tiffany Stratton, what was that in reference to? What was that? Is Tiffany going to be in the Rumble? Is that what we're saying? What? Back away from keyboard. Okay. I'm shocked she's not defending tonight. Yeah, good point. Yeah, it is a good point. I do think that the card, although it's only 4 matches, is as long as it needs to be. You know, they've made it a thing lately that it's only 5, and as Lucas said on the clip we showed earlier on, last year's Rumble was only 4 as well. But yeah, I think it's a shame that we don't see a lot of these titles on these shows, but at the same time we can't shoehorn them in. And then another but is that, well, they've got the countdown show, right? The former pre-shows, the kickoff, whatever they used to call it and don't call it anymore. That's an opportunity to put people on the show, right? There are wrestling fans there in attendance who I'm sure would be pleased to see an extra match, at least one. But there we go. Doesn't seem like something they're going to be doing anytime soon. Right. Some more things to tell you about on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Not only did we get the opportunity to interview WWE superstars, we've also had watch-along streams. You saw one of our kickoff watch-alongs earlier on, but we've also had the opportunity to do things like watch-alongs for SummerSlam 2013, for example. classic PLE streams on this channel. We had a great one where we did Survivor Series from 2002 as well. Of course, the first ever Elimination Chamber match, and you can bet we will be back for Elimination Chamber itself this year. Also, great conversations on this channel about whether or not the Shield are the greatest ever faction in WWE history. We're getting into WrestleMania and Royal Rumble season, so we've got great features on this channel as well, where we've talked about whether or not the WrestleMania week needs changing, whether or not it's too jam-packed, and spoiler alert, it does. Although I've noticed they haven't announced when the Hall of Fame's taking place yet. So hopefully that's a good sign, and it's not going to be whacked onto the end of SmackDown like it has in the past 2 years. Speaking of Hall of Fame, I think the current format for Hall of Fame is awful. And we've got a video on this channel where I talk about how to fix the Hall of Fame as well. So if you want to hear my kind of, I wouldn't say controversial takes. I think most of the things I say in that are reasonable. Make it smaller, make them wear suits again, get them out of the ring, don't put it on the end of SmackDown. But I haven't spoiled the video there, guys. It's worth watching it, I tell you. We also had a video earlier this week talking about the huge PLE that's been announced. Of course, Clash in Paris. A bit of a shame it's not going to be here in the UK again, but I've got a feeling we might get a replacement, so I'm holding out for that. But Clash in Paris, looking forward to that. So if you want to know my thoughts on that, and also some really, really interesting news around the venue itself, then check out the stream we did earlier this week on this very channel. That's enough plugging for now, guys. I think I've mentioned enough of what we do on this channel. So let's get to some more of these comments. Even if he's on the pre-show, I wouldn't read into it like Booker T once was on the pre-show. He ended up being in the Rumble. But yeah, it would be good for Big E to be in it. But I think he's still medically DQ'd. Medically DQ'd. That's a great way to put it, isn't it? I never heard that term before. I guess medically disqualified is a thing, but DQ'd specifically. No, I agree with you. If we see him on the build-up show or the countdown show, is their version, of course, which has just started, by the way. Yeah, I guess it doesn't mean anything. But yeah, like you say, we did see Booker kind of quickly just get undressed. Remember Michelle McCool did it as well when she was in the audience. That was cool. JBO, I think, once from the commentary table and things like that. For Big E, it would have to be a big, big return and, you know, theme song and all that kind of stuff anyway. But yeah, let's not read too much into it. Sam says shorter PLEs is seemingly the plan as well, split between Saturday night's main event. Yeah, Saturday night main event is at risk of kind of already being a bit kind of dead in the water, right? Because although they were both fun shows, they need to have real storyline progression on them. I feel there should have been a shock at one of them so far, and the fact there wasn't was a little bit disheartened. The only new Hall of Fame setup sucks. Yeah, completely agree. Of course, you saw on the thumbnail advertising that stream the difference between the presentation of Bret Hart the first time round and the second time round, where they were with, I think they were inducted in, was it Hart Foundation that time? And it just looked crap, even comparing the two. We've got a subscriber there. Thank you very much, everybody. Really appreciate it. And the countdown to the Royal Rumble is now live. So, yeah, we're going to get over to checking out what's going on there as well. Put DQ because not enough words you only get to. I know, but I love it. I love it. It was great. I'm going to use that from now on. Sludge says, Sam, a huge fan. Big shout out there from Sludge for Sam. Of course, Sam will be joining us very soon on the channel as well. So yeah, great to get the love there for Sam from Sludge. Countdown to Royal Rumble is live on WWE's YouTube. So let's see what's going on with the countdown to Royal Rumble at the moment. Again, we're going to treat this as a bit of a watch along for the countdown. So if you are watching that, stay tuned over here, guys. Will be a commentary track for that, because I'll be honest, there probably won't be a match, right? But what we do get to see is a little sneak preview of the venue. We mentioned it a moment ago about the panel as well. Big E sitting there in his beautiful suit. Look at him. Look at him. Getting great fan reaction as well. And again, imagine the fan reaction if he actually came out, guys. If he actually returned, it would be incredible. I don't want to put too much pressure on him. You know, if he's not medically well, it is what it is. But the lineup so far: Big E, Wade Barrett, another person I think we might see return tonight, which would be amazing. And Pat McAfee, who I do think is probably going to be in the Rumble, and then Michael Cole. I think Michael Cole's the only one on this panel that isn't being talked about as being in the Rumble. After getting active yesterday with that stage dive, who knows what he's going to do? Right, he's been in it before, right? He got in it before when he was the heel commentator. Countdown is hour one is Pat Cole. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, exactly what we've just been saying there. Thank you. Chelsea Green is going to be in the Rumble. Yeah, good point. Because Chelsea, of course, mentioned that yesterday. And I was like, what? Why? You're a champ? Oh, yeah, you're the US champ. It's so strange seeing a mid card women's title. I just forgot what she was holding. I was just like, why would you be in it? Oh, yeah, because IC champs and US champs do go into the Rumble, right? So first time we're going to see this with Chelsea Green and with the new star title in the women's division. So yeah, pretty interesting. Now on the Countdown Showdown, they're hyping up the ladder match. Michael Cole's in a lovely white suit. I'm going to pick up in fashion. They were harsh to him last night, I felt. And look, I'm a man who likes to colour coordinate. So, I mean, saying that, he did wear blue, black, white, and I don't know where it was. But anyway, it's in a fashion. DIY, Motor City Machine Guns as well. Big match. I'd be interested to know the card order, right? I think surely they're going to open with a Royal Rumble. I love all these graphics, by the way, that they're using on the countdown show to highlight the matches coming up. They're different to the ones that they've been promoting already. But we are well and truly wrapped in, guys. Thank you everyone that's joined us on the build-up show. And you know what? If you've been with us before on the build-up show, you'll know some of the traditions we have here. As Sludge mentioned earlier on, we talk about our favourite foods and what we are going to eat on the while watching the PLE. We give predictions. We talk last-minute rumours and stuff like that. But we also take a little bit easy, go a little bit off the cuff, and have a few drinks as well. Look at that one. Woo! Here we go. Build up show. Full force. We're 4 hours and 8 minutes in. I was bound to catch up with me eventually, right? I was bound to have a beer at some point. So here we go. And let's hope the stream doesn't get wild from this point. Still got an hour and 45-ish minutes to kind of be professional about things. Another comment here says, my pet peeve is champions being in the Rumble. I don't want anyone who's holding any belt in the Rumble, including tags or mid-cards, because you can just go to Mania with that belt or just enter a chamber. Look, I agree with you, man. I think sometimes it makes sense as far as storyline goes, because there was a great conversation we had last night with Sludge Sports as well, who said, look, Sludge doesn't like tag teams being in the Rumble. And I think Sludge brought up 2022 and gave an example in the men's Rumble where there was like a ridiculous amount of tag team members. Now, the thing is, a lot of those tag teams were tag teams where they were thrown together, so they were seen as solo wrestlers as well. But I get that argument as well, both sides of it. I think sometimes it works with tag teams because, as I mentioned last night, if you've got a story that kind of weaves into that, that makes sense, right? And same thing here with titles, but generally you don't with the titles, right? It doesn't really make sense. It's just filling up a gap. And there are so many people on the roster that you could surely give that spot to otherwise. But if Chelsea Green is not defending a US title, then you want to get her on the show, right? So it's strange because at the moment we've definitely got a different format, as Sam alluded to earlier on. Looks like it's here to stay. So now we kind of need to get these guys on the show. But yeah, interesting point there, buddy. I do agree. It's usually kind of unnecessary and shoehorning them in. Right, Kathy Kelly now giving us a little bit of a hype into Women's Royal Rumble. She says tonight is the 8th Women's Royal Rumble. It's 8 already. Wow. It's mad, isn't it, that we had a time where there wasn't Rumble, like crazy. Don't get me wrong, there were years where it wouldn't have been possible. Even the first few, they struggled to kind of fill the field. They spent a lot of time using NXT call-ups, using legends, who I loved, by the way, seeing them finally get the moments because they were in WWE at a time where they weren't able to do that. But when they were, the roster wasn't massive, to be fair. So, but they could have been a smaller one. They could have done a 15-person Royal Rumble, right, for the women or something like that. I mean, remember when they did 40 for men and Alberto Del Rio. I mean, I just hate moving away from tradition. But 15 for the women when it was a smaller roster, I think it would have made sense. But hey, now we're doing it. Now we're hopefully making up for those times as well. One or two people from NXT will be in the Royal Rumble for the women. Yeah, I agree. I think we're still at the stage, right, where there's not a huge roster to pick from, so you still want to be able to use that. Oh, and it's confirmed by Kathy Kelly. Look, there's me chatting over Kathy. Poor, I completely missed it, but thankfully, Mark, you're with us and you're letting us know what I've missed there. So appreciate that. I assume if I've called you Mark, your name's not Mark there, and I've messed up there. Sorry about that, but it looks like Mark UK, isn't it? Right? Lucy, are we going to be on the screen? No, you're not going to be on the screen. I'm going to get some other people on the screen. It won't just be me. Don't you worry. I am going to bring some more people in on the screen very soon. But yeah, you don't worry. You don't have to dress up or anything like that. Yeah, but your comments are good enough. We'll keep putting your comments up. What else we got? Just say Mark. Mark, that's good. I'll call you Mark. There we go. I feel like NXT women will be frequent in the Women's Rumble. So, as in the years going forward, Sludge, what do you mean this year we'll have quite a few of them? I know this is schooling for my Women's Rumble rough draft. I had Kathy Kelly to enter. Kathy Kelly to enter the Royal Rumble. Maybe someday I could. Yeah, why not? Big fan of Kathy's work, by the way. Big fan. Oh, now we're showing Royal Rumble 2013. Wade Barrett being eliminated by Bo Dallas, who they've referred to as now Uncle Howdy, and then showed him hitting a bull hammer on him as well. Probably just to simply show a Royal Rumble highlight of his career, like when you watch a sport and they say however many times Champions League winner or whatever it might be, to show, former champion or whatever, former experience in this event. Good to see. 2024, they're showing Pat. Oh yeah, Pat did jump up from the announce table, didn't he? So 2 years in a row would be a bit. But I mean, he's in Indianapolis, where he's a hero, right? So, autocorrect again. You having problems, Sludge? No worries. We get there in the end. He's literally said, "I'll waste the spot." All right, mate. Trying to climb out. It was funny. That lasted 38 seconds last year. Wow. We've lasted a little bit longer than that tonight, guys. We are 4 hours, 14 minutes, 40 seconds in. We've got about an hour and 45, hour and a half to go. As I say, going to be joined by some friends soon to break down this card even further. Well, I appreciate everyone that's been with me in the chat. Everyone that's been lurking in the background, not chatting as well. That's fine. We appreciate your support either way. There we go. We're now seeing Michael Cole entering into the 2012 Royal Rumble. I did mention that earlier on. I remember that. That was in his heel phase. Pointed at the WrestleMania sign. I liked heel Michael Cole. I know it got annoying after a while. Karma came out. Remember that? Karma. Battle. That's another example. China, Karma, yes. Nia Jax, not really. Lyrically, no, don't do it. Because you've got your own Rumble now. We don't need that. Whole plug on the fact he's the longest announced to be in the Rumble. Kofi Kingston announced for the Rumble. You know what? I don't think we're going to get any of the usual Kofi attempts to stay in. He stopped doing it, didn't he, anyway, because of the one we messed up. I think they needed a break. It was getting too difficult. It's too risky. And now he's a heel. Like he's not going to do that. I was like Karma coming in the women's Rumble. That'd be great. I'd love to see a return from Karma. Or Awesome Kong, as she was known, of course, from TNA. Legend of TNA. John Cena's last Royal Rumble, of course, tonight. I mean, that's a great point. Like they're talking about on the countdown now, but we're all talking about, Cena's last year. But it's when you really see a graphic like that, John Cena's last Royal Rumble, you're like, oh yeah, this is it. This is the last time we'll see him do this specific thing. So even if he don't win it, I hope he don't, to be honest, then it'll be just nice to see him, right? Yeah, no, it's nice to see him. Speaking of people it's nice to see, I'm going to bring in Mr. Sam Smith over here. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, hi. How are we?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
I'm all right. Sorry, I was a little bit late. I was having a bath, and I wanted to have a shave in the bath.
That's all cool, mate. As long as you're fresh and you're clean and you're ready to go. It's important to be clean and ready for the Rumble. You never know if your number gets called and you have to jump in, so.
Yeah. Oh, 69. It's me.
Yeah, of course. How you doing, mate? Excited?
I'm all right. Yeah, I'm excited. Now, I've got a confession. I will not be watching it live because I'm 37 and I never watch a live PLE anymore because it's far too late at night.
Okay.
However, but what I will be doing is I'm going to wait for my wife to finish work tomorrow. She finishes at 1 p.m. Then we're going to get a fat Chinese takeaway and we're going to just watch it together tomorrow. So
it's always a risk, though. It's always a risk, trying to set up social media and all that.
I have no trouble with that.
Method? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to... I've already moved the apps, so the Twitter... And I'm just not going to go on Google, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram. I don't use anything like TikTok because I'm not a 6-year-old girl. But we got
to plug our TikTok here later on. Stop that.
Oh, right? You got fair enough. Well, we have one as well. I refuse to use it because I'm not a 6-year-old girl. But yeah. So like I might see something somewhere, but I'm not really asked. I know I can't stay awake that long. It's why I don't do SmackDown anymore on the podcast because I can't hack it anymore really. So I was in the gym for a while today as well. So I'm going to be like, it's going to get to about 10 o'clock tonight.
Okay, all right. We'll keep an eye on if you start following back on the stream. I'll just kind of kick you out, sort of.
I've got Aldi's stubbies to get me through. So
there we go, mate. I'm with you on the old drink as well. So yeah, getting hyped up. It's a big show to kind of get excited about. I always say, we're trying to get us and everyone else hyped up for the PLE, but it's easy work. It's light work when you've got a big show like this, right? It does it for you because there are, I wouldn't say it's not a lot of matches, there's only 4, but they're all very big matches with a lot of possible outcomes. And just a really exciting time to be a wrestling fan overall, but especially when you get into this period.
Yeah, I think like the Royal Rumble's one of them shows, isn't it, where you don't even have to be a massive wrestling fan to appreciate it. It's just like, even if you've got like a passing interest and a passing knowledge of some of them are, you can enjoy it because it's a fun spectacle for anyone. There was a couple of years where Jess and I watched it at Centre Parks because for some reason her and my in-laws would always book our annual Centre Parks trip at the weekend of the Rumble. And used to get really up my nose. And I used to say, look, I'm happy to do it, but either we either book it at a different weekend or you grin and bear me watching it because I'm not missing. I'm not spending a week I'm not waiting a week to watch it, and I'm not sitting there and watching it on my iPad either. Hell's no.
Yeah.
So so we had this deal, and they were watching it, and where my mother-in-law went and did her some study or whatever somewhere else. Where my father-in-law watched it with me, and he had no idea what was going on. Like you've got to imagine having to go, well, who's he then 30 times.
And then any old wrestlers he maybe did remember Big Daddy or something like that. It's always
that's the thing. All he knows is like Big Daddy and Giant A-Stack. So they're the two he always brings up. Like he knows who Stone Cold Steve Austin is and the Undertaker is, but that's about as far as it goes. And he couldn't point them out of a lineup either. So all he knows is his oldest son. My brother-in-law used to be a fan during the Attitude Era. Okay. So he knows some of the Attitude Era stars. Like, I suppose he knows The Rock. But yeah, so that was it. So like, but my point was the Rumble is something people can watch and get involved in, and that's it's a good entry pay-per-view. I think it's a good way to kind of get people involved in wrestling the Rumble. And it's everyone's favorite.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those where, like you say, if you're not massively into wrestling, you might somewhat be aware of it. And if you were involved in wrestling in the past and you watched it, in the Attitude Era or something like that, and then you see it on Netflix, then you're like, oh, oh, I might give this a go. And I do think it'll be interesting to see how many kind of lapsed fans tune in tonight.
Yeah.
Just to see, because they have access to it. You know, I think Lucas has made a big point of that on the streams kind of in the past few months leading into the Netflix deal, just saying how much of a difference it will make. Of course, in the US, I appreciate it's just Raw that they get, but globally, for the most part, we get the PLEs and things like that as well. And I've seen already people that used to watch wrestling text me and say, oh, I might watch this. And, you know, I texted a few people today said, are you going to watch the Rumble then? And they're like, yeah, actually I am. Whether it be live or tomorrow, because, you know, I'm up there in age with you as well, mate. And a lot of my mates can't be asked to stay up either. But look, the access is there. And I think it really will make a difference as far as potentially bringing back in lapsed fans at a time where, let's be real, WWE have not been this hot in years anyway. So it's a great time to get back into it.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's really weird as well, because it's like, you know, a few years ago, if you put a gun to my head and said who's winning, I would have said AEW. But these days, since like Triple H took over and for a few years, WWE are again, you know me, I don't do tribalism. I watch both. I love both, and I don't understand why everybody doesn't. but anyway, right now, WWE is having its time in the sun. This is why I was like last night. Me, Dom, and Andy were talking about Cody's title reign, and like you know, they're both a bit lukewarm on it compared to me. Where I'm of the view that every time that guy comes out, he's a star. Like the reception he gets everywhere he goes and stuff like that. Like that guy was born to be a long reigning WWE champion, and he's gonna be make your peace. Well, okay, like I have some. We can do some fantasy booking later if you want when we get there. But I have a view that he's losing that title quite soon, but he's going to get it back quite soon as well. That's my theory. Yeah.
Okay.
So
let's go with that. Let's go with that.
All right.
I've been saying how I'd love Kevin Owens to win it tonight. I'd love it because it'd be such a shock. The history of him keep going at the Rumble, not doing it. It feels like that typical position he's been thrown in.
Yeah.
I think it'd be huge. And I think he's deserving of a position like that. But my kind of sticking point of being like, maybe not, is that Cody is so important, as you say, as this kind of image of a champion. But if he gets it back in almost getting chills thinking about it, right? Because if we did get that shot tonight and then it did go back to Cody, I'm not massively against that either. So how are you seeing this potentially happening then?
Well, I'm going to let Andy fantasy book Kevin Owens because they, you know, obviously they have been teasing a Sami Zayn heel turn a little bit, and you know they have been teasing, so that could be connected. Why, you know, Kevin Owens could win tonight. Don't think Kevin Owens can't win tonight. Don't whatever you do, don't think that. But my fantasy booking is this, and I've done this. So like Mark, the OG Mark over there, who's our moderator of Give Me a Hold Here, one of our 3 moderators, of course. You know, he's sick of me saying this because he hears me say it all the time. But my fantasy booking right now is Cena either wins the Rumble or Elimination Chamber, goes to WrestleMania. But we start seeing the old man Cena. We start seeing the insecure, time is running out Cena. Now, we've seen that guy before. It's a really good spin on Cena's character. This insecure, it's coming to an end Cena. We saw it at its strongest when he was facing The Undertaker in New Orleans. He was the heel in that feud. It wasn't ever a full turn, but be under no illusions, John Cena was the heel in that feud. The whole purpose of that story was to see Undertaker come back and beat up Cena and shut him up. That is what that story was. So, so anyone ever tells you Cena's not worked as a heel, you can
technically.
Yeah, so I think that's going to happen again. I think we actually... I don't know if Cena's going to win tonight for that very reason, but I do think we're going to see a more antsy Cena heading into Elimination Chamber. He becomes quite vicious in Elimination Chamber, wins it, and then him and Cody, and he's like, you are up against the champ who runs the camp, the face who runs the place, Super Cena, big match John, the guy who single-handedly buried the Nexus. Boy, you have no idea who you're up against. And that's what we get at Mania. And maybe through some kind of shenanigans, Cena wins. And he thinks he's the conquering hero. But we all know he's not. He's far from it. He's tarnished everything he's ever done. But I then think we have a feud all the way until Money in the Bank. And Cena then decides at Money in the Bank, you know what? If I win tonight, I'm not retiring. I'm going to stick around. I've just beat Ric Flair's record. You know, never mind Randy Orton. It was me. I'm the guy who did that. I was the guy who deserved to do that. I was here putting in the work. I'm this guy. I'm that. I'm this. I'm this. Then we have a rematch at Money in the Bank. Cody wins. Cody wins decisively and clean.
Wow.
And Cena,
Okay.
And Cena does what Hulk Hogan did against The Rock, and I know he's persona non grata, but for the sake of the reference, Cena then turns babyface after the match and goes, "Do you know what? It's okay. This was the moment I was terrified of, and it's here, and I've got nothing to fear, Cody." And I talked about being the champ who runs to camp, the face who runs the place, but you're that now. And and even though I've held the belt one more time, you are that, and you are. And then I think Cody goes and holds it again for another year. I genuinely see that is how I would book the John Cena thing and how I would book WrestleMania. See, I don't know if Cena's winning the Rumble because I do think it. I actually predicted he would last night, but in that 24 hours, I've kind of thought about it. So like Andy's got some great fantasy booking for Kevin Owens for tonight, so I'll let him do that. I'm not taking that from him because mine has been the Cena thing for months. But that's where I am, and that's where I hope we go. But it does then put a massive question mark. If not Cena winning tonight, then who? And there's two candidates for me.
All right, we'll get to that in just a moment. I do want to kind of break down some of the things you said there. That is some wild fantasy booking, but I'm here for it because I didn't expect you to come out with not only Cody losing the title, win it back eventually, but because of a heel Cena. I do agree with you, the kind of whole Cena losing grasp of like not, because a lot of people do think he's going to win tonight. I don't think he is. I think he might even go all the way and then just fall short. Kind of like what you said. And I know someone that's been talking about that quite a bit as well is Lucas. I'm going to bring Lucas in on the chat now as well, who I know has been talking, as I say, about the possibility of Cena potentially nearly doing it when it comes to the Royal Rumble, the Elimination Chamber, the 16-time thing, because there are so many goals this year for Cena, you know, facing the young guys, facing the, you know, the kind of bringing back those classic feuds and stuff like that. So I'm going to throw it over to Lucas. Say welcome to the chat, mate. What do you think about a potential Cena win tonight, or a scenario where, kind of like what you said a while ago, where he starts falling short a little too much, but maybe even turns heel in his last year of WWE activity?
I don't think there's a chance he turns heel.
No.
I think he's one of those characters now where he's now created a thing for him, but I don't actually think people boo him anymore. I think, like Randy Orton,
that's true.
Heel again. People just love him too much. I think there was a time when I thought that they wasn't going to do it, but it very much feels like they are going to do it. Like it feels like this whole show is being set up for Cena to win the Rumble. Like it just makes no sense anyone else winning it. And so, apart from Punk, maybe.
Punk's my other one. Punk and Zayn are my two.
Yeah, I think if Sami Zayn was the Rumble, means they're desperate.
Oh, come on now.
No. Sami Zayn's one of the biggest stars they have. He just is. He's just.
I think overall he's deserving from the past few years. I think it's less likely this year. He's not exactly as over he was, you know, a few years ago. But last night's kickoff went a long way to make me think, oh, there's a lot of things they could do with Sami Zayn. But anyway, yeah, going back to your Cena talk at least.
I was just going to qualify what I mean when I say Cena. So the old man Cena I'm referring to, this isn't the heel. So when you think of a heel, you think of a traditional heel. What KO is doing right now. I don't think when I predict this, when I book this, I don't think that's not what I'm saying for Cena. I'm saying for Cena, we get the guy we got before the Undertaker match. He's still him. Okay. Yeah, he's still him. He's still a good man. But delusion and frustration is
kind of losing sight.
Yeah, he's lived so long as the hero, he's starting to become the villain. To quote Harvey Dent, he's on this. Basically, we're not seeing a bad guy; we're seeing a good person who's insecure. And I don't think he ever goes to the point where he's going to get angry with Cena and with Cody in this. He's probably going to do some mean stuff, but when he comes out, he's still going to be like, "Oh, I'm the guy." He's not going to realize he's being a bit bad until that moment snaps him out of it. So that's what I'm not suggesting we fully turn John Cena heel, because I agree that wouldn't work. It wouldn't be right for his character. But what would be right for his character is a guy who senses the end is coming and resists it. I think that would be a fun thing to cultivate for.
I mean, it all depends what the end is. This is the thing. Like, and I guess this is where you have to imagine, Cena's sat down with, Triple H, with, other people, obviously helping them plan out this year. Like, is the end that 17th World Championship? Is the end the match of Randy Orton? Is the end the match of CM Punk? Is the end the match, he puts over, like, who's going to be the next John Cena? Well, it's Austin Theory, by the way. But it's true. I'm sorry.
It should be.
You turn that man babyface, it's a license.
Austin Theory.
Yeah.
He's such a scumbag though. I love him as I love him as a heel. Like, he's been great as a face in the past. Like, for example, at the silly wedding they had in NXT, and he was like, "It's me, Austin." Like that was brilliant. I popped for that.
There's such a story behind him, though, isn't it? Because obviously, the reason why he has a lot of the old school values that they like for babyfaces. You know what I mean?
He's born for this.
Yeah,
born for it.
But obviously, but that's the thing. What is the end for Cena? Or is the end he just wants to have some fun? He wants.
Well,
to have some fun,
sorry,
and he knows he can fit into whatever plans they want to fit in. He wants to have some fun. So maybe he goes in the Rumble. Maybe he's in and out. Maybe he goes to the Chamber. He's pinned first. Maybe he loses at WrestleMania. Maybe
that'd be amazing.
Maybe he fights the IC title. He gets pinned by Braun, then feuds with Randy Orton and get pinned by him. We're at the point now where there's so many things that he could do. But I think that they're going to go for one. They want to see him outright, and I think the way to see him outright is this third Rumble win, because until Cody did his silly back-to-back thing, I was having a feeling that I don't know of anyone else who would join that three Rumble club, which obviously at the moment is solely inhabited by Stone Cold Steve Austin. And I don't see another person really to do that, because I find the trajectory is like, once people have won a Rumble, they kind of sink or swim in the main event, don't they? They either become the main event guy, so they're the champion, or they swim, or they sink, and so they're never ever going to kind of get to that level again. Same for the women too, to be fair. We've seen in the past few years. But in terms of your points about Cena and later on in the year, and sort of him showing a bit of a character thing, I do think that might happen. But I think we're more likely to get that. We're more likely to get that outside of a title Rumble kind of thing feud, if that makes sense. I think, in my opinion, Cena's obviously an attraction, and obviously these next few that we got, obviously Rumble, Chamber, Mania, they kind of sell themselves. But when we get into Backlash, when we get into Clash in Paris or things like that,
that's when he's the show.
Yeah,
basically.
he's the show.
Yeah, he'll be.
That's where you go. Okay, let's give him a story. Give him an opponent that can tell that story. It might be Randy Orton, it might not be.
I think it's sorry, dude. Go ahead. Sorry.
Obviously, to compare obviously the Randy Orton John Cena thing, you've got the fact that Randy Orton's the guy who's stuck around just for so long, but to John Cena, who's obviously gone outside and obviously explored. So you've got some narratives there that, even though, yes, he won't be turning, I don't expect him to start throwing chair shots at baby faces, but I still think there are some things that, to be fair, lots of wrestlers could bring up that would make him seem the villain, because he did say years ago to The Rock that, I'm the guy who stayed, I'm never going to leave this place, I love this place, blah, blah. And then he did leave. He did leave, and, he's popped back, don't get me wrong, but he did leave. He did the thing which we thought he'd never do. And whereas obviously other people like Randy Orton, they stuck.
What I'd counter is they can do both, because the great thing about Randy Orton is that boy has still got a lot of mileage in the tank. I do think Cena needs to be the one to beat Flair's record, and at least do it first. But I think it won't take long for Randy to catch him up at all. I genuinely believe that Randy will beat that record 100%. But he's got a lot more time to do it, where Cena doesn't. Cena's now, this is the last chance saloon. But I also think it'd be a great story if he fails twice. And then, at Money in the Bank goes, do you know what, guys? Sometimes it catches up with you. And sometimes you don't win. And I think that could be a fun, not fun, but that could be a good lesson as well. Like, sometimes you've had your time in the sun. And it's time for others, because I don't think things do that enough. But then again, this is wrestling and this is WWE, and they do eventually give you the Happy Hollywood ending. And once Cena's gone, there's plenty of other. There's a lot of life after Cena goes for everybody else, including Randy and Cody. And I do think it might be a good torch passing moment as well, because they want Cody to be the new Cena. Let's be honest, like that's what WWE want right now, and I actually think they're doing a damn good job of it personally. Because if there's anyone that's ever going to be snarky and go, this isn't working, it's usually me. But in the Cody Rhodes sense, it's like I said a moment ago to Scott. He comes out, and I haven't seen people get the reception like that he gets in years. You think back to like pre-AEW days and things like that. But I do love the point you made about John Cena. Is it me, or is the John Cena sucks? Have they gone? Is it me, or is it because because I had thought about John Cena a year or two ago, which was we never knew how good we had it. And I kind of wish I hadn't booed him and been a contrarian about it. But now, and I do think a lot of people from that era are kind of waking up and going, oh, man.
Look, I started to feel that a while ago, right?
Yeah.
And then I started to think about him winning the Rumble tonight. And teenage, early 20s Scott crept in and thought he better not. It's still in me. As much as I'm like, I love the guy. You know what? Why did I boo him so hard? It was all part of the fun. And I thought, no, it bloody weren't. No, it weren't. They ruined the Nexus. They made so many bad decisions around John Cena. So I'm not sure. I think for old time's sake, let him annoy me one more time. You know what I mean? It might end up being like that. Gonna quickly comments here.
Oh, sorry, guys. What you do? I want to go back and find 17-year-old me and slap him and say, "Be nice."
No. I think we were right to feel that way. Love the hats. We were an all-hat crew until Lucas joined us. So, Lucas, I hope you got a hat around. Marcus wants to shout out. Marcus, there you go, buddy. There's your shout out. Oh, he's actually going for a hat. Didn't expect that to happen. Mark says Cena was meant to be a heel for Rock Cena 1. Interesting that they never went with that proper kind of heel face dynamic in that big feud. Of course, once in a lifetime turned out to be twice in a lifetime. Who knows? It could be 3 times in a lifetime. Look at that! Didn't expect that hat.
I wasn't expecting that at all.
We got one.
But I'm so glad you did it.
Reports from apparently from PLE Insider says Mark that Cena's been in Indianapolis since Thursday and has had this weekend documented by a camera crew. Oh, that'd be great. I'd love to see a Cena documentary about his whole final year, which would be cool if they're doing. But his last Rumble would be a cool thing to look at as well. Let's bring in. Look, we've done this thing about getting everyone a hat now, but now I've got to bring in someone else without a hat. But hat or no hat, I'm so happy to see him. Here we go. It's Mr. Dom Smith. How you doing, mate?
I'm good, mate. I don't have a hat. I'm sorry.
You're off, mate. No.
I am. You're throwing me out. Off I go over the top rope. No, I'm just popping in to say hi to you, you all. But it's a pleasure to be back here, right here on Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling. It's good. So Cena's winning then.
Hopefully not, mate. Do you think he is?
Yeah, I think he is. I was watching you guys debate about it just now, and I feel like it's got to be done. It's his last year. He's getting the title win. I mean, Andy was saying he's been heavily talking about Elimination Chamber, so he could still do that. Yeah. But who else is going to do it? You know,
CM Punk.
So if we get to the men's Rumble, which we'll dive into a little bit more, mine is CM Punk. But one final thing, the Cena thing is, there is a lot of heavy kind of promotion around him in his last Chamber. But I think we'll get that for every PLE's on. But I think Chamber is a strange one because it is a way to reframe WrestleMania. It is in Canada again.
They're making a big deal of him at being his last time.
Because last time there as well. Gotcha. Let's get into men's Royal Rumble predictions. I love the fact Lucas still got a hat on, by the way. I'm going to quickly get some comments before we do that as well. We've got, you know the deal, back with us again. Final Bus comes out, never before, number 31. You are the third person that's mentioned at number 31 tonight. So it'd be mad if we actually got that. Final 4, potentially Rock, Cena, Punk, Roman. Look, I could see it. I could see it. The vein on your okay, what a name.
It's friendly though.
Anything could happen. Anyone could join us.
See, the thing is, the weenus is actually a bit of the elbow, isn't it? That's why we're in the pandemic.
So get your mind out the guts, Scott.
I'm showing my cards there, boys. I'm showing my cards there. Right, anyway, let's get back.
In the pandemic, we were all doing weenus touches, weenus tap.
All right. Anyway, weenus.
Is that what you meant in LA when you went, come on, Sam, let's touch weenuses? And I was like, I don't want to do that, Dom.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Okay, all right. Anyway, let's bring it back on track, guys, right? The vein on your, I'll say it this time. New Day should attack Vicky on the PLE pre-show, which is on at the moment, by the way. Countdown show. Doesn't seem to be much going on in that sense at the moment. Kofi will write about him. He ain't part of New Day no more. That's a bit harsh, mate. Stage leaks. We're not really seeing many stage leaks. So you got the countdown at the moment. They're doing their best not to show it too much. But we did show what the WrestleMania sign looks like. Of course, you were here.
Does it start at 11?
It does. It's not far away, mate. It's not far away.
Well, I mean, it's great for us, but what's that about? Like, I mean,
I guess
I'm so used to like begrudgingly staying up till 1 a.m. What's happening? Like,
yeah, I know. Yeah, it's not bad, is it? 11 o'clock.
Theory on it.
Oh, there's a bowl of the winners now.
Yeah. No, my theory on it is that they want obviously more international viewership. For the Olympics still. And I think they just realised that doing it at 1 a.m., which obviously for most of Central Europe with 2 a.m., is just ridiculous. But we did see them previously move Bad Blood, wasn't it? That was an earlier one as well, wasn't it? Because of the UFC.
Right. Okay. There you go.
So yeah, I do think that why it's not going to become the norm. I do think that for some of these big ones, they will want that, and I think particularly for the international viewership, it is the better way of getting things. Like genuinely, I was so pumped about it being 11 o'clock.
Yeah,
I was so excited.
Yeah. That's how you know we're getting old, boys. But
I'm really excited about it. I'm super excited about it now. I was like, I heard about it, and I was like, nah, somebody's messed up there. Somebody's weenus up there. That's not happening, you know. And here we are. I am super excited. I am pumped for 11 o'clock start time. Woo!
Are you staying up, Dom? Are you staying up?
Oh yeah, man. I'm just gonna watch it with me as well for because it's 11. This is a big deal. This is huge. So 11 o'clock in our house is like bedtime, you know.
Yeah, in ours too.
I get though. I think Luke's got a good point. I think that is, this international thing we talked about earlier on when it was just myself and Sam, but the Netflix deal does a lot. I'm already speaking to people today who are casual fans gonna check it out again. So Netflix does do a lot. Comment here from Mark saying apparently it was a leak saying Rock is 31. I'd feel a bit weird if that was the case because I'd be like, oh, now you're bending the rules for a 1. When do we stop doing that sort of thing? So another, I think Sam alluded to it, another Weenus in the chat. How have we got two people
going on?
with the name Weenus now? The mole on your Weenus is here as well, saying hello.
Hello.
A long ramp, says Mark. As far as the presentation and stage goes as well. But yeah, let's dive into the Royal Rumble matches themselves a little bit more, guys. We've talked a little bit there about the men's Rumble already and the potential for Cena to do it. But name was brought up by Sam as far as, I think, next in line for the most kind of predictions at the moment, and that is CM Punk. So as soon as Sam brought it up, I'm going to swing over to him first of all. Sam, why CM Punk?
Because, for starters, other than Cena, who else? Like, he's one of the biggest people in that. They've struggled a little bit with CM Punk because of injury and obviously him being gone for 10 years because he had a big hissy fit. But I feel like they do still need to get him to main event WrestleMania at some point because he isn't getting any younger. Like, he will one day start transitioning to more of a coach role. I get that, but we're not there yet. Like, and he does deserve that. He should get that moment. He's like Cody as well in the sense that he comes out and the crowd goes wild for him. And I will say as well, because I was very skeptical about when Punk joined the company, as everybody knows, but he's kept his nose clean and he's done the right thing and he's been a force for good. So where I still have all my views on workplace violence and things like that, but he's done exactly what I wanted him to do. I threw down the gauntlet and said, right, can he keep his nose clean, not getting into any fight, not come across like a raging narcissist and be a force for good? And he's done all those things. He's done that. So tip my hat to him. It'd be better if I had Lucas's hat because I could, proper tip the hat. But there you go. He's a massive star. There's long blood now between him and Rollins. I could watch them fight again and again and again and again. And I do think one way or another he needs to main event WrestleMania. And I think he will. And I think this is the time. And the more I think about it, because I've thought it was Cena the whole time, winning tonight. But the more I've taught myself, like all of our predictions we did last night, Dom, I've taught myself out of them. So I'm now of the view, because it makes more sense for Cena to get antsy and win at Elimination Chamber and become a little bit more vicious, then Punk is the guy tonight. And that promo off between him and Cody.
And then wait, hang on. You're what? Punk versus Cena at Mania. Cena wins.
No. So what I was saying before is I think they're gonna, like, you've heard my old man Cena fantasy booking.
Yeah.
So I think
many times.
I think for that to work, it makes way more sense for them to do it at Elimination Chamber, because then if he loses at the Rumble, he can become quite frustrated and he can start getting insecure and antsy. So
Desperate Cena.
Yeah, and we've seen Desperate Cena before, and it's a great look. It's a great spin on that character, like the Undertaker feud when he was desperately trying to get to WrestleMania and he couldn't, and he became quite heelish. So I think if they were to do that again, it means he can't win tonight, and if he can't win tonight, somebody else must. So that leads me to CM Punk, kind of by default in a way. But if it wasn't for that promo between Cody and Punk as well, like the other day, that was just beautiful.
Right. All right. Now, I'm very conscious that this is probably going to promote some kind of neurodivergent 3-hour fantasy booking sesh from you, Sam. I love it very much. Yeah, it might. We'll tap Weenuses another time on a different channel, on a different stream about it. But I don't understand. Right. Are you following this, boys? Because how does Punk win the Rumble and Cena within this year still get his championship? Are you talking about the
Elimination Chamber?
Right, so he's winning at Elimination Chamber. What's happening? Right, so he's which title? Gunther's or Cody's?
So Cody, so whoever wins tonight at the Rumble, let's imagine Punk wins tonight. I haven't thought that far, but I've got.
What's going on?
I think that's the thing with Punk, though, that there are several feuds Punk can go into.
That's what I'm saying.
But I don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying, Sam.
Cody, Cena, Elimination Chamber.
Touching weenuses.
Touching weenuses. Cody, Cena. Now, CM Punk goes after Gunther, but by then, Gunther loses it to Seth Rollins, and we have Rollins and Punk at Mania.
Oh. Okay, we're changing the whole thing.
We've seen it before, though. We have.
I'm not. I'm really not.
We have seen.
Scott, control him. Control him.
The chamber can change a lot.
Very simple.
He's going on a neurodivergent rant. He's doing his thing. It's his trademark. We'll be here for 5 hours. So control your participants.
Cena versus Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania. Weenus is out. Cody, Cena. Now CM Punk,
Weenus in a pole match,
wins the Royal Rumble and challenges Gunther, and it ends up on Seth. So Cody chooses the heavyweight. So CM Punk chooses the heavyweight. He doesn't go after Cody. He goes after Gunther.
He's got a timer for you.
So I think it's dead easy. I think it's really easy. I think it writes itself. I don't get much complicated. 10 seconds.
Holy sh! Whoa!
I mean, Dom, you've obviously focused on the Cena old man story, and that being something that has to happen at Mania.
Let's focused on that, man. I wasn't anywhere near that. I'm talking about weenuses.
To Sam's point, though, I do think that there is a possibility that both these things could happen. Because the thing is, Cena doesn't have to win the title at Mania. There's no rule.
I don't think he will.
He could win the title at Saudi. He could win the title at SummerSlam. He could win the title at... they can make a shout for him to win the title at. I think because I do want to move on to... there's a comment, obviously, about The Rock being number 31. And this has been something that has been kind of said kind of quite a lot. The Rock either entering the Rumble or The Rock having his own spot. And I just don't know. Well, I don't think it's true anyway. But also, if it is true, I hope it's not true. It's one of those because, I mean, I'm okay with him being number 30. I'm even okay with him winning the Rumble. But I just don't see why we need to do the whole he's 31 and then
I think it's bollocks.
It'll be
it'll turn a lot of people off. I know it'd be a heel, but
there's always someone in the Rumble match that either does the in and out elimination spot or
with the wieners.
Yeah, with the wieners, or doesn't do much. And I'm not obviously saying. Oh, I am saying. I guess I'm saying The Rock should take that spot. But I'm saying if it is literally a case of you're gonna have R-Truth come in and do like a little comedy skit, and that's why The Rock has to be number 31. Just don't have R-Truth do his comedy skit.
Yeah,
so, I mean, like if that literally.
Yeah.
I think if they do 31, it'd be more the surprise of they'd play into he's the boss, he can do what he wants. They would do it like that. Which is the only way to do it. Otherwise, it is just really silly. But I think it will get kind of X-Pac heat rather than actual heel heat.
Yeah.
People just go, no, we don't come on.
It's breaking tradition. But also then, we're talking about his Mania matches. Where does this leave Roman and The Rock? Like, is that still on the table?
I mean, that's a massive thing. The fact that none of us are really saying that Roman's going to win the Rumble when he was the Super Cena a few years ago and has been on top of things even more so since then, but we've just accepted it because he's been great, to be fair, as a heel, is wild. Like, none of us, I think that's it. Yeah, but this is the thing about, like, I don't think Cody's losing, but if he did lose, that changes everything.
He's not losing.
But I know. I'm just saying.
Just boring
but there are so many things that could change the path to WrestleMania.
I love Kevin Owens, man, and he's like, he's turned into Dolph Ziggler. He's just there to put over people, and I love him as a talent, but he's not, he's not going to win, is he? You know what I mean? Is it in this like match 5 now between them as well?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, Punk called him out on it as well. So.
I've got a prediction for the Roman Reigns because we mentioned the Roman Reigns story, and see, my prediction for a long time has been with Roman Reigns that he loses the Rumble, he loses Elimination Chamber. But so my prediction here is at some point, Solo Sikoa comes out and goes, "Look, I thought about it. You won fair and square. I acknowledge you as my tribal chief." And then all of a sudden, the other group that he's built just turn on him and kick the crap out of him. And when they do that, it's The Rock who's been behind that all along. Turns Solo babyface, but that's when we have the Roman Reigns versus The Rock. And that doesn't need to be for any championship. That just needs to be Roman Reigns versus The Rock. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, which is why him coming out and winning tonight would be frustrating because I mean, even last year, that's what was annoying about the Cody thing, why we all wanted Cody's because it didn't need the title. Just going to run through some of the comments we've got here as well from Mark. Says, I'd give Cena Money in the Bank. I get where you're coming from there. I mean, he did it once before already, didn't he? But I personally would like to see him lose everything. And then, as Lucas says, build a lower PLE around him. I think that would be better. Molon Uina says, I can't believe I'm saying that. Cameron Grimes returns. Cameron Grimes, that's a name I didn't expect to hear. What number was Liv Morgan? I don't know. We don't know yet.
Number to be released yet, Harry.
I think there will be 5 returns, says Molin Nunes. Dijak, Hendry, Rock, Grimes, and Mustafa Ali. I think Mustafa Ali is an interesting one, as are many of the TNA ones now. I think it's too soon for someone like Mustafa Ali and Dolph. We'll get to surprises in a little bit, guys.
Is it Mustafa Ali? Did he leave TNA?
He's just resigned.
Dijak, I think, is just way too soon as well. Hendry, I think, will show up, to be honest. He's probably the most likely, weirdly enough, even seeing Rock on that list. Love the big, yes, it's not small, is it? It's a big one. And also Matt Cardona and Santos Escobar as 1 and 2. Matt Cardona, imagine that radio hitting and he's number 1.
That would be ace, but he's not going to be. He's not going to be Zack Ryder, is he? It's not going to be Zack Ryder. It'll be Matt Cardona.
I think it'd be a combination of the two, and I think he'd use the Zack Ryder theme song, is what I think. But anyway, we'll get to that. We'll get to that in a minute. Breaking news backstage. You want to be surprised? Oh, what's going on there? We'll get to that in a minute. Winner apparently going to be CM Punk, says Courage Army. And what else do we have going on here as well? Oh, just a lot of arguing in the chat. Keep it nice, guys. Keep it nice.
Please be nice.
Right, let's move. Go on, Lucas. What was you going to say, mate?
It does seem that Punk has that traction he's got this week, I guess, from that Cody promo. But I don't know. Has everyone here seen SmackDown?
Yeah,
no, not yet. I will, but talk about it. Go ahead and talk about it.
Yeah,
It's,
I mean, there was
my own
a
fault.
happened. So on the flip flop of, obviously, I thought the promo between Cody Rhodes and CM Punk and closed Raw was excellent. I felt the promo that opened SmackDown with Cody Rhodes, CM Punk, and Kevin Owens was quite an odd little altercation. It was like two people that never met before. It was it just felt really disjointed. And I don't know where to blame that. I guess it's because they're teasing a match that's most likely never going to happen. In terms of for the title anyway. It may happen separate to that, but it did feel a bit odd. Like the Cody one felt very natural. Where this one felt a little bit more difficult. I guess the crowd was much hotter as well for Raw actually than SmackDown this week, actually saying that. Which is something I guess they've got to think about when they do these pay-per-views in these cities, because obviously tonight felt a bit more like a spectacle, like an advert for the Rumble more so, and for Indianapolis, rather than obviously a SmackDown episode with dedicated wrestling fans. But when it comes to obviously Punk, it does seem like he's been doing a lot of the legwork as the winner, I think's helped. And he's the only one that's really kind of gone to both shows and showcased that he's in more than one storyline, or could go into more than one storyline. Whereas with John Cena, obviously, he's been filming and has been unable to obviously commit to TV time. And I don't think we've seen much of like any of the other men, like in terms of just the Rumble thing. So it's only been contained to their little feuds. Sami Zayn's the only actually other interesting one, because the whole bloodline thing and the fact that he could go back and forth to the Browns. But CM Punk been doing a lot of legwork for this setting the Rumble match, isn't he? Which I think
I think
quite a lot.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. There are so many possible routes for CM Punk, and also for Sammy, even though he's not as likely. That's what's interesting about Sammy, is that there's something is happening with Sammy, and it's hard to tell what it is. If he wins the Rumble, great, and that could do it. But even if he doesn't, something is going on here. Going to quickly get to some comments here as well. I got, of course, give me a whole year in the chat. Big love. Somebody give me a whole year. Cast and crew on this very stream, of course. This feels a bit like, because I'm on the side with Dom and Sam's on the side with Lucas. Of course, Lucas is a member of the Rebellious Noise team. It looks like, do you remember when Edge and Christian and Matt and Jeff switched roles on like a Raw that time?
Yeah.
It feels like we've been forced by the GM to kind of coexist and work against each other. But I'm loving it. I'm a big fan of your work, guys.
I would team with you.
Let's do it.
I would tag team you any day of the week.
Of course you will. I know. You ain't got to tell me that twice. Sam adding in the comment that yes, his hat is on sale. Oh, they give me a whole store as well.
Comments, of course. Touch weenuses together.
Recognizing the fact that the whole boys are in the house as well. FSU Izzy, give me a whole year as well. Great to have you boys in. Speaking of which, why don't you let's know a little bit more about yourselves, boys.
Do you want to do whole year, Tom? Dom? Jeff. Oh, you're Shane. That's what you've got.
That's why Dom should do it, because Sam is plugging the wrong person.
Go on, Sam. You do it.
Yeah, all right then. So the Give Me a Whole Year podcast, guys. Make sure you join us. Like, you can join us tonight as well. He's timing me. That is so passive aggressive. But so obviously you could be joining the guys tonight here on Rebellious Noise. But why not have two streams open? I've been having a beer, Mark. That's what's going on. I've had a few. Dan's on tonight, so flip between both streams. Like, we do AEW Dynamite and Raw consistently. I used to do SmackDown, but because I'm a massive Jesse, I've stopped doing it because I now need my beauty sleep, and it was getting in the way of a couple of other things. So, but we do other things as well. Like Dom does your Darby Allin and your Wyatt Six stuff. But that's enough about Give Me a Whole Year. If you want to see people like me and Dom, and we are professionals, like we genuinely do have day jobs. And we don't just talk about weenuses all day, I promise, unless they want to. But you can watch us on WrestleSphere, where we interview lots of wrestlers. The most recent one, Dom interviewed the Hardy Boys, didn't you, Dom?
I did. It was great. Which is one of my picks. One of my picks, by the way, because I will be disappearing fairly soon. One of my surprise picks, segue, is either both, but one definitely will be Jeff Hardy. I'm picking it now. But yes, I got to speak to Jeff Hardy about his favorite bands. I got to speak to Matt Hardy about his favorite bands. I got to speak about TNA and their love for TNA, their admiration for the Rascals. And it's good. So go check that out on WrestleSphere.
Nice plug.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well,
Don't and while we're here on your channel,
Yeah.
right? Don't be sleeping on TNA. They'd give you
No.
shitloads of. I mean, I can't say. I sort of said. I said. Right. They'd give you loads of interviews, Scott. Right. You're a great interviewer. Right.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
This is right. In fact, this is what I'm realizing why I'm here. I'm here because I want to hang out with you. That's basically the only reason. But the second reason is that. Like, it's been a year now. TNA are affiliated with WWE, so you're going to be seeing people in TNA. So you might as well start interviewing TNA stars and get like a whole new audience to this channel.
I know.
Or Scott, don't.
Yeah.
And let me have all the traffic. So when I do it,
they're so nice. The TNA team was so nice.
Like, look,
so nice.
Features, schedules, you know how it is, mate. Some things just haven't worked out. We're going to get something sorted, I'm sure. Dom, by the way, is the hookup, just like Big Papa Pump was for us. Helped us with that TNA connection as well. So yeah, hopefully we'll get some more TNA content on this channel very soon. Lucas ducked out the bottom rope, but he slid back in here. He wasn't eliminated, don't you worry. But we are getting a new entrant to the stream tonight. So boys, we're going to count this one down. All right, 10,
it's got to be Andy.
9, 8, 7.
If it's sporty, I'm going to get my weenus out.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Get your dick out, mate.
Yes!
Here he is. Andy, how you doing, mate? You good?
I'm loving the reaction.
It's what we're here for.
I do believe you made a promise.
You did. I heard that promise, Dom.
What?
What you were going to do towards me.
We're innocent. We're weenus tapping.
He said weenus, Andy. It's been a thing. Right. It's been a thing all night. Right. Look, I'm going to get to a few comments there.
I'm actually really excited, so I'm going to get it out. Hang on a minute. No, I'm kidding.
No. Brings a whole new meaning to the term elbow grease, doesn't it?
Yeah. All right. Look, before people start taking off items I don't want them to, let me get to a few of these comments. Mark's also plugging the community page on Give Me a Hole Yeah, where you post some news, so check that out as well. Speaking of weenuses, we got Mole on your weenus once again. Stone Cold comes out after Kevin Owens wins the title, faces Kevin Owens at Mania, or Punk wins the Rumble and faces Gunther. That is some fantasy booking right there.
Yeah.
I'd love to see Austin back. Don't get me wrong, though. I would be a fan. Who looks like Aiden English? The TNA rant. Dom, you're
Dom.
I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it. Aiden English is a good guy. I've actually
I didn't expect that.
He's a great interview as well. Actually, we've got an interview with him.
Mate. What a way to plug! What a way to plug!
Yeah,
it's not good. No, it is Give Me a Hole Yeah, but we'll give you a whole yeah as well. What Scott Hall? Joseph Tessitoris replaced Big E on the pre-show.
Ooh.
Read into it what you will. We talked earlier on about Big E surprise. So I'd love to see it. I've got to say, I'm a big fan of Joe's work, by the way. I really enjoy it. He's got that kind of.
He's great.
When he was in the ring with Kevin Owens last night, his voice reminded me of Mean Gene, and I like that. I like it's a bit of it's kind of warming. Do you know what I mean? For those that missed it, Rumble will open the show apparently. So we're going ahead with Women's Rumble. I should say.
Good. I love it
With all that chaos going on, it's time to actually get some meaningful thoughts from Mr. Swarzy over here. Andy, how you doing, mate? We've been talking about a potential John Cena victory in the Royal Rumble or a CM Punk one. They're the two that people are batting around the most. What are your thoughts, mate?
I'm going to preface this, by the way, with I have been drinking since 12:30, so how much sense I might make on this stream, but it might make very good entertainment as well. So. What are my thoughts? I said last night that I thought the CM Punk line that was kind of that a lot of people had kind of glossed over was the one that he dropped into one of the promos when he stood in the crowd, saying that he's going to win the Royal Rumble even if he has to call in a favor. And I think that's a sort of a big line that obviously they made a lot about during War Games. So I can see a potential Paul Heyman help for CM Punk to win, maybe at the expense of Roman Reigns, which I think would be a big one. I think the big question you've got for both John Cena and CM Punk is, can either of them be guaranteed to be fit and ready for WrestleMania? Because obviously they're getting on a little bit. They've had injuries. how will Cena's body go? Can he hold a main event match at WrestleMania for the amount of time that he'd be given? So is there a potential that we see some sort of triple threat happen? I think it's maybe more likely in WrestleMania because they have had one-on-ones in the last couple. So I don't know if just to kind of protect all of those involved, do you throw a third person in somehow? I'm not saying I like it. I'd love the idea of just a straight-up CM Punk main event or a John Cena main event. I just don't know if they want someone else in there just in case something happens with their bodies breaking down or something. But I would go personally. I think CM Punk. I think there'll be a lot of storylines that come out of tonight's men's Royal Rumble. You're looking at sort of like 3 or 4 different storylines that will then set us on the way on that famous road to WrestleMania.
Mate, for someone that's been drinking since 12:30, you know I've had some good points there. So
Very articulate.
But I agree. I agree.
And that's the thing.
Right. Scott, there's too many weenuses in the orgy or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Right. So we're
gonna throw you out.
I'm gonna take a tasteful. Oh no, you've got to throw me out.
No, it's a Royal Rumble build-up. We got to throw you out, Dom.
No. What were the questions that you needed? Because I think Charlotte's winning the women's Rumble.
Nice.
I think Cena's winning the men's Rumble.
Okay.
Cody's winning. Mercy Machine Guns winning. What else we got? What else is on the card?
That's it. That is it.
That's it.
What a pro though.
Surprises. Jeff Hardy, Joe Hendry, and bloody hell.
James Ellsworth.
No, former commentator. Name escapes me. He's just been cleared. No, he's just been cleared.
Corey Graves.
Corey Graves.
That's
Jeff Hardy, Joe Hendry, Corey Graves.
Cool.
And if there's any justice in the world, Matt Cardona and Penta for the final 5 or 6.
Ooh, got a great comment here.
He's going to have a good showing
in a moment as well. But let's throw Dom out. Thanks, Dom, for joining us. Everybody, get ready. Check him out. See you later. Get out over the top rope. There he goes. But great to see Dom again, a member of the Gimme a Hold and WrestleSphere team. We've still got Sam representing both here as well. And of course, now Andy also from the WrestleSphere crew and Wrestling Royalty as
Agent English Eliminated.
More plugs. And Agent English Eliminated, as Sludge says. We're going to get to a few more of these comments here as well. We've got Lucha Trooper saying, I'm going to bet everything I own on Penta winning the Rumble. Look, your name suggests you're a big Lucha fan. Don't get me wrong. I can see where you're going with that one. I don't think he's winning it, but I am surprised how much they're pushing him at the moment. So, yeah. But how much they're pushing. Yeah. Keep your telly. Otherwise, you can't watch the Rumble, and keep your whatever you're watching us on as well. So hold them back. Mark also says Jackie Redmond has now replaced Michael Cole, which of course means Michael Cole is in the Royal Rumble tonight. Cash out quickly, he says to Lucha Trooper as well. Penta might have a chance. And also, who knows, will we see Roxanne Perez showing up in the
good shout
Royal Rumble tonight as well? That's a good point.
I think we'll get Julia.
Sludge says, this is a long running thing on this channel. Sludge is not a fan of Dragon Lee. So Sludge says, I like all luchas besides Dragon Lee, of course. So thanks for keeping up the gimmick, Sludge. Appreciate that. You know what? Let's get into that, boys. Let's get into surprises here. I'm gonna because look, we'll be here all night and the Rumble itself starts quite soon. So let's not go each and every one of these in depth. I'm gonna give you a full list of names that I think we're hearing the most, and then I'm gonna cycle around each and every one of you, and you tell me from the ones you remembered me saying what ones you think are gonna happen and what ones you think aren't gonna happen.
Firstly, just so you know, Big E is on the pre-show.
He's still there. Oh, okay. Oh, and he's lovely little suit still as well.
So I thought I'd put it on because I know guys in the comments would like to make some little jokes and stuff. So I thought I'd just put it on. So visually in front of me, Big E.
We've still got Big E. All right. Very professional from you, Lucas. There, very professional.
Especially in the hat.
Of course, yeah. Right. I've got a better way of doing this. Actually, I'm going to ask you for a percentage of likelihood, and we'll do it very quick. So comments. No comments on it, just percentage of likelihood, right? If you're going to say a comment, it can't be very much, right? And then we'll get to some real chat in a bit, right? So I'm going to say name by name. I'm going to do Sam, Lucas, Andy, Sam, Lucas, Andy, Sam, Lucas, Andy, right? Okay, all the way around, right?
Sam,
Name by
Andy,
name.
Lucas. Got it.
No, come on now, right? So, first of all, Sam, percentage, of course, out of 100. Likelihood of seeing Dolph Ziggler tonight, percentage.
30%.
50.
Lucas.
50.
Andy.
I know pop out, but
26.
oh,
Ooh, that is random. All right, Sam, Matt Cardona.
60.
1%.
Wow. 1%. Okay. Andy.
Just because I'm beating Matt Cardona, I don't think he'll do it.
9%.
Wow.
Zack Ryder would
Okay.
get about
Joe
maybe
Hendry
a 50%.
for.
But this is the Matt Cardona.
I think. All right. Okay. Maybe we'll get to Matt in more detail soon. Go back to Sam though with Joe Hendry. We said a name. Will he appear?
100%.
Wow.
Yeah, 100%.
90%.
Nailed on so far for Joe Hendry. Big E, one we'd all love to see, but don't know if it's possible. But Big E, what do you think, Sam?
20%.
Yeah, I'll go with 20%.
I'm going to go, I'd say like 5%.
Now, this is one that's very dependent on contract. It looks like it's probably not possible till February or March unless we've all been worked online. But let's go with it anyway, because I'd love to hear his old school theme song here tonight. Alistair Black for Sam.
40%.
20%.
I mean, I'd love to say 100%, but I'd say like maybe 35%.
Okay. And then last of the men's list for now, but let's go back again with Sam with AJ Styles.
50%.
Think a bit lower, maybe like 35, 40%.
95%.
95%. Okay. Gonna get to a few of these comments. Mark says 0.01%. He's played into it on Twitter quite a bit tonight. Rumors that Bryan Daniels backstage. There's no way he's retired now.
He might be if his sister-in-law is.
Well, there is. I do. Spoiler alert. We'll get to the women's ones in just a moment. 1% also vote here for Alistair by Mark, and a 33 to 30% chance for AJ Styles. Love the reference there, buddy, on AJ Styles. Let's move into the women's Royal Rumble and potential surprise entrances tonight as well. Again, we're going to go around Sam, Lucas, and Andy and talk about percentage likelihood of each and every one of these. So let's start with. She said it's her mum's birthday. She said she's got a plane ticket for Jordan Grace.
100%. She's winning as well.
Whoa! Okay.
She's not winning, but I think it's quite high. Yeah, it's like a 70, 80.
Okay.
It could be, though, that she might come out after the match, like Ronda Rousey did when she...
okay.
But yeah, so I'm not too sure if she's in the... But yeah, quite high, 70, 80%. Cool.
I'm going to say 99% just to cover my ass for that 1% just in case she's happy. But I also do think she might win it.
Wow, I'm shocked, but we're going to get to predictions for the actual winner in a moment. But I'm actually shocked that we've had two people say she might win it. But cool, I'm here for it because I don't have many options myself. Sam mentioned there a moment ago, or alluded to her at least, Nikki Bella. Likelihood for you, Sam?
I'm gonna be positive and say 30%.
I really hope
that's positive.
Well, because I don't know if it's massively likely, so I'm going to give her 30% because it would make my wife happy. So I'm going to go.
Oh, good. All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I hope she is in it. Yeah, it seemed maybe like 40%. Yeah.
All right, Andy.
Yeah, I'm going to say like 6. I'm going to say 66% because then it's like a sort of 2/3 chance of it happening.
Yeah, you're doing a bit of Steiner math yourself now. All right, let's move on to one that I personally think is quite likely. Becky Lynch. Sam, what do you reckon?
90 for me.
Okay.
Because I think it's her versus Liv Morgan at Mania.
Oh, interesting.
Quite low, like 5%, 6%.
Wow.
I think they're going to save her for another day.
Okay, Andy.
Yeah, I'm going to say the same as Sam, 90%, I reckon.
Okay, we'll swing it back round to some others in a moment, but just quickly on Becky, because I was asking in the comments earlier on that I really think Becky is coming back. I just can't see what she's doing. I don't think it's a title picture. I think she has to bump into someone in this and create some storyline. But Liv is great because I've also been thinking, what does Liv do next? So yeah, really like that. Maybe we'll come back to that in a moment. But let's move on to a name, probably the biggest name being rumored around the Women's Rumble, and that is AJ Lee. I think it's likely this year. What about you, Sam?
I'm going to go 50. I was never the biggest AJ Lee fan, and I don't really see this like massive obsession everyone's got. It'd be great to see her back. I've got nothing against the girl. It's good that her husband's here as well. So I'm going to go 50%. I don't really know, and I don't really care. I hope she does, and it'd be nice to see her again.
Yeah, I'll go like 50%. And while we're talking about AJ Lee, I'd like to see Caitlyn make a return.
Wow, that's a name not on my list, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be talking in this part, but I do think what Sam about the problem with AJ Lee is she's from that generation of women's wrestling, which wasn't a good generation in a nice way. Like, you could take any match now that the women do on TV and it would run rings around what they were doing 10, 15 years ago. And that was when they were starting to push of what would become the evolution, revolution, devolution, wherever brand thing they put on it. It was still when the women were getting barely, 2 minutes on TV, 5 minutes pay-per-view. Do you know what I mean? Like, that was the women's feud. It was just like, okay, 5-minute matches. But I think AJ Lee would always be kind of, people have a lot of people fond of her because she was the first one to kind of properly kind of break that mold of like the diva kind of look was one thing. And did some very unique things while she was there in the division, which, have obviously been eclipsed nowadays, but then I guess that's one of those things. But I think she'd get a nice reaction coming out tonight, and I think it would probably mean even more so. It could even foreshadow for me if she was there that Punk would then be winning. Because it gets like she was there for that he won on the same night his wife's come back. It's this story with WWE and we've done something nice, but blah blah. But then it also could be an omen to him not winning. So I guess it could be he this could be his kind of quote unquote consolation prize. He doesn't win the Rumble, but
but we gave your wife a spot.
Sorry, but in terms of percentage, I'll go like 50-60%. I think it is probably quite likely, and it should happen. But Caitlyn should happen also.
All right, mate. I'm all for Caitlyn coming back. That's a good idea. Look, we are doing a quick fire thing here, but I should have really given you time to talk AJ Lee because it is a big one. So I'm going to let Andy with this one as well have a few comments if you'd like to before we do move on to the next one. So percentage for AJ Lee, Andy, and if you want, throw a few comments in there as well.
45%. I don't know. I honestly don't know where I'm pulling these stats from. You'd think I would have but yeah, I don't really. I agree with what Sam said. To be honest, like there's a lot of clamour for AJ Lee or AJ Mendez, whatever you want to call it. Every time it's kind of like a Rumble comes round or something. But I don't know. She was part of that Divas era where, again, as Lucas said, like it doesn't really hold a candle to what they're trying to do now. So part of it's like, could she go and could she fit into here? And there's the CM Punk factor. It would be nice, and it's kind of one of those things. But at the same time, CM Punk and her are a little bit more forgiving than I would be, because if someone served me my papers to termination papers on my wedding day, I'd be absolutely livid. There's no way I would ever work with them again.
For both of them to go back, I guess, But hey,
but I know in wrestling you say never, and things go
different world, different management as well.
He genuinely seems a lot happier like now than he ever has been at probably any point, and I kind of like that, but. Yeah, I don't know. She's never been one for me that I would. This has to happen, and and get really excited about. If it happens, I think she'll get a good pop, which I think is good for anyone really. But I saw Lucha Trooper mentioned about Tori, as in the one that used to hang out with X-Pac. I'd rather see that Tori back than AJ. To be honest.
Wow. Okay. Look, I get what you guys are saying. There's a lot of talk around AJ, and it's maybe somewhat overhyped in some ways because of that. But I think it's because she's the last of the big names to not come back, and she was in an era. Her and Paige were the standouts in that Diva era. That part of it, at least, to turn it into that next women's evolution. And when we started having all these Royal Rumbles, and we got the other Tori Wilson, for example, and we, all these other stars that we had come back to get their moment because they never got to do that in their era. I think it's only right that the person on the tail end of that AJ Lee, who really did it for me, bridge that gap, gets that opportunity as well. So for me, it's more about that than kind of expecting her to be back kind of full time or anything like that. We'll get back to some of these. What do you call it? Percentage.
Can I throw out a name? Can I just throw out a name before we do?
Throw out a name.
So, because I don't know if we're going to come to it if I don't. So I just want to throw out Masha Slamovich, and I'll tell you why. Because it's the past few years we've had the TNA Women's Champion come out at the Rumble, and I think everyone's got so caught up with Jordan Grace. But Jordan Grace now works for WWE. She's the former TNA Women's Champion. So I think Masha Slamovich will be the TNA representation in the women's. I also only think we're getting one from TNA as well. I think we're getting Joe Hendry and we're getting Masha. I don't think we're going to get the Dolph Ziglers, the Jeff Hardys, or any of that.
There's quite a few spots to fill. I mean, I think that's sort of
especially in the women's.
I mean, that's about 10 people.
Be good if they did. I'd love it if they did.
Yeah, I think there will be a few more from.
I hope so. I'll be so happy. But I feel like with WWE and TNA, like they're obviously working really well together, and they're both putting each other over so very, very nicely as well, which is lovely to see. But I think they're always quite reluctant to put too many NXT guys in, and they're always reluctant to put too much TNA in. So I think they'll go easy on the TNA. Again, I in my view, open the floodgates and let's just have TNA.
But the thing, were they doing that previously without the agreement in place?
I suppose so.
Yeah. People could just go, okay, thanks to the Rumble, but I'm offered AEW now.
There is that.
A few months, but I think last year they really used it as a way to bridge the gap and show, look,
it was so good. Yeah, it was so good.
Jordan Grace obviously making appearances on NXT and Joe Hendry as well. And whereas you have a lot like Rosemary as well, got a little run on NXT as well.
She'd be great in a Rumble. I've wanted to see her in a Rumble for 10 years. That'd be so good.
But yeah, no, I know. I'd say that maybe they will do that where she will appear and then so will Joe Hendry because they are the prospective world champions. But I think they'll be doing a bit of a disservice to TNA, particularly for the women side of things, if they don't put a few more TNA wrestlers in there.
Maybe so, yeah.
Particularly, even if they want the ones for the in and out spots. There's a lot, like I said, there's a lot of spots in the women's Rumble up for grabs. And like I said, the roster is quite big nowadays. But the women's Rumble, obviously, it just has there's lots of spots to fill, so it is almost like the entire women's roster has to be entered.
It's true. It's not, because we've moved on from the days of the Cologne. Like nobody ever sees the Colognes on TV, but then they're in the Rumble. Do you remember those in that era?
I missed the Colognes. I was a big fan of them. Yeah. Nikki at 61% says Mark, as Andy mentioned earlier on, the comment here from Lucha Trooper said, it would be great to see the old Tori once part of DX. No one seems to. We remember her. I was a big fan of Tori. That whole storyline between Kane and X-Pac. I was rewatching that a little while ago, actually. So yeah, big fan. 100% likelihood, says Mark, for Becky Lynch as well, because of what Punk said to Jackie in that video. 10%. See, that's the video that made everyone think that Punk. So he kind of said, I think they said to him, like, what your picks for Royal Rumble or something like that. And he was like, I can't say because I'll get in trouble, alluding to, he knows something. Mark says, honestly, I think they will show this on the main show, but if they don't, watch the video package for Cena. It's beautifully done. I just saw it in the background, actually. So yeah, hopefully they will show that because I'd love to give that a bit more attention, focusing on that as well. But of course, yeah, we are using this as a bit of a watch along experience of the Countdown show as well. Guys, let's quickly run through some more of these names percentage-wise. And the last one, I'm going to give you an opportunity to give a little bit of kind of a more follow-up on, essentially. Next one is Jade Cargill, percentage-wise for you, Sam.
40.
Lucas? She got her. 90.
Wow. Andy?
Yeah, 90, yeah.
All right. And then Asuka for you, Sam?
50.
For you, Lucas?
Like low 30s. I think 30s. I think she was quite injured, wasn't she? It was quite long.
Yeah, you never know. But so 30 for you, yeah. And then Andy?
I mean, I have a 0% interest in Asuka being it, but
I love it.
Like 18%.
These numbers.
Right.
And then this is the one I'm going to give you an opportunity to break down a little bit further, because I'm going to hop under the bottom rope, run to the toilet, and dive back in a moment. But let's do percentage-wise first, so I can hear what you say, and then we'll swing it back in the same order to talk about opinions on this. So I'm going to go Sam first. Just a percentage for this, please, mate. Alexa Bliss.
50.
50. Lucas.
40.
Andy.
75.
75. Oh, some interesting ranges there. I'm going to hop under the bottom rope and give you guys a chance to have a little bit of a chat about Alexa Bliss and explain your reasons. See you in a moment.
Because are we still of the view that she's the 6th Wyatt 6 member with Alexa Bliss, or are they going to go back to her just being another blonde? You know what I mean?
It's been too long, surely. I don't. It's been too long.
Maybe.
She's not just another blonde though. She's like it. I mean, I've always loved Alexa Bliss. I think she's fantastic in terms of what the best example for Alexa Bliss is that one where she won the Elimination Chamber and went from doing the face promo and then just switched it halfway through and then just went like, oh, you know, like you all supported me and I don't care at all. Like none of you will ever accomplish your dreams. Like that version of Alexa Bliss was the best, where she was that sort of, like heelish princess character.
She's very good. Don't get me wrong. I wasn't basically what I was more referring to her getting lost in the shuffle than a critique on her personally.
Okay.
Because there was a time when her, Liv Morgan, whoever else were all interchangeable. Where it's not their fault, it's WWE's fault because they're all very, very, very talented. But I feel like her bitchy blonde princess role is being taken by two other people right now. They're both doing it very differently, but we don't need another bitchy blonde princess. So I just think I worry if they bring back the goddess, as great as she is in that role. And also, are people so happy that she's back? Does it make sense for her to be a baby face? And like the connection to Bray Wyatt and the Wyatts is like, let's not forget, she was very involved in all the promos and the hashtags and the build-up. Like that was her flat where she was smashing glasses and doing all of that, or her house. So it was her kitchen, we know from TV. So I don't know. For me, it's unfinished business. And I've always kind of wanted her to be a Sister Abigail figure. I feel like, you know, I've wanted that for 10 years. So I love the idea of her just using the Wyatts and then that coming back on her. I think that'd be a good story. Just that's just me.
I don't know. I just kind of think that they should have used this. They should have used the time. And it's been a long bloody time. I mean, she was pregnant for a year. I mean, and then obviously the baby's now like, been a while. Like I think they should have used this time to kind of find something different for her to come back to.
Yeah.
I think that, in my opinion, like from what I've seen of the Wyatt Six, I don't think it's it. Like, I'll be deadly honest. I don't think it's the right thing. I can see what they're doing. It's basically like a Bray Wyatt tribute thing. But it kind of is lacking the most important thing of that, which is Bray. Like, it's kind of, for me, been kind of dead on arrival. Like, I think they did the good, you know, I just think the initial debut they had, and then the ultimate stupidity of it when they were like, you know, quote unquote, killing Chad Gable, just for him next week to walk around like nothing happened. And it's hard to keep that level of mystique with these characters nowadays, sadly. But it's the Bliss and the Rumble. I think that it's hard now. It does seem that we end up like, as wrestling fans, becoming contract lawyers sometimes, because we're having to we're having to like go through, this contract ends then, but they have this option on. This contract ends then, but they were injured for 8 months, so that means we've not got to add all that time on because Tony Khan's doing that now. And it's some of it you could say is all like for show, is all like, you know, just kayfabe, is keeping us kind of on our toes. But there was a contractual issue, is what they were saying with Alexa Bliss, isn't it? About her, obviously, on her former contract. They wanted her to come back on that contract, but then she wants more money, or, you know, and they reached out for more money. Which, if that is true, like, I think it could be one of those where, sadly, it's not even a case of she's not coming back tonight. It's like she might not even be coming back at all. Because with these things, like in the past, like WWE do dig their heels in. and it wasn't just under the old regime; it's been under this current regime too. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting seeing the angle. You know, how they're framing it. Are they framing, in the company? Is it being framed as, she is demanding more money because she thinks she's worth it? Which, annoyingly, like Alexa Bliss, I think she always got done a bit dirty. And I think a lot of it, sadly, has been because of this Wyatt 6 stuff, this Wyatt-related stuff, because it took her away from being in the women's division for a long period of time. And other names just cropped up, like Bianca Belair. Bailey had like a rise since. We've got so much talent that's come through in spite of her. And then obviously this long pregnancy, that's long break she's had for pregnancy and all that. I don't know. I think personally she should just come back separate from the Wyatt stuff. Personally,
I actually agree with you as far as like she kind of lost her place, and I've always thought she's an amazing performer, and we've mentioned it on the channel before when she was kind of active as well, that she was, even though the Wyatt stuff didn't work out for her, it wasn't because of her. Like, she is incredible, like as a performer in ring, and also her character work is probably, I'd say, top 5 in the last 5 or so years. And that's a big claim. 5 to 10 years. I think her character work is incredible. Like what she could do as a TV character, for example, she's so good. But I'm saying that, and then at the same time agreeing with you, Lucas, in that if she don't come back anytime soon, this stuff about her contract is true, she might not come back. I mean, she might come back in 5 years' time for a Rumble return or something like that as a pop. But like there is a chance that we're looking at like one of the most impressive, in my opinion at least, female wrestlers just being kind of given up on. Like when Sasha left, it was a big deal, but like things kind of move on, right? Like they're doing all right without her. So it's the same for Alexa. Even if she came back in, she'd be squeezing into a very top heavy roster. Andy, what are your thoughts, mate, on Alexa Bliss?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been like, I've got t-shirts of Alexa Bliss and like all the action figures, whatever. And I've been a big fan since her NXT days, and even then, she didn't really ever have like, she was kind of the forgotten one because of coming through with the horsewomen on NXT. But then you go back to probably about 2 years onto the main roster, she carried the women's division for a little while in terms of being the champion and getting the reactions that she did. And I would also say like there's scope for her to do stuff in wrestling, but not in the ring, if that makes sense. Because like I think she had a little stint as like GM or something, or just kind of like or dipping her toe in there. And I thought like she did well at that, or just kind of giving her different roles. But the only thing I didn't like, and that was more creative, I didn't like the whole doll thing. I just like it just didn't.
Oh yeah, it was awful.
For me, it was just one of those ones where they were trying to push this whole creepiness, and it really, like anyone else, it probably would have killed her career. Like she's had moments in her career so far where it would have killed someone else. Like This Is Your Life, Bailey, voted one of the worst segments of all time in wrestling. Abby the doll or whatever her name was.
Lily did it.
And then I enjoyed the stuff where she used to just sit on the stage with the coffee with Nikki Cross. Like she got that sort of stuff over and she's done loads of great things. The contract stuff's interesting. I didn't realize, one of my friends told me tonight, that the agency that looks after her is owned by Mojo Rawley. It's Paragon Sports or something. And then if you look at the names on their roster of who they represent, it's pretty much a who's who of wrestling. They've got some massive names on there, including someone like Mercedes Moné as well. So I don't know. She's a mum now. She's happily married. She doesn't have to do this. So if she's going to get into it again, it's because she loves wrestling. So you're kind of going to find out how much she wants to be involved. So, she seems happy otherwise. And I guess I'm not of the opinion you should always just be happy in the ring. If she's happy and it's not in the ring anymore, good for her. We've got some great memories, but I'd love to see her back just because I'm a big fan. And I think for me, I'd like her to be away from that, go back to that sort of goddess character that she had, just go prove to people how good you actually are. But then again, you look at the talent that's on the NXT roster and the people who are going to come up, women's wrestling's only getting better and better. And as you said, Scott, you're going to get left behind if you stay out the game for too long. Like people, it's not just fans still waiting for you. I'm really excited to see Julia on the roster, Stephanie on the main roster. There's so many names that can come up, and it's thriving at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to get into the Royal Rumble for the women before we start wrapping up here as well. Going to quickly get to the comment of from Mark just here. Says, you know, it's a whole new system in WWE when Rosenberg calls Bubba Ray Dudley Bully Ray, and Bubba was smiling ear to ear. Of course, Bubba is now on the Countdown show as well. They are switching out their guests at the moment, and Jackie Redmond is now hosting as well. But yeah, once again, sadly, no match on the pre-show Countdown, as they call it these days.
Oh, they know.
Yeah, it's a real shame. But hey, that's why we're here, guys, to keep you entertained in another way instead. And we've had a bit of action on here. We've thrown Dom out. You know, kind of it works in that sense. Let's get to actual predictions again, though, for the Women's Royal Rumble match itself. Now, my predictions earlier on this week, I went really quick with it. I just looked, the Charlotte Flair show, she's winning it because she's the only one I can see storyline-wise that they're going to put anything in, because I think she will go to face Tiffany Stratton. But I've heard a few things here tonight that have started to sway me a little bit more. But generally speaking, I still think Charlotte's the most likely. I think she's coming back announced because the story isn't the surprise in return. The story is her winning. And I've said it a million times before, but look, we all know how good she is, but we also know that she has at the same time been overly pushed, you could say, and in that forefront. And every time she comes back, I just hope they don't push her, just to kind of not fall into that trap and just kind of give people room to breathe. But you could argue her being away for a full calendar year is room to breathe. The issue is coming back and winning something big straight away. So I guess even if she wins the Rumble tonight, she doesn't have to win the title, and that'll be something, because if Tiffany beats her at Mania. But hey, I'm getting ahead of myself there. What do you think, guys, as far as who is going to win the Women's Royal Rumble? Once again, we'll swing it round to Sam first.
See, Andy convinced me of this last night with Jordan Grace. Who did I say last night, Andy? Who was my pick, or did I not have one?
I think you were going with Charlotte.
Yeah, because it's the Charlotte thing. I like Charlotte. I'm not one of these people who goes, Charlotte Flair. But in this case, Charlotte Flair. So yeah, I love the Jordan Grace idea. I think it would really skyrocket. It'd do a lot for the TNA partnership. She's fresh. She can go. She can go in that position. She could slot right into that immediately. I don't see her lingering in NXT for 12 months or anything like that. I think again, she might not win it, but I don't like Bianca Belair, Rhea Ripley, and Bayley. I don't want to see that again. I want them to do something new and something bold, and I think Jordan Grace is that.
That's a great point. I mean, Lucas, you said when we spoke about the Rumble a few weeks ago on this channel that you did expect it to be a second-time winner. I guess because of the field that we have at the moment, my pick is Charlotte. I'm kind of being talked around by the boys here that it could be Jordan Grace because it is such a big, bold move that it would be refreshing in a way.
Yeah,
what are your thoughts, mate? Are you still thinking that it's a two-time winner, or has Dom, and I know Andy seemingly has a case of Jordan as well, swayed you towards Jordan Grace?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I still don't know if she's going to be in the match. I think that, I think particularly when you look back at some of the bad receptions and reactions they've had to Rumbles in the past few years, it always seemed to be the surprise entrant, or surprise entrant winning, or surprise, it seems that, I think we as fans have maybe ruined it for ourselves, to be fair. I generally think if you go back to that 2008 with John Cena winning from number 30, sorry, spoiler. I still think, that was a good example of a surprise entrant coming and winning. Then you had Edge, who did it the following year, didn't they? I think he came back after injury and won the Rumble as a surprise entrant. But then I think the problem you started having, or we created for ourselves, is we started reacting negatively to these quote-unquote surprises. And so we got to the point where in 2022, when Ronda Rousey was the surprise entrant in the Women's Rumble, and Brock Lesnar was the surprise entrant in the Men's Rumble. Obviously, he was a surprise because he was previously the champion early in the evening, lost the belt to Bobby Lashley, and then entered the Men's Rumble and won it. We kind of went, boo, this sucks, this is rubbish. And yes, you could argue that maybe those surprises weren't good, But I think from a booking perspective, from WWE, they're probably looking at it as like, well, we've had surprises that haven't done well, so we're best off just announcing it. So I just think this is what they've done. They've announced Charlotte Flair because they know that Charlotte Flair returns tonight. If she returned unannounced and won the Rumble, it would only lead to negative reactions of like, you know. Whereas I think if they announce her return, they're literally just saying to people, "This is what you're getting. Like, you're getting this. You're getting her at WrestleMania in the main event. Deal with it. Watch it or don't." And most people are going to watch it, obviously. And they're moaning about afterwards, most likely. But yeah, nothing's really deterred me off Charlotte. The only thing that really is swaying me is just because obviously if I'm thinking about John Cena and the men's Rumble match, we're kind of dealing with having two winners that we're not really going to see or hear from until post Rumble, which is very rare for a Rumble. You know what I mean? Because usually you get people who obviously say their piece beforehand and then have weeks of television matches, all that kind of stuff, and then they do the Rumble and their still story afterwards. But this time, if this was to happen, the way obviously I predicted it, John Cena and Charlotte Flair winning, we are basically going to just get them with fresh stories on Raw or SmackDown next week, which I guess you could argue is probably a good thing in a way, because it means that whatever we're seeing should be fresh, should be new. It won't be the rehash of stuff we've seen over the past month of television. The product should be different. But yeah, there's no one else that really screams out, like, in terms of a Rumble winner for the women. One that's got mentioned quite a bit the past few days has been Io Sky, about obviously the company kind of seeing her as, like, you know, someone they really want to get behind. And I get with, obviously, Asuka, you know, racking up the injuries and, you know, I think Asuka's a bit older, isn't she, than Io Sky. I can see that they wanted like the Japanese female star, like Io Sky is probably someone. And again, this internationalism of Netflix is very important and can't be understated. But yeah, there's no one else really, like, outside of Charlotte Flair, there's no one else. I mean, Becca Lynch is the other one. But I think they're going to save her for something else. And again, going back to Alexa Bliss, it's like if Alexa Bliss returns, but then Becca Lynch also returns, who's getting talked about more, love? Sorry. Like, you know,
yeah.
Way.
So we've got a comment here from Casper Unfinished Business. Says, good evening all. I hope Becky Lynch is in it. Love Becky Lynch. I actually do think Becky's coming back tonight. I don't think she'll win. I love the idea that was floated around earlier about her potentially falling into a feud essentially with Liv, because I think Liv deserves a big feud going into Mania as well. What about you, Andy? Are you swayed by Lucas's thoughts on Charlotte? You sticking with Jordan Grace, or is it Liv or Becky Lynch for you?
No, I think I'm going to stick with Jordan Grace. And there's a couple of reasons why. It's because I feel like the big thing I said yesterday, I think swayed Sam and Dom a bit more towards it, was the idea you got to look not just at the winner, you've got to look at what it sets up as well, because we've had Charlotte versus Rhea, and yes, there is a potential to do Charlotte goes to SmackDown instead, you know, on goes against Tiffany. But I just think the idea of the women's roster has been pretty stale, and there's a lot of the same matches that happen week in, week out. And then I think when you start to like look into it, Jay, if she came back, I think is going to start a big thing between Naomi and Bianca. So I think you can rule those three out of contention. I think that's what's coming down the pipeline there. Yeah. It seems like Liv and Raquel are probably going to go after the tag team titles instead. That's what, you know, they're kind of floating that idea. So then you're automatically taking them out. So then you start to look and go, oh, Becky could come back. I don't know why, I've just got this feeling that the reason why they've announced Charlotte is actually because there's a bigger surprise in the pipeline, and that's why they're kind of getting that one there to go, because they've done it before. Remember when they found out that Randy Orton was coming back, and then CM Punk came back the same night, and it kind of seemed to be this like, we're drip feeding you information, but we're going to hold our cards elsewhere close to chest, so you kind of look over here while you should be looking over here. There's a chance maybe Charlotte and Becky have a big match at WrestleMania or something as well. The reason why, I just think the idea of Jordan Grace versus Rhea Ripley at WrestleMania is a WrestleMania match. Like, it's a huge matchup, and it's about time that WWE invested in someone and really strapped a rocket to them. This is their opportunity for someone to come in the front door, hit the ground running, and just give them the ball. Because if you kind of show, we were drip fed a little bit last year because she was in for a little bit, Jordan Grace, and she got a good showing in that. She had a few in NXT as well. So she's not completely alien or new to the WWE universe. So you've got that going for you as well. But this, for me, is the chance to really push someone new and inject a little bit of new blood into the women's roster, which I think is desperately needed. And at the end of the day, Rhea versus Jordan Grace would be an absolute banger.
Yeah. And let's not forget, when she came out the past 2 years in the Rumble, or was it Mickey James?
Mickey James
the year
2 years
before?
ago. And then Jordan Grace,
Yeah. So when she came out last year in the Rumble, people fell off their seats. The response to it was really, really positive. And then she hung out a bit in NXT and did that. And that was the thing where you like, 'cause they were already doing NXT NA at that point. But when they did it like that way, when she came out with the belt, it was like, wow. Because it was just when TNA had come back as TNA after Hard to Kill. So it was a big moment when Mickey James came out with the Impact belt. But when Jordan came out with the TNA belt, that was something else entirely. And the fact that people loved it, like I do remember an entire stadium full of WWE fans chanting TNA, and that was a beautiful thing. So I think Andy's right. I think that writes itself, and it just ticks every box. And it doesn't mean all the other people like Rhea, what's her name, Bianca, and all that lot can't go and do good stuff at Mania. Of course they can, but they'll for example, if Bianca's in a feud with Jade Cargill, it don't need to be about a belt. It just needs to be about them. So I'm down. I'm down for it.
No, I mean, they're great points. I think you are talking me around a bit. It's hard, like Lucas said, without knowing she's even in the match. Even I do think she's in the match. It's a bit of a stretch to win it. But I do agree that if she's in it, it would freshen up that main event scene. As you say, that's a match, like you say there, Bianca and Jade, or Naomi as well, doesn't need a title. You've got Becky and Charlotte that doesn't need a title, as Andy says as well. It really does freshen things up there in that sense. And I think that's what the women's division needs, a new lick of paint, essentially. And although I do think they'll push Jordan when she comes in, I'm like, would they really push her to the main event at WrestleMania straight away? Maybe they will, because as you say, they kind of sowed those seeds last year, made it look like a big deal anyway. We're going to start wrapping up in a moment, guys, because we are getting very close to the Royal Rumble actually kicking off.
I need to go to bed before it happens.
Oh yeah, of course, you're not watching live, are you? Once you enjoy the show, folks, got to go give me a hell yeah, give me a whole yeah in, and even to get stuff ready for that. So of course, again, we're not going to be live streaming it, guys, so I do encourage you to go over to Give Me a Whole Yeah, support the guys over there. You've seen some of the members from that crew here tonight. Go over, watch them, and see what they've got to say as far as their opinions on Rumble throughout the night with their watch along. And of course, later on, we're going to have our instant reaction as well. So if you want to know what I think, you can always come back at the end of the stream. That's absolutely fine. The vein on your weenus is back. Says, call me John, because I ain't seen a woman
never went away.
Time. Well, I hope you meet a good one, buddy, and you can settle down soon. Casper says, was thinking earlier, I'd like CM Punk to win it, or Roman Reigns, but I can see Cena winning the Rumble. Yeah, we spent a lot of time talking about the possibility of Cena and Punk, but as we keep mentioning, it's mad that Rumble isn't kind of being looked at as a kind of goal for Roman to really achieve. It doesn't really feel like he's going to do it, and if he did, it would feel a little stale, if I'm honest, because
I agree.
Don't know where he'd go other than it doesn't matter. He's in the main event, and he's been in the main event again. So him versus Rock without the title would be much better for me. Lucha Trooper says, "Oh, flows the ball." Oh, he's even in it. I forgot he's even in it. I'll never watch wrestling again. What I do hope you watch again, though, is us here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Thank you so much for joining us on the build-up. Before we do wrap up completely, we've already given Sam a chance to plug his stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to eliminate him first because he wants to get to bed. All right, so everybody, what way are we going? All right,
I'm going to go and say hello to Dan Hargreaves.
Okay. All right, chuck him out. See you later, Sam. Right. All right, here we go. Next up, I'm going to give Lucas a chance to kind of quickly wrap up and say any final thoughts on tonight's Royal Rumble before he heads out. Quick thoughts, mate.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I wish there was another match or something, though, to sink my teeth into, but I can see why there's not. I'm looking forward. I think the Women's Rumble is starting the show, I believe. And I'm looking forward to a lot of the surprises and just a lot of the funness that happens. Casper's well looking forward to this. I think we all are. It's a night as wrestling fans where it kind of paves the way for the whole year, doesn't it? Ahead, or at least the first half of it, a good chunk of it, because obviously the winners of these Rumble matches will be most likely being a part of the main event of WrestleMania. Obviously, it's never guaranteed that they will be the actual main event or last, but there'll be featured at some point. And then obviously, most likely they become the champions. We'll be looking at the people who potentially are going to be the champions come April 21st, I believe.
It's a weird time now, isn't it? Right?
It's Easter weekend as well. It's so odd.
It is.
But no, I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, I'm hopefully be able to join you for your instant reaction. If you want to do some bits in between the show, that's up to you. But no, I'm looking forward to it. I like a Rumble. I think we all do. But yeah, that's it.
Perfect, man. Yeah, like I say, instant reaction after this stream. Like we said there, hopefully Lucas will be able to hop on as well. But for now, he's hopping out the ring. Andy, you got to help me. We're either side of him now, mate. We got to throw him together. Ready? You got him?
Which way are we going? Left, right?
My way. Go my way. Ready? Well, wait, I don't know what happened there, but he's gone. Right. Now we're left with just me and Andy, and I want to give Andy props here because always willing to join me on the build-up show is a big kind of part of what we do here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel as far as helping us get everybody hyped up for the big event. Andy, I hope you are hyped up as well, but I want to give you this opportunity to let people know where else they can find you, mate.
Yeah, I mean, a pleasure as always to join you, especially for the Royal Rumble. I feel like it's the special one because it just feels like anything can happen, and it sets up, as Lucas says, the rest of the sort of the next, I guess, like 4 or 5 months worth of storylines and things like that. So, always a pleasure to join you. And you can find me over at Wrestling Royalty. Give me a haul. Yeah, we do the Friday night features, which is talking about the biggest story in wrestling of the week, or we'll do preview shows. So they never clash over here with you guys, so go check that out on the Fridays. And if you want to know a little bit about my own personal journey, I have a run-in channel as well called Roller Coaster Running, which has got some videos going up at the moment. It's about running my first marathon, which I did in January, or it's I can say in January now because it's February. Last month I went across to Disney World and did a 5k, 10k, a half, and a full marathon. So if you want to see how I got on there and see me get some photos taken with Mickey Mouse, go check out Roller Coaster Running.
Oh, mate, what a promise there. Photos of Andy and Mickey Mouse. Nice. Brilliant, mate. Yeah, so I'm going to send out a tweet, actually, for those who don't follow us already, at RN Pro Wrestling. I'm going to tag all the guys that featured on tonight's stream as well. Please go and show them some love. And thank you once again, Andy, for joining us tonight. Mate, I'm going to have to throw you out. I know this feels like we're calling it on the fly, and I'm just going to have to be the champ here or go to WrestleMania. But I've got to wrap up the stream. So unfortunately, mate, you're out.
And come back in when you're not expecting it.
Well, that means you've got to do the plugs for this channel. So, you know, it depends. But I'm going to throw you out. Where are we? I'm that side. You know what? See you later, mate. Thanks very much for joining us. Bye-bye. And once again, thank you so much to Andy, to Dom, to Sam, and for Lucas for joining us tonight as well. And everyone in the chat, including Alfred, who's here saying he wants Liv to win the Rumble. Look, I think Liv deserves a big kind of reward as well. But then again, she's just been world champion, so maybe we should freshen it up in another way. So I just got to go. Don't worry, we're off as well, mate. Hope you enjoy the Rumble, buddy. Thank you so much for joining us as always. Thank you for your predictions earlier on. Casper says, have a good one. Thank you, mate. And again, thank you to everyone that's joined us tonight on the build-up stream. We've been here for nearly 6 hours, but that's what we do here at the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We try and get you and us in the mood and hyped up for the big PLEs. Tonight is the Royal Rumble, and it's one we're all excited about, right? We've got a great card to look forward to. It kicks off in just a few moments, but I've been Scott. This has been the build-up. Join us later on for the instant reaction. Thank you very much for joining us, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks very much.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.